Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 249. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined this week once again by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, how are you, my friend?
I'm well. We're encroaching. I'm encroaching on that moment, right? It's April. So obviously this fight is in a few, I think not even 2 weeks, I think, like a week and a half or something. So I'm finally getting to the point where like, oh, I can get back to my life soon.
Yeah, I feel bad for you. We went, I don't know if you listened last week. Chris wasn't here last week for those that weren't here last week with us.
Yeah.
And we had talked about you not being here because of the Creator Clash stuff and just the drama and stress surrounding that. Not that we really sounded off very much about that, but I want to say publicly, I find that your situation quite unfair. And we're obviously pulling for you. And I want to kind of scold some of the audience for not many people, but just a few of you, not being very gracious about seriously, like everyone's like, oh, Chris is gone again. And it's like,
well, I mean,
guys, do you have any idea how like life disrupting something like that is? It's like it's the rug being pulled out from under you. You got to re-prepare. You got to do all these kinds of things. I just think I was a little disappointed in that because it's like we're human beings. You know?
I mean, what is that? What is that quote? Never attribute to malice.
You can stupidity or whatever it is.
Well, yeah, no, I don't necessarily, not necessarily to call them stupid, but it's definitely like at least like some level of ignorance. Like I'm pretty confident that
incompetence it is.
I'm pretty confident that the overwhelming majority of, I would bet like 98% of the people who listen to the show probably haven't trained for a real professional boxing match
in front of thousands of people.
Yeah. So
just keep that in mind. It's an arena. Like.
Yeah, it's like 20,000. It's a lot. And so when plans change really close to the fight, that's like I can't not take that seriously because it's still a combat sport. It's not a joke. You know, I feel like people have this weird perception that it's like, oh, because it's like an influencer thing, it's kind of like a comedy thing. It's like not really. Like it's people are training their asses off for this, me included, and it's a bitch. And I'm excited to stop.
Yeah, you're getting real close now. Wish I could be there. I actually, Chris was kind enough to have me invited as a VIP, but I had to decline because my sister Allie is getting married in May, and her bridal shower is that same weekend, and I'm obviously not going, but everyone's descending and expecting me to be here because like my dad's going to be here, my brother is going to be here, all these random people are like, oh, we got to go out. And I'm like, all right, well, so I guess I'll watch on I actually should buy it before the day of the show because I think it becomes more expensive, but the stream version of of Creator Clash, definitely check that out. And it was just something that came to mind. You want to know why? And Dustin will go to you in a second, but you want to know why? Because I've never missed an episode of this show yet, right? We've done 249 episodes, but it made me like, I was reading some of the comments and I'm like, Jesus Christ, is this the kind of grief I'm going to get if I miss a show or two or three because something horrible happens, or like something really disrupts me. I think we just have to be a little kinder out there, but I appreciate most everyone. You're right. Most everyone totally understood and was good about it. But I did want to say that. Open up your hearts.
Yeah, guys.
Just a little bit. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Welcome.
Hello. I'm happy to be here with you boys today. The crew reassembled. And man, I'm excited. I got to be honest. I'm really excited to see the Mario movie right now. I have tickets tomorrow night. I'm not expecting a revelation. My life isn't going to be changed from this movie, but you know what? I think it's going to be a damn good time. And I'm excited for that. And my dad's here for Easter weekend. He's going with us tomorrow. It's been a nice, productive week coasting into a nice holiday weekend. So I don't know, I'm feeling good, feeling energized.
Oh, that's good to hear. That Mario movie, I still have not seen a single split second of it.
Really? Wow.
Nope, no idea what it sounds like. Or I know I've seen images. I know it's that beautiful cartoon-like aesthetic. Some really great voice actors, including our beloved Charlie Day in it, which is dope. But I just don't care. I just can't. Nintendo is getting into Disney territory for me. It probably actually has been in there longer, and I've just not acknowledged it as being that. I'm just like, nah, I don't care. And it's been interesting watching the obviously people that, let's be honest, it doesn't take a lot for people that love Nintendo to impress them, right? So they love the Mario movie, just like they love they'll play the same Pokemon game 7 million times. They love it. 7 Fire Emblem games a year, all the rest. So they're in, and I totally understand that. But it's interesting watching the critics being like, I don't get this. I saw someone. It was at the Independent, I think, the Independence in or I think it's the Independent in UK. With some byline like has all of the energy of an unplugged Game Boy or something like that. I don't know if you guys saw this, and people are like, what are you talking about? So there's this massive disconnect between video game fans and then just movie critics. I would have loved to see what Roger Ebert would have had to say about this movie. Would have been awesome.
Yeah,
man, the whiplash between our two statements here for the audience must be really something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the movie's gonna fucking clean up, dude. I mean,
it's gonna murder. It looks like it's a fun. Like I've heard that it's a pretty fun time. Like I mean, it's obviously not gonna be. No, it's not. It's not gonna be Citizen Kane or nothing. But
this movie will be better than Citizen Kane because Citizen Kane is just all right.
Yeah, honestly. I gotta be real with you. Like I studied film. Like I went to film school, and I was like, I don't really get what's so cool about this. To be honest, I get it. I get like what they're talking about. Like, oh, it's the first one to do this shit. But like, let's just relax a little bit. Like, oh, it's a sled. Cool.
Do you know in real life, Rosebud actually meant something to the newspaper guy they were lampooning? It was like the term he used for vagina or something.
Whatever.
So he was like, Orson Welles was making fun of this guy by using Rosebud in the movie.
Orson Welles just dunking on dudes.
It's pretty baller, honestly. That's probably the coolest part of the movie.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing it, honestly. Like, I haven't gotten tickets yet, but I'll get around to. Like, I have like no time to do anything lately, but when I have the time, I'm looking forward to seeing it because it looks cute at the very least. I feel like it's going to be a cute movie at the very least.
Yeah, nice fun time.
And I do have a feeling. I'm going to enjoy it more than the Sonic movie purely because of what it isn't. You know, it's not Sonic. It's not Sonic. So because
that's already something there.
I got to be real. Like I don't know how long we're going to continue to pretend like the Sonic movies are good. I don't know how long we're going to do this, but I mean. In the interest of self-preservation, I won't admit that they're terrible yet.
Dude, that they released that pretty brilliant Sonic murder mystery on Steam.
That is pretty funny.
And I was reading a little bit about it, and apparently it was conceived by and produced by their social media manager. And I went and looked at her, and she's just some like woman, right? And you wouldn't expect. Now, what have I said in the past? Sonic the Hedgehog's Twitter account's one of the only Twitter accounts that intimidates me. I do not talk shit about Sonic. I don't even use Twitter like that anymore. But back in the day, I would not even say anything about Sonic because I was so afraid they were going to dunk on me. And it's this woman that's doing it. I was like, it's so funny. I assumed it was like some neckbeard.
Yeah.
But it's actually like this. Yeah. So it's pretty funny. So yeah, she came up with this really great idea and produced this murder mystery. It's only on Steam, but it's free.
That was April Fool's Day, right? That they put that out?
Yeah. Right.
I thought it was fake. I didn't know it was real. I thought it was like a fake trailer.
Dude, those are the best kind of April Fool's jokes that it's a joke that you're like, oh, it would be funny about murder mystery about Sonic. And then you move on. But it's like, no, it's real. That's actually cool. I like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because at IGN, we used to do the fake movie trailers, which were fun for a little while. But then I remember internally being like, this idea is so busted at this point. Like you're not tricking anyone. It's not funny. We're all expecting it. I think it was when they did the Horrors. I don't know if you remember that, which was like, it was going to be like a buddy cop TV show. It was about the detective style Harry Potter characters, the Horrors, AUROR.
Oh yeah. They're the guys that hunt dark wizards.
Right.
Yeah.
And we did a very expensive trailer for this live action TV show for it. And I think that was the last one, but the Zelda one's what I remember the most because that was when it was still kind of unique to do April Fool's jokes on the internet in really over the top ways. And we had printed out at IGN and like it was this legend how many people wrote in being like, I can't believe this isn't real. And like people saying their kid was crying because it wasn't real and all this kind of people should go check that out if they haven't seen it. I think it was 2008.
Yeah,
IGN
that sounds
April
right.
Fool's Zelda video. And I've said my idea for April Fool's, which they liked, but they never implemented, was to just put a skin over IGN that made it so that it was all 1990 or 1989 or 1991 with news, and you can actually click into all the different reviews and news, and then there would be like a shell you can get rid of and go into the regular IGN. But that would have been too cool. Anyway, welcome to what is this? Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. I do too many podcasts. I can't remember. This is episode 249. Like I said, episode 250 next. I don't know that that's a really Is that a landmark? I don't know. I don't think so.
250.
Yeah, it doesn't really. I don't think
what
so.
even is that?
So I'm not. I'm too lazy to worry about. I'm too lazy to worry about that right now. I know. I've never been on a podcast continuously that has gotten to 1,000, and I wonder if this will be the one. We would. I'm too bad at math to figure out when that would be. A long time from now, I'll probably be dead. But thank you for being here and welcome. We go up live each and every week. You can get early ad-free versions of this show and all of our podcasts at Last Stand Media. The ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to the show, Discord access, and much more over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support. We could not do it without you over there. Sacred Symbols Plus is also a major perk at Patreon. We publish twice a week an extra episode of Sacred Symbols Plus, so that's 2 extra episodes every week. Deep dives into all sorts of various things. Now, there's recent, I'm just going to say it now, there's recent news about the UK and the CMA and Activision and Microsoft and Sony's rebuttal, and I don't care right now. I just can't do it right now. But tomorrow, from when we're recording, so the day we're publishing this on Patreon, I will be having Rick Hogue on for the first time since he had his stroke. And we're going to go deep into all of the legal happenings that have been going on, including the Chris Avallone story and other things that I'd be curious to prod him about. And so thank you for your support over there on Sacred Symbols Plus. Resident Evil 4 Remake review and spoiler cast is up right now. Micah did a mailbag. Dustin did a PSVR 2 episode. In fact, Fabio Dakota wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Dear League of Sacred Gentlemen, I just wanted to say what a terrific job I think Dustin did on the Sacred Symbols Plus PSVR 2 review episode in discussion with Brian Paul. I think I speak for most of us who are passionate about VR that we would love to see Brian as a regular guest. I'm loving my PSVR 2 and can't get enough of listening to conversations about the headset and its awesome library of games so far. I hope that conversation continues on the Last Stand shows for a long time to come. Keep up the amazing work." Good job, Dustin.
Thank you. Yeah, that was an awesome episode. Brian, super cool guy, PSVR Without Parole. If you've not heard of him, does awesome YouTube content surrounding, of course, PlayStation VR. We had a great chat together about PlayStation VR, which I've noticed a thing about PSVR recently in that, sure, there's a lot of question marks up in the air about what's going to happen with the platform, but there's a lot of unnecessary anger. I feel like if you speak positively about it, someone's like, well, it's not doing very well. Or what games are you going to be playing on that? It's like, just let people enjoy it if they want to enjoy it. You know, you don't have to be an asshole. I saw a few comments like that. I was like, just chill out. We can talk about what's happening, but just let people enjoy things, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a difference between analysis and, I don't want to say a fan podcast or something, but something that's like kind of going into it. It's similar to there being Stadia podcasts, but the Stadia podcast only focused on how Stadia was failing, but not on Stadia, the product.
Right.
And and PSVR is in nowhere near the shape that Stadia was in as far as how bad it is, or was. And Phil Harrison leaving Google. I mean, does that guy not leave a fucking wake of smoke?
Phil Harrison is like, you know that meme with the Grim Reaper going from door to door?
Right.
Yeah.
That's every time I see Phil Harrison is what I think of.
Like he was a big PlayStation honcho during their worst period too, which is so fucking funny, you know, to me. I remember because he was the one I remember revealing Little Big Planet.
Yeah.
On stage, I think at E3 or something like that. And I was like, oh my God, this fucking guy. So when I saw that story of him leaving Google, I was like, I thought he would have already been gone. He obviously has no real clue what he's doing. I have no idea how he keeps going, but okay. So I agree with you, Dustin, and enjoy PSVR 2 out there. We're going to talk about it a little bit more later on, but yeah, he can be on the show more, Brian Paul, if he wants. I don't know if he's interested in doing that. I don't know if there's enough to even say, oh, he is. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, on the show, I was like, dude, surely there will be more tentpole games. We're going to want to do spoiler casts or even just check-ins every few months on the platform, because it is an entire vertical of PlayStation right now. So obviously it's important for us to cover whether you like it or not. So we'll be definitely doing more stuff with him.
Totally. And what I was thinking too was, and in relation to your episode with him, what I was thinking was when I had him on the show first, I don't know, last year or whatever it was, I was just so shocked. I mean, it's not that I consider myself one. I am an expert in PlayStation. That is my career, right? And I don't get encountered very often with something. Like a few months ago, I published in our Discord, our private company Discord. I was like, has anyone ever heard of this game? There was like a game that I had never heard of. That was so surprising to me because you just kind of encounter everything. It was from like 20 years ago on a PlayStation console. But PSVR is just this totally separate thing, like you said, where I was so shocked how little I really knew about it or was paying attention to it. You need that kind of expertise. So I'm happy to have him back on the show. That would be great. Okay. Other things, merch at laststandmedia.store. And please leave nice reviews on podcast services for our show. Leave a comment on this video if you're watching it on YouTube, like, etc. We appreciate it. Reviews on podcast services would be great because that really helps us algorithmically find new audiences, and we appreciate you over there. Honest reviews, of course. I mean, I prefer that you didn't leave a bad review.
Yeah.
But by the way, sorry, I think my allergies or something, I might developing them as I get older.
Oh no.
And yeah, and I was saying to Micah today, like I woke up kind of stuffed up. So Dustin, take it away for a minute. Let me drink a water. Take
it away for a minute. Well, yeah, the podcast reviews, people have to understand that does help. Even if you're a patron, just go on to iTunes or Spotify, whatever. That helps out quite a bit. And Chris, I gotta say, you're wearing the Skyrim shirt again. I was just thinking, and I said this on the PSVR show. We're talking about it again. I want Skyrim VR to come to PSVR too.
That would be smart.
I'm asking for another Skyrim port. I know what that looks like, but it's just true. It's what I want.
Look, man, I'm sure I've talked about this on the show before. I've talked about this on Snark Tank too, but like people got to stop pretending like people didn't love Skyrim. And for good reason. Like Skyrim's great. Like there's like what's funny too? Like I find that I like Skyrim more as I get older because it's like it's campier as I get older. Like the idea that there's only like 3 voice actors in the entire thing, I find like very charming now. Whereas like before, like in like 2011, I just thought like, whoa, what a big game. This is like AAA, like amazing. Now it's like, it's less amazing, but it's like really charming. There's like something really charming and really like nice about Skyrim that I like. I don't begrudge people for buying it on like every platform that they got it on. I get it. Yeah. I bought it on Switch. Lord knows how many times I've played. Like I can count like maybe on one hand how many times I've turned on my Switch to play Skyrim, but I haven't.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I should download it on my Steam Deck. That'd be a nice Steam Deck game.
It's a perfect game for flights specifically. I find like if you're on like a plane, like it is really, really cathartic to just be like, wow, yeah, I'm not sitting in a really cramped, overpriced seat next to a screaming baby. I'm roaming the, forests of Tamriel. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like a way nicer. It's like gaslighting yourself into enjoying your flight. It's great.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to do like one of those.
Sorry, I'm back.
Sorry, I had to do one of those violent purges, like violent, like the really ugly blowing of the nose.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And all of the rest.
Yeah. You pour like, you ever do that neti pot where you pour like lava, I believe, or molten rock into a teapot and stick it up your nose and a little bit of your brain matter falls out.
It's wonderful.
It's horrible.
Good shit. Can you imagine getting sick a few hundred years ago, the things they were doing to you? It's like, oh my God. They were bleeding you and shit, doing things that were just not working at all. But for some reason
I love that.
And they were wearing the huge noses.
Oh yeah. The plague doctor masks. I love those. I wish doctors still wore those.
Just on like, what if one just on Halloween showed like if you have to go to the doctor on Halloween, he pulls up wearing that.
I don't mind. I'm
pretty sure Assassin's Creed introduced that aesthetic to me.
Really?
Yeah. Like I don't think I ever saw that I probably did, but didn't notice it. But that iconic, plague mask that reminds me of Assassin's Creed. I don't know which one it would be. I guess
that would be like
1 or 2,
maybe Brotherhood.
Oh, Brotherhood. Maybe that's what it was.
Because I remember Brotherhood having like a multiplayer mode, and it was like the first time that happened, and they had like different costumes, and one of them was like the doctor or something, or like one of the classes was like I don't remember, it was something with the plague doctor mask.
Plague doctor. It's a good look. I wonder if they thought they looked cool.
I bet they did.
Because I think they were doing it and then they were like shoving like some sort of potpourri and all sorts of shit in it. Like that was the whole idea, was to just give you, but it looked cool.
They must know that they look like all Gothic shit just looks like it's. I saw a Twitter account earlier today that was like old Gothic rain gutters, and they're all gargoyles. Did you know that? Did you know this is what gargoyles are for? For draining, like it's old drainage. I had no idea.
I didn't know that.
It's crazy. Like, but they all have like spouts. I'm like, I had no idea.
That's
like,
interesting.
Maybe not all of them, but like a lot of them in like Europe.
So like they would like go through them or whatever.
It would go through the mouths of like the gargoyles.
That's pretty cool.
It's dope.
Yeah, they had a lot of creativity back in the Gothic era, man. And I remember going to Germany and seeing going to Cologne and seeing the church there, and it's like, whoa, man, like we got nothing even remotely like this in the United States. Like this is so old that it's not, because the Native Americans didn't build anything, right? You have to go to Central and South America to see that stuff.
Yeah.
So there's nothing here, you know? I don't mean that as an insult. They just didn't. Unless you look at like the earth mounds. That's an episode of
the snake.
Yeah.
The snake, right?
Yeah.
They built shit, but it's all gone now.
Right.
because there was no respect at all. But there was they
didn't build any cities or anything like that, you know.
No. That's like South. That was South America that they did that. In the Amazon,
St. Louis or something like that was like an Indian city, but or not. They didn't call
but did you see that city in the Amazon rainforest that they found with like laser radar or whatever?
No, like a new one.
Yeah, it's insane.
That's so fun, man. That's so awesome.
It's so cool.
I love it. The Amazon is so mysterious. I think, other than the ocean, I think, which we obviously have established our severe hatred of on the show. Other than the ocean, I think they say the Amazon's really the only place where you might find things still.
Yeah. You wouldn't catch me in the Amazon. I'll tell you that much.
I used to love the game on PC when I was a kid. It was the spin-off to Oregon Trail by that company Mech. Amazon Trail. Did you play that one?
Yeah, dude. The intro was so creepy because isn't it like it starts in your room and then the posters come to life and stuff like that?
Right.
That shit was awesome. I liked that, and I liked the Yukon Trail.
Right.
Yeah.
Mech was awesome. I love that company. Minnesota Educational. What was it? Minnesota Educational something Consortium. And it was just like a publicly funded. It just happened like this ball and PC game developer.
Yeah.
Was making all of these awesome PC and Mac games, or they were Apple II games.
Dude,
they just back in the day.
They just made a bunch of trails, not Trails of like Cold Steel, but
they made an Oregon Trail and then Amazon Trail, and there was an Oregon Trail 2 as well, which was like a more modern Mac style. You know, if you would consider Oregon Trail as Apple II, then there was like a Mac style,
right,
graphical kind of more beautiful color game.
Dude, I can hear the intro to the Yukon Trail in my head. The dun 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 at the beginning. Dude,
I love that shit, dude.
Good shit.
Yeah, it was awesome. You just like kind of build your little. It's all RNG, and
I've never played any of those.
Oh,
like
interesting.
Those Oregon Trail, because I remember just seeing like memes about it. Be like, oh, your guy died of violent diarrhea. Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't know.
It's an interesting game. It kind of goes like you make decisions in the beginning, and then it goes and it tells you like what happens, and you make decisions along the way, but it's interesting. And the entire idea is to survive. Like I would always choose the banker.
Oh yeah, he had all the money, but he didn't know shit about how to get around.
So you could like buy a bunch of gear in the beginning, but then like you weren't a very good hunter, and or you could be like a carpenter or a farmer and start with almost no money, but you have a better knowledge of things. You'll be better off like when you're trying to ford a river or do things like that. Yeah, I don't know if it taught me anything necessarily, but it did entertain me.
Yeah,
so I'll say that. It's not like Number Munchers or something where I guess I was probably learning something.
Yeah, Math Blaster.
Yeah, those games are great.
Yeah.
And all the keyboard games. That's why I keep saying at Lilymo, which is for people that don't know, the developer I co-own, I want to do a typing game, like very badly. Like it's Mavis something Beacon. That we talk about all the time.
Should make a Mavis Beacon too.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, I wonder who owns that. Who owns that IP?
Beaconing.
That vital IP.
She's not a real person. Do you know that?
Who, Mavis Beacon? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I felt betrayed when I found that out.
Wait, Mavis Beacon's supposed to be a name?
Yeah. That's I think who teaches you typing.
I thought it was just some random, because like Mavis to me doesn't sound like a real name.
She was like some black woman.
Yeah,
but she's not really. Yeah, I
remember this at all.
Yeah, it's like if you look at the box art for her, like it's like some black woman, and it's a Mavis Beacon teaches typing.
Oh, I never saw the box art. We just had it installed on our school computers. Mavis Beacon.
She's been 1999.
The series has sold over 6 million copies. It basically has sold more copies than Metroid.
Wow.
Mavis Beacon teaches typing.
That's so weird. I never thought about like why it was called that ever. Because like I didn't think of like anybody like I didn't think of anybody as a character in that game. I was thinking like, oh, I'm learning how to and there's some like lady pops up. I almost thought of it like the paperclip, where it's like you're not important. Like you're not
racist.
You're not Windows. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I don't know.
They replaced the paperclip with just this random kindly black woman. Like really lean into like the deep racist trope of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like now, sugar, we'll teach you how to.
That could be your your contribution.
Yeah. You know, I was a little disappointed.
Typing game.
Right. Well, I'm gonna figure that out. Nazi Nazi.
So stupid.
I was at BJ's The Price Club a couple of days ago, and I was disappointed because it really is true. Like they got rid of what is it? And it was Aunt Jemima, right? The lady, the black lady on the syrup, and now it's Pearl Mill Company or something. But the bottle looks exactly the same, and I saw a glance of it, and I'm like, you know what, man, we're missing an icon here.
Oh yeah.
We're missing it. We're missing an icon, and just like, let's bring her back.
Did they get rid of Uncle Ben too?
I think so.
Man, what two people out of jobs?
And they got rid of the Land O'Lakes Indian. See, these are interesting to me because I don't think that any of those were implied to be racist. I understand getting rid of the name Washington Redskins a lot more than I understand getting rid of the Native American Land O'Lakes person, because the Land O'Lakes box sucks now.
I'm kind of in agreement with that. This is a fascinating article on the Independent. Mavis Beacon was the top teaching typer, the top typing teacher in the U.S. before she vanished. The twist: she wasn't real. So it's like an AI lady, like some fake, like AI deepfake lady teaching you how to type for a generation.
We can rebuild her.
I knew it wasn't a real name. I knew it. My instincts were totally right. This isn't a real person.
I wonder who the actress was.
I think it was
played her on the box.
I don't think it was a person at all.
Yeah,
I think it was just drawn.
An early version of Midjourney created
That's
the
scary.
image.
Can you imagine?
Yeah,
this is getting like really scary. This podcast,
dude. I was listening to. You want to talk about scary? I was listening to the Lex Friedman last night when I was playing Octopath Traveler 2, and they're talking about AI, and this guy that's like totally convinced. This like very smart guy. That's like totally convinced that what is it, GPT-4 or whatever it's called. He's like, this thing is is so scary that they're wondering if there's like actually a consciousness in it.
Like kill switch. That's my question.
It's very, very weird. We're in weird times, my man. I'll tell you that much. All right. Let's get into topics of discussion. There's some long ones here, but I need to read them to you.
Please.
And they have obviously come from Patreon. You can write in on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. I put up a thread each and every Wednesday afternoon Eastern time in the United States, and then I delete it the next day, Thursday, right before we record. So you have about a day every week to get your stuff in there if you'd like. And it's Teak wrote into us and said, Sacred Trio, British listener here. I've been a fan for a few years now, and I've enjoyed the podcast in many different places. Long car drives, the gym, or just around the house. However, I found myself listening to many a Sacred Symbols plus and knockback, or Sacred Symbols and I think he means knockbacks, within the core of the British institution, the late Queen Elizabeth's home, Buckingham Palace. For context, I work for the Metropolitan Police in London, and from 2019 to 2022, I worked with the Royalty and Specialists Protection Group before moving departments. My role was basically an armed guard, walking around the palace grounds, checking alarms, credentials, and making sure no scallywags were trying to harm Our Majesty the Queen. However, I found myself bored on many a night shift alone, so what did I do? Place my phone on one of the alcoves at the front of Buckingham Palace and enjoyed the Sacred Crew's voices. Colin's voice on multiple occasions has echoed across the forecourt where Her Majesty's soldiers would parade every 2 days. He has truly made his mark on British society. This didn't stop here, however. Sacred Symbols has effectively penetrated the royal family at the core, as you were played within St. James Palace to the now King Charles' delight. Right by his front door at Clarence House, Dustin has discussed his love of all things anime, but this isn't the end. The Sacred Crew has also made an appearance at Kensington Palace, where I'd like to think Prince Harry and his wife Meghan got to hear Chris discussing showering with his glasses on. I can't remember all of the other weird and wonderful places the other listeners have mentioned, but I'd like to think this might be more special posts, seeing as Queen Elizabeth has passed on recently. Thank you for the podcast, gentlemen, and I look forward to your London show. That's wonderful to hear. You know what I hope? I think he's dead now, but Prince Philip, right? Which was Queen Elizabeth's father. right? Is that right? I think
Well,
that's something like that.
Well, he's definitely
No, Queen Elizabeth II's husband. I'm sorry. Queen Elizabeth II's husband, Prince Philip.
Right.
There's that famous picture of him driving from the hospital, and he looks like he's dead basically in the car. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
And I love the meme. There's like a meme of that where it says like my plants looking outside when it's raining. And that's all I could think of the entire time I read that letter. So I hope he heard it before he died as well. Thank you, and it's Teak, for writing in. Queen Elizabeth II, very interesting woman. The Crown is a very good show if you're interested in watching it on Netflix. Nolan Ramsey wrote in and said, gents, I have a tale, and you're at the core of it. I didn't die while listening to Sacred Symbols, obviously, but I did almost die. While crossing a street in my neighborhood, following the bike path, someone from behind me and coming from the other side of the road, bike path on the left, and they came from the right, decided they could try and turn into that road I was crossing while I was crossing. I swerved last second and felt the bumper on my right calf before straightening back into the bike path, all while listening to discuss PSVR 2 sales. Over Dustin's salient points, I hear a horn blaring and shouting. I turn to look over my right shoulder, and it hit a rock in the path, sending me flying over my handlebars. My earbuds also went flying. I jumped up, already bleeding from knees and palms, realizing the honking and shouting was from the guy who almost hit me and directed my way. I march over him as he is now stopped in the middle of the road and path, blocking traffic, and I ask him what his problem is. He jumps out of his truck, and I'm thinking, great, I'm going to end up on r/fight porn or fail army, but as a prior active Marine pumped full of adrenaline from near fatal accident and a reminder of what road rash bicycle crashes feel like from my youth, I'm charged up. He sees a bloody, angry, middle-aged man coming towards him, and he switches from yelling to ask softly if I'm okay. A woman in another car that he is blocking in the street tells me that she saw the whole thing, and the antagonist says, am I the bad guy? She says yes. I laugh, turn around, and go to retrieve my bike. After fixing the chain and assessing that my phone holder miraculously saved it, I don't know what that means. I give a quick glance to the grass, knowing I'll never find those small black earbuds. Pedal home, bruised and bloody, and jump in the shower. My wife and I go and look for those earbuds because those things aren't cheap, and I sort of know the vicinity where they would be in. After 30 minutes, I found one miraculously, but the other one was nowhere to be seen. My wife had a great idea. Try to pair with it and turn the volume on max. I pair and hit the play while turning the volume all the way up. My wife is able to hear the missing earbud. I put them both in my ear to make sure they work and proceeded to blow out my eardrums by Colin saying, it's just bad timing about the PSVR 2. I wish I was joking, but that's exactly what he said at that moment. Bad timing indeed. I forgot to turn them down and I shouted, causing my wife to startle and thinking something was very wrong. Well, there was. I nearly died, flew off my bike, nearly got in a fight, lost and then found my earbuds and blew my eardrums out, all enveloped by the context of Sacred Symbols. Did I mention I'm a Florida man? I feel like that's important for some reason. Anyway, stop fertilizing those chickens so we can lower the price of eggs. Thank you. Man, eggs are expensive still.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's all about. Here's a key component of the missing story about this man's earbuds and Sacred Symbols. Well, you got hit by a car, and you left out the entire what happened. You just went your separate ways.
Yeah,
I don't understand that.
Yeah, sometimes you get hit by a car and you're just like, I don't got the time.
Move on. Yeah.
I got the time.
Something huge Nolan is missing from this story, and that was a long story already. You know?
Yeah.
I feel like you were feeling yourself a little bit while you were writing that.
Whoa.
Which is good. You should. I mean, you were in a flow state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stories like this don't sound too surprising to me, just in the context of you have to imagine that, I don't know, would you say most Sacred Symbols is listened to in people's cars or while they're in transit? So, and I mean, the likelihood of an accident for the thousands of listeners every week. I'm sure there's been dozens of accidents while listening to Sacred Symbols. It's also a 4-hour show on average. Like I could easily, I could kill you in 4 hours. You know, like it's it's a long time. I could kill you and hide you in 4 hours.
Well, I was going to say that exact thing. You could start even doing most of the work.
Yeah. So it's a you know, it's a long period of time. It's like chances are it's pretty. I bet at least 50% of you will die listening to us.
Wow.
50%. Wow. That's dark. I like the chances.
Yeah. You better be careful.
Right. Couple quick things here, and we'll get into some smaller news items because we're 30 minutes into the show. David Wilson II wrote in and said, hello, CDC. I write once again in frustration with Honey Bunches of Oats with Almonds. I know the subject has been discussed with fervor before. However, I appeal to the old adage of voting with one's wallet. No one should buy this cereal until they decide it actually tears the environment apart by harvesting enough almonds to make a cereal worthy of advertising said almonds in its title. As the great Tony Soprano once said, revenge is best served like cold cuts. He did say that. And I have to say, I again, at BJ's Price Club, I drawn to the Honey Bunches of Oats. Wouldn't do it. Bought a bag of almonds instead. Not going to buy fucking honey bunches of almonds, oats with almonds when there's no almonds in them anymore.
Wait, do you
I
only
don't like this?
Wait, but do you only buy honey bunches of oats because of the almonds?
No, but I buy honey bunches of oats with almonds, and I expect there to be more almonds in it. I'm going to show you guys. Right. I'm going to tear a bag of this stuff apart. I'm going to show you how few almonds are in it. I'm just going to separate. I'm going to carefully separate all of the different items in a bag of the cereal. And you'll find that there are probably a couple of almonds total in the entire bag. And that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I gotta, like, I had honey bunches of oats recently for the first time in a very, very long time, not with almonds. And I was just like, I don't know. It's kind of mid.
Take it easy now, Chris.
In my opinion. Like, I just kind of felt like, I don't know what people are getting out of this. And so, like, with almonds, I guess that's like an additive thing, but like, just buy the almonds then. Yeah. Because honey bunches of oats by itself is just kind of like, it's fine.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think that I like honey bunches of oats, but I've always gotten the honey bunches of oats with almonds. I think it adds a little bit of the nuttiness. You get a little bit of that crisp, the sliced almond, and you get that little bit of a break.
Yeah.
It's so nice. It's satisfying. But I feel like they're really, I don't like how they're just playing games with this. So I totally agree with you. I mean, I would love to boycott. It's the same thing with the EL fudge when they changed the EL fudge. Fuck them. I can't. What are you doing? It would be like McDonald's changing everything about their burger.
Yeah.
But it's been the same for decades.
It's frustrating when a company changes shit for no reason. Like, that's how I felt when they got rid of glass Snapples. I was like, what are you doing? I haven't had a Snapple in years. It's purely because of that. I'm not drinking out of plastic like some kind of like an imp.
Yeah. Yeah. Imps do drink out of plastic, as I understand it.
That's all they do.
And speaking of glass, Tyler Stafford wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Crew. A couple of weeks ago, Colin mentioned his new Roar bong he bought from Grass City, and I must say thank you to Colin for the recommendation. What are the specifics of your new bong, such as height and perks? I think it's 14 inches, tempered glass.
Oh.
Beaker style. Got 14 inches for you right here. 14 inches. Who's going to have fun with that? I mean, come on, man.
That's a disease.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
That's a curse.
Yeah.
Roar bong. Yeah. So Roar bong, red text, tempered glass, clear, beaker style, ice holder in the middle of it. The little plugs in the middle so you can drop ice in it and get a nice little cool experience. It's good shit. You pay for the Roar bong though. You pay for it. They're expensive, but it's totally worth it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you put anything other than water in the bong?
I don't know.
So I was just thinking I don't have a bong. I'm not saying I've never used one, but I don't personally have one. I know people can put tea and stuff in there, but I think that it's time to get more adventurous. Put some like some Greek yogurt in there.
Put some coffee.
Might be kind of interesting.
Greek yogurt.
Chocolate milk.
What is it about bong water that is so disgusting too? Like,
yeah, just take it to the next level.
Dude, I first of all, I had bongs when I was younger, and then knew people with bongs where you wouldn't even empty them, basically. Like they would just sit there for so long. Yeah, and I empty mine multiple times a day because I can't even fucking stand being around it.
Most people I knew a lot of people who just didn't clean them at all, and I'm just like, dude, you know how quickly mold grows in those things specifically? You got to be really vigilant. Like I don't know. I've never been a bong person. I don't like them. I don't get the point of the apparatus. Like, just like
it's intense. Like I'm glad I got one because I'm smoking way less with one because you just get kind of blasted out. It's and you put and I like just putting cold water in it, like ice cold water, and then even putting ice cubes, and you just get that coldness as you pull in. It's nice.
Yeah,
it's nice. But by volume, I'm smoking so much less. I'm proud of myself. I'm like really cutting down based on just this mode of operation. Like between vaping and the bong, I just smoke so much less. I'm appreciative of that. I'm probably gonna die of some other diseases now, but who knows?
I've just completely switched over to edibles because it's just so simple.
They get me so wrecked though. It's
they're so funny though.
They're great.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's just like I enjoy it more than smoking or like sitting in front of a glass tube and getting fucking annihilated immediately.
Fair enough.
Yeah, slow burn.
Pardon the pun. All right, my friends. There's a lot to talk about this week.
Yeah.
So let's get into it. I wanted to recommend to the audience, there's a really good interview. We won't get into the nature of it, but on gamesindustry.biz. It's called Shuhei Yoshida on his BAFTA, breaking the rules and opening PlayStation to more indies. It's by James Batchelor, who's the EIC of Games Industry.biz, and it's a pretty extensive talk with the BAFTA award-winning games producer and executive. And he's an interesting guy. I think people should go read about it. And it's especially interesting to talk that he talks about, their indies and trying to balance that, and how they've kind of, as we've discussed on the show, kind of let that go and are now trying to reestablish themselves in a different way, which would, he doesn't really get into it too much in the discussion that he has with Games Industry, but I would call it more of like what I would say AAA indie game, which is why the AAA title is kind of meaningless. And we were talking about this in regards to Zelda a week or two ago, but you could tell with games like Stray, Kenna Bridge of Spirits, like these are games he's courted that are not like the games they used to court, like Guacamelee, Mercenary Kings, shit like that. And so I think there's a good space for them, and they're really pushing games like Stray and others. So we'll see what the future is of that. But obviously the future of PlayStation is AAA. Beyond that, go check that interview out. All right, let's talk a little bit. We were bringing up PSVR 2 earlier. Ming-Chi Kuo, who writes a somewhat well-respected, I guess, newsletter via Medium, a sales analyst. He just writes a bunch of things that have nothing to do with us, but that Sony has cut its 2023 production plan for the PSVR 2 by around 20%. This isn't a huge surprise, and he draws a conclusion that there is currently insufficient evidence to suggest that AR or VR headsets can become the next star product of consumer electronics in the foreseeable future. Some people, and we'll start with you, Dustin, have been talking about how we and others have been pretty hard on PSVR 2 as far as sales, considering how it took, I think, a couple of months for PSVR 1 to sell 1 million units and so on and so forth. But I think people are kind of deluding themselves to think that this thing is doing well. It's just simply not. And you can just tell. And the games don't even... And we discussed Horizon specifically when you and I discussed it a few weeks ago, Horizon's trophy data really spells a bad story for PSVR 2's even engagement with people that do have it. So Sony seems to be acknowledging this with reported production plan cuts. Remember that production was already cut, I think, by 1 million. So that was 50%. So I'm wondering and that was according to rumors that reporting that was contested on Bloomberg. But I believe, because the evidence indicates that PSVR 2 is not doing well. I'm just curious what you make of this. And did this come up with Brian Paul on talk to me about this.
Yeah. So this is a tough one for me, because I think that it's clear, like you said, that this launch maybe hasn't gone quite the way. It wasn't this big explosion for Sony at all. But it's also, comparing to the first one, not necessarily out of line for how it's done in the past. Now, obviously, you want your products, the sequel products, to be bigger and better than the original, not on par. But I think that for me, the big question is, what is the long term look like for this device? Obviously, we're dealing with Sony here, and we've seen them drop things, specifically the Vita, when they start to spell trouble and then kind of just trickle out support. I would hope that wouldn't be the case with VR. And I think that VR is in a weird spot right now. And this article mentions it a little bit, but I think the whole industry is going to get turned on its head, which could be positive or very negative for Sony based on what Apple does in the space. It seems very clear Apple is going to announce some kind of AR VR headset this year. I don't know really what that looks like or who it's going to be marketed towards or whatever, but it's certainly going to change things. Anytime there's a established product out and then Apple comes in, it changes the course of all the other products in that market. And so, like I said, this could be very bad, or it could be a rising tide helps everybody, all these VR headsets at the same time. So I think that the key thing for a lot of consumers with VR, if I was Sony, I'd be thinking, we need to get this in stores just so people see it. It has visibility. Whether or not people choose to buy it there, having a presence in stores, I think, is going to be absolutely essential. And second, it needs to be showcased. It needs to have a strong showcase showing at whatever they do next, that there is confidence from first party, from PlayStation in this product, that if you choose to invest, that you can feel confident that Sony is going to make it worth your while. Because that's the number one thing I hear in the comments from our episode, on comments of this show, and just in general, is that people don't have confidence right now because Sony hasn't really told you what the roadmap is for this product, and I don't blame them. So there's some things to sort out, but it's one of those things, I guess, to conclude that I don't think it's dead in the water. There's people that are treating this like it's over for PlayStation VR 2. I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think so either. I just think that devices that don't do well out of the gate don't tend to pick up later. They do sometimes pick up later. Genesis is a great example of that. Sega's Genesis, which didn't really become an item until 2 years after it was already on the market. People had their plenty of opportunity to buy it and they didn't. It's not really apples to apples, but it's just something to consider, because I look at PSVR 2 and I do see some arguments that are salient, specifically about how the sales, we don't know how well it's actually sold. We have rumors of 270 to 300,000 units, something like that. But that doesn't seem very appreciable. However, people do point out a very good point, which is the install base of PS5 is much lower than the install base of PS4 was when PSVR 1 came out. So you can't really compare the two. Plus, one is much more expensive than the other. Both the ability to get in on the base console plus the PSVR unit in real money is more expensive. So there are those things that I don't think I took into account the first time around that do make some sense. But I can just look at the telemetry on places like PSN profiles and the attention it gets on places like PowerPix and all the rest. And I just can tell, I mean, the people that you need to be playing your game, the hardcore PlayStation fans, it doesn't seem like they're really there in huge droves. And that's going to be a problem. But maybe they'll be able to clean it up. Chris, let's go over to you. I will say this. Sony's silence about PSVR 2 is peculiar, except for the fact that they haven't given us a roadmap for PlayStation 5. Yeah. So why the fuck would we have a roadmap for PSVR 2? Yeah. You know, we have no idea what's going on with PS5. It's actually getting to the point of absurdity. We're going to talk about that in a little while. Mm-hmm. They haven't had a showcase in a year and a half. So it's a long time coming. Talk to me about your thoughts with PSVR 2.
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of factors at play. I think you're right to consider the fact that obviously in comparison to the previous PSVR unit, there are, fewer PS5s out there. The price point is a huge issue. But I think something that is also worth kind of looking at is like, the initial PSVR kind of success or like what you would want to call it, the attrition rate or whatever you want to call it. I feel like Sony was hoping that number was low because that unit was kind of a MacGyvered VR unit. Like, you had like the old PS Move controllers. It wasn't real VR. It was like it was a console masquerading as VR as best as it could. And I think they were maybe hoping that with this new proper VR kit with like proper, like actual state of the art controllers and eye tracking and all this, foveated rendering, that would kind of manifest in a boost, and it hasn't. And obviously there's like obviously we've talked already enough about obviously the amount of PS5s out there, the price point, that's a factor. But I said a while ago, before this was even publicly announced, that they're competing with a very, very competitive VR market. Quest is everywhere. And it's I don't know. I don't know what they can really do to compete with something like that because it's so ubiquitous. It's so convenient. And I think convenience is really the name of the game here. I've said it a million times where it's like, why are people going to pay $500 not only for a console if they don't have it, and then like even like basically the same price for that unit when they can spend a fraction of that price on something that isn't cumbersome? Like, I feel like there's too much emphasis on power with VR. And I really don't think I think VR is a lot more casual than people make it out to be. It's not really this hardcore thing. It used to be when it was like the Vive and it was like $2,400 to get in and you had to drill base stations into the wall. Yeah, that was hardcore. But now that you can buy one at like Walmart for like a fraction of the cost of a normal console and then your grandmother can play it. It's like a very, very different world that VR is in. And I'm wondering how this new culture in VR is going to affect PSVR going forward, because it's a very different landscape than it used to be.
Yeah, it's a good point, because I've been thinking about, I guess with PSVR 2 and more recently just VR generally, I mean, a lot of people make arguments, and I don't know if it's true, like maybe this just isn't going to happen. Maybe they're just
VR.
Yeah, as in it's not ever going to be more than an enthusiast's or niche consumer item. And it's true, tech items don't typically take this long to really gleam on if they're going to in major numbers. If you think about the smartphone existed in really some way since the 90s, PDAs and Newton and all these random things, but it still only took people to get to BlackBerry and Sidekick and all these things to realize there's more to this. And then when the iPhone comes, people are ready to adopt it in a major way. It seems like we're at that point where everyone gets it.
Yeah.
But people are not buying into it. And I don't know if that, because like you're saying, yeah, things like Meta do well, but by consumer model, but consumer metrics, it's not a mass consumer device.
Right.
And it's interesting if it ever will be.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, even in this niche kind of market, they're facing fierce competition from something that, as far as VR goes, it is pretty ubiquitous, but it's still very niche. And so how do you, I don't know how you compete in a space like that. And I think you're right. If something's going to gleam on, it doesn't take this long. Usually, the second we got smartphones, it was pretty much over. It was maybe 3 years max of a transition stage. And how long has the Oculus been around? I remember the Oculus from from when I was in high school, I feel like, almost. So I don't know. I don't know what the plan is.
That's what I'm saying about Apple. If Apple is able to, it's one of those things too, where it's not even necessarily that Apple needs to create the top device, which they, being Apple, probably will. But it's almost like when EarPods first came out, there were other wireless earbuds before it. But then Apple made these ones that were bright white, and suddenly it was cool. And then it becomes this adoption. It's okay, well, now everyone's using wireless earbuds. And Colin, you mentioned the iPhone, where that was when people understood what a smartphone could be. So maybe
this will sound, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this will sound also like an Apple defense thing, which it's not, because I'm an Apple iPhone user, but I use a PC here and a laptop. I have a Windows laptop or a Microsoft laptop. So I'm not saying this is a fanboy thing, but I also think a very important point with Apple is that they do it really, really, really well. The iPhone is beautiful. It's a beautiful device in a closed ecosystem that just thrives. I know a lot of people talk shit about it, but it fucking rocks. I mean, I love the iPhone. And when I got my AirPods, they're not here right now, I couldn't believe how high quality they were and what they did and how they just knew and how they would adapt themselves. And they almost feel like they're staying in your ear when you're moving around, by adjusting weight and doing, it's that's the Apple Touch. And so you might be right with their ability to do that. It's the same thing with Project Titan, which was the long rumored Apple car that has, I don't know if they're still going to do it or not, but that's another thing that I think that they could totally change the game with as well. It's just that play. And I do think Apple and PlayStation are corollaries, in their respective fields. PlayStation has the boutique feel of Apple. It's just not nearly as big as Apple. But in the gaming space, PlayStation, I think, is best known for its high quality kit and the fidelity of its games more than the others.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I would say genuine, and this might be completely, this is purely my opinion, but I don't see VR taking off in a really, really mainstream way until it is so real that it is almost indiscernible from a drug, in which case that's already a massive problem, because unless you can put me in a headset that traps me in literal dream space, I don't see many people jumping onto this.
That's like San Junipero.
That's what I mean. You see that shit and you're absolutely. Absolutely. Think of the most fun dream you've ever had and how realistic that is and how sensational and how there's no awkward, you're not plugging anything in. It's not this awkward weighted thing. And that's amazing. It's also impossible. But we all agree that would be amazing to do. If you could just start up in your favorite dream, who needs video games at that point? That would be a revolutionary thing. But we're so hilariously far off from that happening, if that's even remotely possible to do, that I just don't foresee any kind of facsimile of that experience really taking the world by storm in any real meaningful way that is all encompassing or as universally kind of adaptable as something as an iPhone. This is, in my opinion, just purely an enthusiast. It's an enthusiast niche within an enthusiast niche, because gaming in and of itself is like, it's certainly bigger than it's ever been, but it's also still, there's a lot of people who don't engage with this stuff at all. And so, that has to be taken into account as well.
Yeah. And it's an anecdote, and I brought up in the past, but my Uncle Mike, who's a cult figure in Last Stand lore or whatever, asked me last year, should I buy an Oculus? And I was like, no, you shouldn't, because it's really for games first. And he went and bought it anyway, and he figured that out, and he returned it. I actually sold it to my nephew. And I was like, that was a sign to me that there's a barrier for people like that. It's why I think that it's not that they abandoned it, but I thought Microsoft was on to something when they started really messing with Xbox augmented reality, because I feel like that might have a better future in the near term, just because you don't require anything at all. I mean, other than obviously it's very sophisticated technology around you, but you can all share it. And I still think, I don't know, VR might be one of those things that just isn't going to happen. It feels like you hear stories of people in the 70s, for instance, getting reel to reels, right? And having film, like people with money having film and film nights at their house with like movies that just came out. And in a few years, that turns into beta, that turns into VHS, that turns into fucking video clubs and video stores. And then 10 years after that, you get Blockbuster and then all these things like that. And now you have Netflix and all the streaming services. That's something taking off. Home media in that regard. You know what I mean? So to me, I don't see that kind of momentum here. And it just might be one of those things where people just don't want to do it, even no matter how good it is. But I still say let's talk about Hasbro, for instance, my beloved Hasbro, G.I. Joe, right? The most, they love nostalgia. They eat up our nostalgia. That's what they do with Transformers and G.I. Joe and all these different brands. And they just re-release things. You know what the most nostalgic thing they could do is to make a fucking toy aisle in a VR headset where you can card, you just select 1988 Toys R Us. And then it's all the different products on the shelves and you card through them and you look at them as if they were then. Dude, that's fucking grabbing people and getting, to your point, a dreamlike state. And
right,
that's exciting, but we're not there yet. And I actually think Call of the Mountain's pretty cool. Again, feels a little bit like Link's crossbow training, so I don't think it's anything that amazing, but I'm in it, and I haven't played it in a few weeks, to be honest. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm not blown away by this.
I will say, I think you're playing the worst, not the worst, but one of the weakest titles of the big ones.
That's so interesting.
The other ones are way better, dude.
That's so crazy. Like, mine's still in the box, mainly because I'm still training, and I just want to. If I'm gonna get into something like that, I want to make sure I have the time to really like set aside for it. But honestly, my Quest has sat there for a while.
Colin,
yeah.
Here's the thing that I want to just challenge you on with this.
Yeah, please.
Is that imagine you buy a PS4 and then you only play Knack and then decide you don't like the PS4.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's what I'm just saying. You gotta.
Knack is a Horizon
out.
game or two. All right, that's true. All right, so what is the game that I should be playing? And I don't want a multiplayer game or anything like that. Like, you know me. So what is the game that I should be playing that I'm not playing on PSVR 2? I'll play it this weekend.
I want to make sure I give the right recommendation because I know how important this is. My gut. Okay, I don't want to say this firmly as the recommendation, but I will tell you my gut reaction is Resident Evil
7.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll write that down.
That's my gut reaction because I just don't. As much as GT7 is awesome, I don't.
What about a PSVR game, like a real? I mean, I have 7, so I don't even have to buy that. But what about? Is there any like PSVR specific game? I know a lot of them are multiplayer or weird. Probably I wouldn't like, but there's got to be something.
I mean, a lot of people say I'm still playing this right now, but Saints and Sinners, the Walking Dead game.
Yeah, that's good.
Is one that people really, really like. I'm trying to think of the other ones that I really liked. Like I said, I would say not GT7. Tetris. I mean, you played Tetris Effect in VR already.
Yeah, I have. I have, and I have Tetris Effect. All right, well, that's good enough. I mean, if you think of anything else, but I'll. By the time we play, I don't know about Resident Evil 7, but by the time we talk next week, I'll have played Saints and Sinners. How's that?
Okay. Here's the thing, though. I think it's also important to say about Resident Evil. You're saying, oh, that's not. I can't remember exactly what you just said, but it was kind of implied that it's not a real VR game. It definitely is.
No, I understand that, but I've played Resident Evil 7. You know,
Not
I've
like
beaten
this.
Resident Evil. Right, but
It's so different, dude. It's a whole different
conundrum.
experience.
This is a conundrum that you're spelling out the conundrum in front of everyone. That even after I tell you that I've played this game and familiar with it, you still recommend it over any experience on PSVR 2 that is original to it or original to VR. That's not a good sign, in my opinion.
I don't agree.
You should have that snappy, like, oh, this game.
Well, Colin,
it's like
here's the
Escape
thing.
Plan when Vita came out or something. You know,
I've
it's like
seen how you react to bad recommendations. So sorry if I'm a little hesitant to recommend something you might not like. Do you understand?
yeah, but you know me so well. Like I guess I do understand that, but also I don't. That's a weird fear for you to have. I don't have any fear recommending you games.
I have a fear of recommending someone something they don't like, period. I keep my recommendations very close because I want it to have weight. Because, everyone knows that guy that recommends everything.
Oh, yeah, totally.
You're like, chill out,
Totally. All right, well, that was very interesting.
Resident Evil is one of those things. It's like, yes, you've played it, but it is not the same experience. It is so different. It is so much more intense. The gameplay is completely different in terms of you're not moving a stick. You're holding a gun. You're holding a flashlight. It's insane when you
It's also
really
been a while, actually. Now that I think about it, it's been 6 years probably since I played Resident Evil 7. Right? That's about right. It came out around
Resident
this time.
Evil 8. Did I say 7?
Yeah. So Resident Evil 8.
Village.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did say 7.
Yeah, that's my bad.
8 is even more familiar in my mind. And 8 is so like 4 that, well, okay, fair enough. But yeah, you did say 7. 7 is the one in Louisiana.
Yes, that's correct.
That one's also in VR, I think.
Yes, it is, but it's not the same. Because that one was kind of a weird thing where you still use the DualShock and you would aim with your head.
Oh, so you use the actual controllers and
yes, you manually load in bullets and aim down sights. It's awesome.
I believe that. I'm gonna definitely check out.
It is.
RE8 is easier for me to check out because
I will say,
please.
Playing Resident Evil 4 in VR because there's a Quest version of it, the old one, like not the remake, was really fucking cool. Like just like loading guns and just like even just the act of engaging in combat feeling so tactile and so different is a pretty transformative thing. So I would believe that Resident Evil Village is probably amazing in VR. Like that sounds totally believable to me.
Well, I think that the thing too about this is that it is frustrating because there aren't a lot of things to really recommend. Like that is a problem with the platform, is that there are a few really good key standout titles. Resident Evil, GT are both probably the two big ones. And there's a lot of other great stuff too, like Saints and Sinners. That Star Wars game, I'm not going to buy it for full price, but I played the demo. It was pretty cool. I'm not going to recommend that to you, Colin.
Is that Vader Immortal or
no? It's Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
Oh,
it was pretty cute. I liked it. You have a jetpack. It has the different Star Wars guns. I don't know if it's worth $60, but I want to check it out at some point. And then, well, some of the other stuff too that people are really enjoying are Moss Book 1 and 2. Haven't played those yet. And so the problem right now is that a lot of the great content is stuff that's already been out. And this is something that Brian and I talked about on the episode, is that it may be re-releases and stuff that was on either PSVR 1 or Oculus, for example, but these are the best versions of it by a long shot. So yeah, another actually, Colin, Pistol Whip.
Okay.
Pistol Whip is really fun.
Pistol Whip is really cool too.
I think it's a really great. The Pistol Whip is great. I don't know. It's kind of like the difference between 30 frames and 60 frames in some way, right? Where it is the same experience, but like one is, just so much vastly better than the other. That's
what I was saying a few weeks ago about Thumper. I was going to skip out on the upgrade for Thumper. I already played it on PSVR 1. And then I decided to just go for it because it was $5 for the upgrade. Right.
That's a good price.
I was shocked by how improved it was and how much better the experience was overall. And that's a small thing because that was a game that was already VR just into an upgraded newer VR headset. But something like Resident Evil, going from a flat screen game to a VR, there's problems that aren't. There are certain conditions when you have a converted game that I think you'll notice, Colin. For example, the cutscenes are a little weird in Resident Evil 8. But when in terms of presence and the feeling of being in a dark room and guys getting up in your face and that overall feeling of panic is totally different in VR. And I'm curious what you think. And that one's free, so there's no investment. If you already have it, then
I don't care about that. I mean, I'll buy whatever. It's all right. Well, yeah, no, I've got some good recommendations here. I'll come back with some details because there's really nothing coming out for me for a while now. I think Dead Island 2 I'll probably play, but I don't know if I'm going to do that immediately. And we're going to talk about the Pixel remasters, Final Fantasy games coming out in a few weeks, and those are going to destroy my life, I think. I don't even know how I'm going to survive that. But that was a good, nice, robust, and unexpected conversation about PSVR 2. I enjoyed that. That's the beauty and the magic and indeed the wonder of sacred symbols. All right, over on PlayStation Blog, which is the official PlayStation outlet, they revealed New Game Plus is now available for God of War Ragnarok. Just wanted to pass this along to everyone. So this is available in an update, which will probably be automatically downloaded for you if you have the game on your cross media bar still. But New Game Plus mode is here, and it says your equipment and weapons and skills, including, well, I don't actually want to say including what, because that would be a spoiler, carry over from your previous save. So you'll be able to use your entire arsenal from the beginning of your journey, the PlayStation Blog reads. There's also a new equipment, including Armor of the Black Bear, which is the armor he wears in one of those famous cutscenes. You can wear Spartan armor, and this is pretty cool. So if you want a serious test of your skills, it says, and to take on the toughest challenge you can get in God of War Ragnarok, which is unbelievable because God of War Ragnarok is pretty hard. The Spartan armor is for you. With no perks, no stats, and locked at power level 1, the Spartan armor lets you take a more Spartan approach towards protection. This set is perfect for those of you who want to strip down your power to the minimum and leave no room for error. That's I don't know what your guys' experience was. I played the game on, normal throughout, but I dropped it to like story on a couple of the optional bosses. I'm like, fuck this. Like, I did the same thing unapologetically with the Valkyrie Queen in the first one to get the platinum trophy. So I can't even imagine people seeking out a harder difficulty level. There's also going to be some new armor and shield looks, and there's a new level cap, which is awesome. So in New Game Plus, both Kratos and your enemies will become more powerful with an increased level cap. You will be able to convert all of your level 9 equipment into new plus versions that will provide additional levels of progression. Converting your equipment will also yield a gilded coin that can be used to purchase one of the new enchantments from the shop. And then there are gilded coins, which they explain, engraving and badge enchantments. There are new drops, new burdens. So you can add this thing called Burden, which is a set of enchantments that make the game harder. So they say, for example, the Burden of Evasion will automatically give Kratos the Frost status when he rolls. And then there are new progression paths, new skill mod plus, platinum tier labors. So that ended previously at gold, which were all the in-game kind of challenges, additional stat games, expanded arena, new end game bosses, and so on and so forth. That's a big time free update to the best-selling Game of the Year candidate, God of War Ragnarok. What do you think, Dawson?
So first of all, I love to see this type of stuff that just gives more value to something you've already purchased, especially when it's a game as good as God of War Ragnarok. I personally won't be going back right now, but it's nice to know that going back, there's going to be new stuff for me at some point. Gotta say, tucked in at the end of this PlayStation blog, they include a black and white render mode. Looking to experience the story again with a more cinematic twist? After you beat the game, you'll have access to a new black and white render mode for any subsequent New Game Plus or standard New Game saves. That sounds dumb to me. Why would you want to play that game in black and white? Don't get me wrong. I think that doing something in black and white for certain things is super cool, very cinematic, artsy, whatever you want to say. This game has some of the best colors of any PlayStation game in the way the skies look, the green forested areas, the blue water. I would never, ever recommend playing this game in black and white.
What do you think, Chris?
I feel like it's way too late for me to even consider playing this. Like, I think it's a really cool update. The update itself is cool. Like having like, oh, hey, here's a new upgrade path. Here's a bunch of new difficulty modifiers. Here's new bosses, new enchantments, new armor. That's cool. But New Game Plus, I just feel like it's something that should be there from the start. And it was cemented again for me when I finished and we'll talk about this a little bit later, when I finished Resident Evil 4 and I could immediately jump into New Game Plus. That was so satisfying. I was like, yes, absolutely, let's go. I'm feeling it. I'm in it. I'm in it still. That's gone for me now. Like, I'm not gonna play a game I haven't played in months, jump back into a harder New Game Plus mode.
Right.
Are you kidding? I feel like that's insane. So I feel like it's a really cool update. I just feel like New Game Plus is just one of those things that inherently, like, that by itself should be in the game at launch. The rest of this stuff is cool. Super dope, especially for free. Support it. I'm just bugged that because when did God of War Ragnarok come out? It's been
November.
It's been a while.
I agree with you. First of all, there are no trophies, which is surprising. I don't know if they're going to amend that later, but that's something similar they did with the original God of War, and it was interesting to see them do that again because that's going to stop some people from going back to it, although I don't think they give a shit. I think the game is sold so well. But to Dustin, to your point, I feel like this is what's going to happen, right? I'll give you an example. Spider-Man, 2018 Spider-Man came to PS5 at launch, and everyone did this thing where they sent their save and then they automatically unlocked the Platinum Trophy. And I'm like, that was so fucking stupid, because when Spider-Man 2 inevitably comes in the wake or in the shadow of it, I'm going to play Spider-Man again. And I'll play it all on PS5, do all the DLC, get the Platinum again, and like earn it that way. And I feel like God of War is missing the trophies, so it doesn't have that same draw of, say, a Horizon or Horizon 2 when Horizon 3 comes out. The Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2 when Part 3 comes out. I assume Part 2 will come to PS5 and people will get the trophies again on that and be able to send their saves between that at some point too. But we're setting up a nice cadence such that when God of War whatever comes out in the future, I'll be like, all right, now I'm going to go back to God of War Ragnarok and play that again. Or even maybe go back to God of War and God of War Ragnarok and play them again. And that's when I get into the New Game Plus. That's when I get into the harder difficulty levels, because to Chris's point, that's when I'm like trained to play it again. I'm just not sophisticated enough as a player, especially at my advanced age, to keep all of these things in mind. I learn how to play a game, I get really used to it, and then I move on. And as I've said, I can play a 3D game and a 2D game at the same time. I've been playing Octopath Traveler 2, which is technically not a 2D game, but I've been playing Octopath Traveler 2 at the same time that I was playing Resident Evil 4, before and after, and that's fine. And I can add another 3D game in there. But if I added, let's say, Gal Guardians in there, then I'd be confused. And so I just wanted to throw that out there, that these are nice ways to, if you can just kind of put a pin in it, as it were, and say, in the years to come, I'll have a much better product.
Well,
I think that's pretty neat.
It doesn't make sense to me. It seems obvious that you'd want to add another trophies, more trophies,
Definitely.
like 5 or 6 and a gold, just because the hardcore people that are into this game that want all of these New Game Plus features probably have the Platinum and probably care about that kind of thing. And so give them an incentive to go back that is something that is relevant to their interests, which is probably trophies. How hard can it be? Your Sony first party. Just add some trophies. It doesn't hurt anything. It's only going to help.
I'm trying to find. Yeah. So here, I'm sending you this link here. It's got my name attached to it. It doesn't matter. It's just because I'm logged in. But if you click on that and then scroll to the bottom,
yeah,
you'll see what usually happens, which is cool. But if you click on, and I'll send you one more link, this one, you'll scroll to the bottom and it has the same updates, but it just ends, so there's like nothing there for anyone. And that's just weird, I think.
Yeah. Why not just throw in a few more trophies? That just seems it's ironic in just that it seems so obvious.
I agree.
It's so totally obvious, and it would not be that hard. I can't think of a reason why it would be difficult. You're already doing all this development work to add a New Game Plus. Just throw in, at the very minimum, a trophy pop for when you finish New Game Plus.
Here's what it tells me. Well, first of all, I think studios just do whatever they want. So, like, once you get a certain gravitas in Sony studio family, I think you just kind of run your own and do your thing. And so they just might not be interested. But I also think that it tells us that though trophies are important, they're not that important. Because I think that if they were like mega important, then obviously they would do that. You would think.
Yeah.
I have a question, Trophy Master Colin. Yeah. Is it possible that they don't want to do this because don't people get pissed sometimes because they'll no longer have a 100%?
Yeah,
completion?
That does happen. That's more of a problem in Xbox's ecosystem, apparently.
Oh, I remember this.
Right, that's something we learned at Lilymo when we released Super Barrels of Baking. And then we No, was it? No, it was Hyroxia 2, the game before Super Parallels Baking. And we started releasing DLC, like free things for it. Like, here's a new boss, here's a new stage. And there's like a fucking thread on True Achievements or somewhere where it's like, you guys are fucking everything up. We're never buying another game of yours ever again. And I'm like, what the fuck? I had never, because that's not that big of a deal. Platinum trophies take care of that, right? Some people do care a great deal about their completion percentage. And so that gets people too. And so there could be something to that, yeah. But it's a bigger deal in the achievement sphere. So we're like, we just gave you like new modes and new bosses and a better game, and you're like all mad at us because we
because you undid the 100%,
right?
Because there's no platinum. There's no. I kind of get that because that was my initial introduction into like achievements, was like getting 100% of them, and that was like, ooh, that was satisfying. Like 70 out of 70 achievements. It's like sick. And then an update will happen, and then it'll be like there'll be 10 more, and it's just like, well, I'm not gonna play this again. Damn it! Because there's no marker to because there's no marker to show that you've even, like, you have to really delve deep into it to even understand that you would have gotten all, like, you would have 100%ed a game at a certain point before they added new things in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny too, Chris, because achievements just never grabbed me. Like, for as hardcore into trophies I am, it's not just my PlayStation inclination. It's that, and people that work with, I used to make fun of achievements back when they first came out and we were writing guides for them. We wouldn't even write guides for and put achievements in the guides until people started asking us to, because we're like, what do you even care about this? This is so stupid. And then when PlayStation came around with it, I was like, wait a minute, it's like an experience system. And it spoke to my weird OCD and JRPG love of building statistics and having platinums or whatever, which is why I'm surprised. And I know a lot of Xbox fans lament that there is no platinum equivalent that like would take care of that problem in some way. But there is something very, very appealing of there just being a number. And it's just raw brute force. And that's all it is. Like, it's just who has the higher number.
It's really old. It's old school. It's like high score. Is what it is. It's like, all right. And it grabbed me in that way because, like, for me, it was the opposite thing for me with platinums, where it's like, because I always felt like, yeah, you could get a platinum trophy without 100%ing the game. You know what I mean? Like, because like that, it would only depend on like certain like collectibles and stuff. And that's technically true for achievements too. But like, there's something about the addition of like a specific trophy that felt like weird to me. Because I was like, oh, I'm given a trophy, but like, I know I did everything that you wanted me to do, but I didn't do everything in the game. And it was just something about that like, there was like a disconnect. It's interesting. And now I'm just like, nah, I don't give a shit about either.
No, I totally understand. I think most people don't, but I still do. I still love them. But it's funny, and we'll talk about Resident Evil 4 in a little bit, like you said.
Yes, we will.
That's one of those games where I just don't care. There are games that come. It's like when The Last of Us comes out or something. I'm like, I'm just gonna play it and I'll worry about that shit later. And New Game Plus and all that. Plus, you have to beat Resident Evil 4 like 7 times to get the platinum trophy or something. I'm just like, I'm not. You have to get people like, someone sent me no, Colin, you can do it. Here's how you do it. And it's literally like beating the game 9 times, getting the fucking rocket launcher, like the infinite rocket launcher, and then getting the Chicago sweeper and the knife and all these things, and then you can beat it on professional and get an S+ ranking by beating it in under 5 hours or something. I'm like, are you guys out of your mind? I have things to do. Yeah. Even I have better things to do than that. Even me. Not many. It's probably playing a different game.
Yeah.
But it's something better nonetheless. All right. Let's move on. I'm curious what you guys think about this this evolving situation with The Last of Us Part 1 just being busted. I've seen so many funny videos and pictures. The video of Ellie spinning. Have you seen that one where like they're having a really serious conversation, I think, at the university scene?
I've seen everything that I was binging these because it's like there's something uncanny about The Last of Us Part 1 because the presentation is so real and it's so nice looking, and then you just have these really like dreamlike, insane problems. Like there's one where I don't know if did you see the one where it's like a conversation about like when it's like that scene where they're arguing about like who's gonna take Ellie, and they all just start sweating profusely.
Yeah.
Have you not seen that one, Kyle?
No, I've not seen that.
I gotta find it and I'll send it to I'll send it to you before the show ends. But like the characters get progressively more and more wet throughout the conversation, and they're just the effects are so real. Like the hair is like down and they're dripping and their clothes are damp. It's so funny. And there's
That's awesome.
There's the one with Joel in accidental blackface that I think is
that's so
hilarious.
amazing.
Like it's all this single-handedly justified like the entire remake for me. The fact that we get these amazing clips on PCs, I love it. I love The Last of Us Part 1 now.
It's totally crazy how busted it is. I don't understand why they released it if it was this broken. And I don't know. Naughty Dog seems to be taking it on the chin, but I was under the impression that Iron Galaxy had a big part to do with this. But I don't see, Naughty Dog is releasing patch notes obviously on their own website. I mean, they would do that either way. And I saw some conversation, Dustin, from Neil Druckmann, I think, talking about Steam Deck, and they're not even worried about trying to get that thing certified right now on Steam Deck. They're just trying to fix this game. But you would think that they would take more care with such a vital product. Yeah, I mean, think about if you're watching the HBO show event, especially rather, and you've been waiting for the PC version of the game, and this is a bad impression.
It's extremely sloppy. It's embarrassing, honestly, for Sony, I think, as a whole. Even the joke from the thumbnail last week, if you zoom in on the Yu-Gi-Oh cards from the thumbnail, it's the bad PC port. I think I put the description to say, you embarrassed yourself with a bad PC port from your crowning jewel studio of one of your most beloved games. It's like, yeah, this is not, and especially too from PC gamers, that this is their chance to play this game that has been talked about for so many years. And maybe they, like you said, they saw the show or something, and then they get this trash port that clearly, and I said this last week, but I think it's worth reiterating very strongly. These things don't happen on accident. They knew this was bad. Right. And they sold it to you anyway. It's unacceptable.
It's very weird. It's a very, very, very weird move to do with such an important game.
Do you think they rush it out to coincide?
Yeah,
presumably.
That's the only explanation that I could.
It was already delayed once. Remember, it was supposed to come out within the run, and then it got pushed out. But yeah, no, totally. But I just think who cares at that point? Yeah, I don't know. There is part of me that feels PC gaming is just so dumb. I just it does go to show you how console gaming is just in so many ways superior, just because you just get it. Just, you don't have to worry about all this extraneous shit. You have any idea how over their head Naughty Dog probably is right now with this PC shit, because they're so used to working on one console at a time. But by concentrating on one console at a time, they never had to worry about this. You almost wonder if Uncharted or fucking Last of Us would ever happen at all if they had to do this kind of shit. I unironically think it reinforces why console gaming is just so superior for most consumers. I know if you're a nerd, a tech nerd, you're really into fucking messing around with things, and that's cool, but totally on it. I want to open my mind more to PC gaming. I've wanted to for so long. It's just I can't. And then things like this happen. And I don't want to say it's like, well, every game's like this, but Dustin, you're the one who said recently, like, PC gaming is in a bad state right now for new releases.
I want to defend PC right now from the things you're saying, but I just can't right now. It's with so many broken and bad ports of AAA games. It sucks, because I think the PC space is a vibrant community for gamers that want to customize their experience, for people that want to spend top dollar in order to have top of the line hardware for the highest end experience, but they're not getting that right now, and it's a big problem. It sucks. I think that there's an idea of what PC gaming should be, and sometimes games do hit the mark, but particularly right now, I can't recommend anyone go out and spend $1,000 on a PC, because you're not going to get $1,000 experience in particularly new games. You're not going to get that top of the line treatment from developers. So I don't know. It sucks. it's like I said, I want to defend PC, but I just can't right now.
Yeah, that's very honest of you. Let me look at this video now. Chris has sent this video along.
Oh yeah, no, it's just it's just the characters. It's that Last of Us cutscene where you can kind of skim through it. It's only like the first half of the video, but they're just getting,
yeah, they're like
they're dripping. They're just getting progressively more and more damp, and it's hilarious.
The drops are so pronounced too.
I know. Why are they so wet?
They're like it's like they look very, very real, and then the drops are like they're like PS2 drops almost. You know what I mean? Or it's like because they're not. It's not supposed to be there.
Dude, what the fuck?
But no, it's so good.
And if you scroll to the end of the video, they have him.
Yeah, they have low res. Low res Joel.
I thought when I'm ignorant of this shit. So when I first saw the pictures of him, like the low res videos of him or their low res pictures, I thought that was just like Photoshop. Someone just took the paintbrush and just went over his eyebrows, because that's literally what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that was like, it took a few days for me to realize those were coming from the game.
It's funny. I got a whole day of really good laughs out of this.
Oh, good.
So
as Kramer says, and laughter is the best medicine.
Yeah.
I don't know what episode that was in.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
Yeah, here's the feeling. All right. What else here? Let me look. Oh, what do you guys think of this? This comes from the website Xputer. And they discovered a patent that Sony published recently that would emulate temperatures to reflect gameplay. So the buzz here says Sony has published a new patent that concerns a new deformable elastic sensor or gel-like material to replace the plastic used in PlayStation controllers. It is to improve haptic feedback. The document also discusses emulating temperature in the controllers to reflect gameplay using the new material. For example, a hot in-game item can make the controller warm to the touch. The vibrations will travel better through the controller using the elastic material, and Sony discusses using AI to make the experience more natural. So people can go to the xputer.com and look this story up. What is it called? Sony controllers could soon emulate temperatures to reflect gameplay, because they've published here. You could also just go into the patent website yourself and look, but they published the various figures to show you what the controller looks like and how it might work. Chris, do you want a DualSense controller burn your hand off?
Yeah, it's like Joe Pesci in Home Alone on the doorknob.
Right.
No, we're getting into the territory of diminishing returns here, as far as like the bells and whistles to add onto controllers. I kind of already felt it with certain aspects of the PS5 controller, especially because it's used so well in that Astro's Playroom, and then kind of like not really much else has done that much with it in comparison.
God, it was so good. It was so good in that.
Yeah, and I called that too. I was like, this is definitely like the most, because who the hell's gonna bother really fine tuning this for when they could focus on just more important shit. But emulating temperature feels like a really dumb idea. Like I just don't see the point in that. Like, who wants? Oh, I want my. Oh, you know what I want? I want my controller to get sweatier faster. And by the way, the opposite sucks too. I don't know if you've ever had to like. You've ever been playing a game for a long time and then you switch to like a new cold controller and everything just feels wrong because you're like used to like.
Totally.
It gets me in competitive stuff. Like specifically if I'm like playing like any competitive multiplayer game and I switch to like a cold controller, I'm thrown off immediately. Like there's something where it's like there's a detachment there. So to have a controller kind of built in with like a feature that does that to you for like a really superficial aesthetic or experiential reasons, like no, like this is a little. I doubt this is real, by the way. I not that the patent isn't real, but it's one of those things where it's like, you see a patent for something and then it just doesn't happen because like nobody really wants it, but they just get the patent anyway. That's what this strikes me as.
Yeah, Sony patents things all the time that they don't.
Yeah.
Use.
How do you market this in a way that's sexy to the consumer? Like, ooh, the controller gets really, like, if you're in a lava level, the controller fucking sucks. like I don't know. I can't even fathom the commercial for this. So I doubt
it would also be funny, like how it can be manipulated. Like, how hot can you make this thing? You know?
Yeah.
How, like if you plug this thing into a PC and you fuck with it, like how cold are you going to be able to make this controller? It'd be fucking hysterical. Like it would be funny to see hacked games using it on PC where if you did something wrong, or like a quiz game where the controller just got fucking really hot.
Yeah. just instantly, like it flash fries your hand if you get a question. The only justification I can see for this is like people who like somebody like, I don't know if you know who Michael Reeves is, who like builds those like weird like electrical, like he builds like custom shock things. I could see like a really
is he the guy that
niche...
gets shocked on purpose?
Sometimes
Electro Boom.
Yeah,
like I think that's a different guy.
Okay. So I'm sorry.
I know who you're talking about, though. That crazy dude that is always shocking himself on YouTube.
No, that's not.
I think his name's Electro
at all. I love that. That guy's awesome. That 45-year-old like Eastern European guy who like
he just like fries himself.
Yeah, he just grabs willingly onto open copper diodes. No, no, it's I could see somebody messing with it to be like, oh yeah, let's just make it let's make this controller impossibly cold. Like that would be hilarious. But that technology in and of itself feels so dangerous that like there's no way, like it can only ever be like slightly warm or slightly cold.
Right, exactly. There would have to be some sort of governor, like hardware governor in it. They would like never be able to put something out. That would be something that had like recall written over it. You know? Oh
yeah, yeah. If there was like ever a device shooting recall,
Boba Fett shooting backpack, and then they just ended up gluing the missile into the backpack so you can do it anymore. You know, but some people have the one I think you can shoot still.
Yeah.
They were the ones pre-injury, pre-eye getting knocked out by a missile going 40 miles an hour out of Boba Fett's backpack. Some of those old toys used to shoot so hard. It was so funny. Like some of the old Nerf guns, I just laugh sometimes. I'm like, man, those things were fucking hardcore. Like I've said before that my neighborhood's much like a battle has happened sometimes. There's just bullets everywhere, not real bullets, but Nerf bullets, like Nerf arrow bullets, Nerf little bullets. And I pick them up and try to put them places where the kids can see them if they come by. And they're so much softer. Like ours were foam, but they were still like boom when they hit you, like those the huge arrows you would shoot out of the bow and arrow. Love that shit.
It's like the difference between dodgeballs, like how they used to be, and versus like what they like those like really mushy foam ones versus the ones that were basically kickballs that would
kickballs
almost, they would give you like rug burn almost if they hit you in the face.
I could barely even palm those when I was a kid, you know. I didn't even. Yeah. You had to like almost throw it like you were playing High-Lie or something, like a hook.
Yeah. You have to trebuchet those things. It's ridiculous.
I was watching professional, quote unquote, professional kickball, or not kickball, dodgeball the other day, the other week on YouTube. I'm like, man, this is crazy. There's a professional club style league for anything, including kickball too.
Dude, dodgeball is fucking awesome. Like I love, dude. I loved playing dodgeball. Like you're telling me I get to throw a ball at people. Like, and that's the whole game. I get to hurt people, and then I get to dodge and like do sick. I was so good at that, and then I just stopped because like there's no point after a certain age to play dodgeball. Also, the balls just got so lame. Like they just became like really fluffy and like, this isn't satisfying. They almost like fly through the air like a feather. And it's just like, this is lame.
I want to take someone's head off. I don't want to fucking just poof him with a pillow.
Dude, I'll never forget getting a kid in the face with a dodgeball and him crying. And it was like I was a kid, so I didn't feel bad about it at all. I was laughing so hard. but like it's a good experience.
Dagan and I often reflect that one of our favorite noises is the boom, boom.
Yeah, it's such a good,
whether you're kicking it, getting hit with it, you know, like it's whatever it is.
Awesome sound.
It's shout out to the kickball and shout out to dodgeball and shout out to all the fictional kind of sports that never, you know, ultimate frisbee. That was a pretty good sport. Yeah. Dustin, you played on the ultimate frisbee team, right?
I did. I was not very good, but I tried.
I like some of these various sports, some of the athletic feats that the young people come up with. Better than climbing a rope or some shit like that. I don't want to do that.
No.
In fact, when that shit was pulled out, I'm like, there's not a prayer that I'm going to actually be able to do this. Not a prayer. These little spaghetti arms carrying me up that rope. I don't think so. Thank you anyway.
Colin, I got to say about this DualSense real quick.
Please.
Sony will do anything, any kind of R&D. They say, Mr. Ryan, we have two options. We can make a controller that gets hot and cold, or we can give it better battery life. Jim says, I want the hot and cold, baby.
Yeah.
Just they'll do anything before they make the battery life
25% worse in the process.
It's like this thing only lasts half an hour, but it makes your hands more sweaty.
You're gonna freeze your dick off with this thing. Yeah. Why the controller's on your dick, I don't know. All right, this actually happened right before we started recording the show. There's not too much to say about it right now, and we knew it was coming, but EA Sports FC, or Football Club, which is the replacement for FIFA. It's a long-running FIFA franchise for almost the last 30 years or so. They obviously broke off with FIFA, and this will be the first time that EA releases their own soccer game outside of using the FIFA license. And if you go to the website, which is ea.com/games/EA-sports-FC, or you can just Google it and find it, you'll see a logo, which is questionable at best, I think. Very weird logo. But then you'll see that they're pimping all of their different, because you're going to have to do this really in a more a la carte way. They're pimping all of their various licenses and agreements with all the various leagues and teams and so on and so forth. That will give the game an authentic feel. And, I was thinking about, I stopped reporting on it because it's just not very interesting, but there have been a few times where FIFA's president has noted, like, we'll be back. We have our game. We're going to have a game and it's going to be this, that, and the other thing. But it can't be denied that in the schism between EA and FIFA, that EA just has such the upper hand. It's like not even funny because they have the game, right? Like, so even if they had to do like an all pro football style thing and just make it all fiction, the reality is that they have the game, and FIFA's not going to be able to replicate it without some serious spend, which is why I'm curious if they're going to try to get in the bed with Konami in the future or some other entity that has at least some game up and running. Because I think that FIFA is just drastically underestimating how hard it is to make a game like FIFA, and to have an apparatus that can support it and get out games basically in 9 and 10 month cycles. So I don't know if you guys have anything to say about this, Chris. EA Football Club, anything to note?
No, I mean, I am still of the mind that people will just kind of go where the name is. So I'm curious how this is going to shake up. But I'm probably not going to play this, in all honesty.
No, of course not. I mean, none of us are going to play it, but it's just a curious product. We're going to actually talk about how important it is later in the news. But Dustin, anything you want to add before we move on?
No, I think Chris basically said what I was going to say too. Curious to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I think
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I really do feel like people will just go to whatever has FIFA on it, even if it sucks. Like that's my gut kind of hypothesis. It was like, doesn't matter how good Football Club is. I'm sure it'll be successful, sure. But I bet a lot of people are going to linger around just whatever has the FIFA name on it purely because it's FIFA.
Yeah,
I know FIFA.
I think there might be some of that, but I disagree in some sense where, like, I think FIFA, the organization, completely miscalculated how important. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, well, I think you're right. They did miscalculate, but it's also I think about how Gotham Knights sold so well.
Yeah, definitely.
And how and people are like, well, it's Gotham. It's Batman. That's kind of how I feel about it, where it's like, it doesn't really matter. As long as it's there and it has the name, like, it matters in obviously to the people who care, but like the people who care are such a small minority of the overall population who consumes this stuff that, we talked on a couple of episodes ago about just people who were like, they had the 60 frames option enabled, but I kind of bumped that down because I prefer resolution in my games. Which is insanity to me. Like, it's insane.
It's true. And the one thing that they've already had to do this kind of a la carte anyway with their different licenses that aren't aren't under the FIFA brand, but especially the FIFA World Cup specifically, which they're not going to have to be able to replicate. Which, to your point, Chris, I think by the time World Cup comes back, FIFA will have a game ready to go that will be the World Cup game. And then because that's the one advantage for EA Football Club, is that they knew that FIFA would not be able to get a game ready to go, that all they had to do was rebrand their game, and that they were preparing based on leaked stuff that we had reported from Eric Wilson and others, that we're not going to do this anymore. Like, they're asking for too much money, and they were probably already preparing everything at that point. So they just had to put a new patina over everything. The game is already there and their roadmap is already uninterrupted. My one curiosity is how much they have to, what their licensing looks like now and how much money they're either saving or spending on top of things. Because it's here, it's like Premier League, and a lot of this was already in, of course, but Premier League, UEFA, and then a bunch of international leagues. Poor Poor Major League Soccer, which is in the game, but it's like not even mentioned in this write-up here because that's how unimportant I guess it is globally. But I'd be curious to know how that goes. But I think that EA is in a power position to actually make more money. But the one thing that is for certain is that I don't think EA Football Club could possibly surpass FIFA's sales at its top. It will have to lose something. Someone's going to not want to play it. And I don't think it's going to attract anyone who otherwise wouldn't have played it. So that is a conundrum. Okay. Dustin, this one's for you and me. I was just curious what you thought about this announcement of Infinity Strash. That's really what it's called, Infinity Strash. Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Dai. This game was announced last year and is based on a mid-90s manga in Japan that was a spin-off of Dragon Quest in some sense. Comes to PS4 and PS5. And I don't know. Do you have anything you want to say about this? Are you interested?
I totally forgot about this game. I know we discussed it on the show previously, but I went back and watched some gameplay and it got me excited. I definitely think I want to check this out because it has that, of course, I mean, it's a Dragon Quest game, Akira Toriyama, very, very much in my lane. And I love a good action RPG. So I'm excited to see what this ends up being when it's out. As far as like the story and stuff like that, just because all the main stuff right now is out. The gameplay is all Japanese and stuff like that. So, but I love the art style behind it.
Me too. I was going to say the same thing.
The leading factor for me.
It's beautiful. It's super fucking beautiful. And I can't, it's just it looks like very true anime, maybe cell shaded in some way. I can't really see because I don't have the video up. I'm just looking at a small screenshot, but yeah, I have a video up of them from Gamatsu of just like the character models. And it's just like, wow, these look great. It looks like it translates from the manga or from his true art style. Like you don't see that perfectly represented in any Dragon Quest game, in my opinion. They all are. I mean, if you go to the early Dragon Quest games, it's nowhere close. And when you get to the more realistic ones, it still doesn't quite capture the essence of that. But I'm looking forward to it. Infinity Strash.
Awful name.
I don't know yet. People are called Infinity Trash. What are you talking about? I mean, you're just begging them to do it. You're begging them.
They should have. Well, is that the name? You said this is a spinoff. Is that the name of the spinoff? Is Infinity?
I think the name of the spinoff is Adventures of Dai. I could be wrong.
Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Dai. There's your name. The Adventure of Dai, or whatever. I don't understand this whole Infinity Strash part, but it's Japanese, so we'll never truly understand it.
There's on Discovery.
I think there may be a Strash at play at some point. This
what they're going to introduce the concept of the Strash.
Yeah, the Strash. That word is so uncomfortable to say.
Yeah,
Strash. Like it doesn't roll. It you know how like you can make up words and they could sound like, oh yeah, that sounds like it could be a real word. This does not feel like it could be a real word. Like no one in their right mind would make the word Strash mean something.
No. Well, Square Enix is going to try.
Yeah.
Finally, Konami has an interesting new announcement, and Peter wrote in about it, which you can on Patreon as well. He says, hey, CDC, Konami is back. They recently opened a new studio in Osaka that is tailored towards creatives for AAA games. Does this give more weight to the Metal Gear Solid rumors going around, or have our noses been out in the cold too long? Take care, guys, and happy Easter. Happy Easter to you too, Peter. I hope the Easter Bunny leaves you something extra special. All right, so Konami released a press release brief in its nature from Konami Group Corporation. It says Konami celebrated its 50th establishment anniversary on March 19th. Konami Osaka Studio, the group's major production center, opened in Osaka Umeda Twin Towers South on March 27th to continue sustainable growth in the next 50 years. Konami Osaka Studio is a developmental relocation of the existing studio and comes with the concept of creators first. It is characterized by a well-developed environment where creators can demonstrate their full potential and is set up in a location with convenient transportation access. As the major production center in Western Japan, the facility is fully equipped with motion capture equipment and sound studios necessary for product development. And this is in addition to a scheduled in 2025 completion of Konami Group's R&D center, Konami Creative Front in Tokyo Bay, and other things as well. Now, I think this news, in my opinion, has been overstated a little bit because, and I was reading some of the stories and they weren't noting it, but it says clear as day. It says Konami Osaka Studio is a development relocation of the existing studio. So people are calling it a new studio, like as if it's a team made out of whole cloth, but it's really a new studio, literally, as in a new place. But I don't think there's anything new happening internally. I think Konami's intent is to continue to work with external studios. And maybe they've always done that. I mean, they had a few internal teams like Iga's team, obviously Kojima Productions' original iteration and others, but this isn't a huge surprise. But nonetheless, something happening with Konami. I continue to root for them. Mm-hmm. Chris, you have anything to add?
No, I mean, I was going to point out what you pointed out, where I don't think it's really what people think it is, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like Konami has been so, I don't want to say absent, because they've been like somewhat active in the last like couple of years, even if it's like a bit of a more hands-off kind of passive way with like certain collections. But Peter wrote in, he said, does this give more weight to the MGS rumors? Like, I don't think so. I don't think this has anything to, I don't think this has anything to do with anything about that.
Yeah, I mean, Metal Gear Solid 3 is real. I mean, that's been reported by 100% reliable people like Andy Robinson. So I agree with you that I don't think that game is beyond the need of a motion capture studio, for instance, I would imagine at this point.
Right.
I think you're right that I think that Konami is bubbling. They've been coming to a slow boil. It's like how I cook scrambled eggs on really low heat. You just let it ride, and You're right. They've carefully been bringing back franchises like Castlevania, the Castlevania anime. The Castlevania collections are really good. Requiem on PS4 is dope. They have the TMNT collection I actually just bought because I didn't buy it this past summer, and I was just like going through the PlayStation store. I'm like, why don't I thought I bought this. So I went and bought that. They did that. And so they're definitely, and they have their European kind of independent development initiative that things are going to start coming out of. They're going to get ready here soon. Silent Hill 2, of course, they've talked a little bit about that. They're gearing up.
They're bubbling.
Yep. They're gearing up. Dustin, any thoughts?
Yeah, I feel a little more pessimistic. Not that it is true that they are definitely dipping their toes back in a lot of different ways, but it's important to remember that a huge part of Konami's business is gambling. And even though that's not video games per se, for example, you can see on YouTube, there's a Metal Gear Solid 3 pachinko machine that they fully recreated many of the iconic cutscenes from that game. And so I'm assuming they could do some of that with motion capture. So not only that aspect, but also mobile games is probably a big aspect for them as well. I think they do the Yu-Gi-Oh game as well.
Yu-Gi-Oh is theirs, yeah.
So just because they're relocating and doing some stuff, that may be a double down on what they're already established doing. And like you said, Colin, a lot of the projects that are the more important ones are the ones that are being outsourced, which is still potentially a good thing. We're gonna have to wait and see how their 8 million Silent Hill projects pan out.
That's right. Yeah, they have quite a few of those. I think 4 of them. And it's fascinating because Konami kind of bugged out. I mean, they went haywire a little bit. It started during the PS3 era, and then it just totally came to fruition with Metal Gear Solid 5, and they were done. And I think that they didn't need video games. And I think that they kind of doubled down on doing what they do, the health clubs, the gambling, all of the different odds and ends that we don't really see here. But if you go to Japan, you see Konami signs everywhere. It's funny. Like it's like seeing a Home Depot or sign or something. It's like, oh, there's Konami again. And it's cool when you're there for the first time and you're seeing it, but then you realize it's a more ubiquitous and different style name than we understand it as inherently as video game players. So I think in other words, I think that they just kind of shrugged off hardcore gaming for a while, and then they're coming back to it on their own terms, understanding that they control some really vital IP. And I don't think they would have ever done it, but you got to give them credit for never just parting with any of that IP. I'm sure people have been trying to pry Metal Gear out of their hands, Castlevania, Contra, even smaller things like Bomberman. I mean, they haven't been doing much of anything with anything. So it's going to be great. Konami is very welcome in my opinion. It's like, come back. Let's go. I fucking loved Konami when I was a kid. Konami was second only to Capcom for me as far as high quality publishers when I was a kid in the NES, SNES, PS1 era. If it had a Konami logo on it, Suikoden, Castlevania. Just like if it had a Capcom logo on it, DuckTales. It's like, damn, this shit fucking rules. And I think that Konami is very much needed, and I think that they're going to slot back in really well. But I hope the games are there. That's all. See, the thing about Capcom's Renaissance, which we're going to talk about right now, and kind of the part coming up, is I just feel like Konami, we don't know if the game's there yet. Because with Capcom and Square Enix and PlayStation and the other kind of Japanese behemoths that are getting back to form, the games are there. And so it's Konami's turn to go. And I'm a little nervous about Silent Hill 2. I got to be honest with you. I just don't know about that. We'll see. All right, my friends. Let's talk about the games we're playing. We all want to talk about Resident Evil 4 Remake. We talked about it extensively last week too. Chris wasn't here, so we want to hear from him. And of course, like I said, our Sacred Symbols Plus episode is already up on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. 2+ hours of dedicated discussion, spoiling the fuck out of the game, reviewing every aspect of it. So go check it out if you'd like. But before we get to Resident Evil 4 Remake, I want to touch on the other games that we've been playing. Since Chris isn't playing anything else right now, Dustin, I want to hear about your other games. I'll talk about my other game. Then we'll talk about Resident Evil. So hit me with it.
Sure. So a game I'm very excited to talk about that is unfortunately not on PlayStation right now, but I can't imagine that it wouldn't come at some point based on its success on PC, is a game called Pizza Tower. This game has been kind of bubbling up in popularity. It was a Steam early access game, I think, for a while, and it was recently had its full debut, which prompted me to finally check it out a few weeks after that. This is a 2D platformer that is very much inspired by the Wario Land games, which I've actually never played before. But after playing this, I'm very intrigued because this game is fucking awesome. This game absolutely rules. And I've played enough of it to say that this game, for me at least, belongs in terms of gameplay in the echelon of Shovel Knight and Cuphead in terms of what they're trying to do. It perfectly nails the formula. It nails its style. It has this really nice 90s, almost Rocco's Modern Life type aesthetic.
I'm looking at it now. That's a perfect way of describing it.
Yeah. That's a good way, yeah.
And it's so cool. What I like about it in particular is that there's a tutorial at the beginning where you learn all the moves, and then you just play. There's obviously the earlier levels are not going to be as difficult, but I love that it didn't hold my hand with a bunch of easy baby levels right off the bat. It kind of expects, like, if you're interested in this game, you probably like 2D platformers, and we're going to just let you go. And it has a lot of really interesting, unique abilities or aspects to it, where the main character, which is this pizza maker guy, he has a name, I can't remember what it is. He can do this grab/dash ability where he can pick up enemies and throw them. But I think his core ability is that you hold the trigger button and he is able to run really fast. And it almost reminds me of a good version of Sonic in some ways, where you get this awesome momentum where you're blasting through dudes, but it's not too fast, where there's still a tactile nature where you still got to make sure you're jumping. And when you're dashing, you can run up walls and stuff like that. And there's other interesting elements too, where I'm pretty sure each level has an interesting, a unique gameplay mechanic, like a power up, where there's one level that I will not spoil this because I had it spoiled for me, and it wouldn't be a spoiler for 99% of people, but there's a cameo in this game of an obscure PlayStation character, not first party, but a random low-key PlayStation 1 game that was a game I loved growing up. Is just a cameo in this game for no reason, and it's awesome. One last thing I will say that is a unique thing. I don't know if it's unique, but I've never seen this quite like this in a game, where at the end of each level, so you're going from A to B, at the end of the level, you get to the end and there's this big stone guy. And once you break him, you have to rush as fast as you can back to the beginning of the level. And it is so stressful and thrilling because you remember the layout, but it's big enough that you're not going to remember everything exactly. So running back through the level is really stressful and really fun. And I am so incredibly impressed with this game. If you have a PC or if you have a Steam Deck or something like that, it's one that I would say just play it now. Don't bother waiting for a console version. If you have to wait, that's fine. Like I said, I would imagine this game has to be coming to consoles based on its success on PC. But games like this that are with the controls being this tight and the overall the maximizing of its own style, these games don't come around all the time. So Pizza Tower, I'm not done with it yet, but as it stands, gets one of my absolute highest recommendations of the year. So the other game that I'll talk about briefly is, Colin, you mentioned earlier, we're in a little bit of a lull when it comes to new releases. There's Dead Island and Star Wars coming out at the end of the month, but
are you going to play Star Wars?
I think so. I saw the previews and it didn't get me too incredibly excited, but I'm probably interested enough that I'll check it out. But with these few weeks in between, some of you may remember me saying, I think late last year, I want to do a Metal Gear Solid series replay. So I've started. I've done it. Playing Metal Gear Solid 1 technically on a PlayStation 2, but I'm playing it on my PVM with native hardware. This game is so good. It's shocking. It's funny thinking about it now, just with a new context, because when I originally played this, it was 2001. I was just a wee lad at the time. And so all gaming was new to me at the time. And so it wasn't the impact of what the cinematic quality of this game, I think, is what's really grabbing me right now. The fact that it's all fully voiced. It's got full cutscenes that are fully animated. And it's funny because it's primitive. When you see the characters, it almost feels like a doll show between two different characters, just because they have such flat looking faces without detail. They don't have super crazy animation or anything like that. But it's shocking how intriguing this game is so many years on and how in depth the story was. It's amazing what Kojima was, I was going to say trying to do, but fully achieved with this game back then. And honestly, the thing too that's surprising me is that there are dated aspects of this game that make it a touch annoying to play, but it's really not that bad. Of the games, the PS1 games I played last year were way worse when it comes to reframing your mindset of how to play some of these older games. Metal Gear Solid, surprisingly, for me at least, holds up decently well. And it's cool. It's so fun going back. And I know, Colin, you had this experience recently with Wild Arms, where the things that it was stored in your brain somewhere, right? Because you remember it when you see it. But before you saw it, you couldn't recall it to save your life, right? Right. I love that when you see something again, specifically just in the beginning when you're crawling through the vents and you look down and you see Meryl, and then there's the scene with the guy and I don't know. I don't want to get into spoilers, but I don't know. We always talk about the statute of limitation on spoilers, but
yeah, don't spoil Metal Gear Solid.
Seeing some of these cutscenes again, I'm like, holy shit, I totally forgot about this, but clearly it was in my mind somewhere because when I saw it, I remembered it. So Metal Gear Solid, amazing game. I'm excited to just play through it. A nice, cool 12 hours, I believe, when I looked it up. So not too strong of a commitment there. What?
I said perfect.
A perfect 12 hours.
I mean, that's like why does a game need to be longer than 12 hours like that? That's like perfect, because you'd see it as, like, again, happening in real time. That's what I love about games like this. And Resident Evil 4 plays around with that as well, a little bit, where you just feel like everything is actually happening. There's no representation. You're not staying in an inn. You're not cobbling together items at a fucking item store. I don't know. It's just, there's something interesting about Metal Gear Solid. And I loved that game when I was a kid. I mean, I was in high school when that came out, and that was a seminal game for me and my friends. And I remember so well the McFarlane toys that came out alongside them, because they were so good. They were so good. And I just say that because those characters, I really like the villains in Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3. I think that they're cool, but they're not ever going to be as good as this group of characters. And these guys are begging for PS5 treatment. Vulcan Raven walking in with his massive gun in 4K and 60 frames, maybe on PS5 Pro, lighting dudes up. Cyborg Ninja? Are you fucking kidding? I mean, like one of the coolest characters ever. And of course, Psycho Mantis.
Yeah.
And plus, Sniper Wolf, Decoy Octopus, there's a cool group of villains here that are far superior to especially 2, but 3 too, I think.
Yeah. Dude, I gotta say something that I didn't know about in this playthrough is that in the start menu, and I vaguely remember this from being a kid, but I didn't care about it, is the briefing section where there's probably 30 to 40 minutes of conversation between Snake and the Colonel, just setting up the entire game and providing all the backstory. It was funny. The first time I sat down to play this, I probably was sitting there for about an hour 15, but I only played the first 15, 20 minutes of the game because I was going through all this briefing stuff. I'm like, dude, there's so much context that I never knew about for this game. And so it's cool. I recommend this so highly. I wish there was a way to easily play it on PlayStation 5, but there is not. So
Shadow Moses on Unreal 5, I'm telling you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You're playing it on original hardware, right?
Yeah, sort of. I'm playing it on a PlayStation 2 Slim because I have better cables.
That's the same thing, basically. Like
some people argue there's some parts of the PS2 Slim that is emulated for the PS1, but
whatever.
It's so minor.
It works, and I just got I was lucky enough to procure a free CRT.
This.
Oh yeah, I saw that on Twitter.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So finally, I can finally actually. And dude, it's crazy how much better those machines look on those screens. It's crazy. I couldn't believe, just because I'm so used to plugging my PS1 into I don't know, some smaller flat screen or whatever. It just looks like garbage. It looks like a watercolor vomit mess. And then I was playing Metal Gear. I was actually playing Metal Gear Solid a little bit because it's one of the few games that I have here in LA. I was like, let me run through it. And I was like, oh my God, I can read the menu.
Yeah.
I can read it.
Dude,
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's intense.
The thing I always notice playing a game on a CRT now is just that it has taken us so long to have comparable contrast on the screen. And maybe this is more of a thing with a higher end CRT, but I don't know, Chris, what your experience is that if you play a CRT in the dark, you are going to have, I would say, OLED-like contrast with true black sections of the screen and dark moments on the screen. It just sucks that, I guess it makes sense that when flat screens came out, it was like, look at this, look how much smaller it is. Look at the resolution. But we really lost a lot for a long time. And I feel like it's not until now that we're starting to get some of those forgotten aspects.
Look what they've taken from us.
Yeah.
Look what they've taken from
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk about Resident Evil 4 Remake. We want to talk about that again in earnest. Again, reminding everyone that we do have a 2+ hour conversation on Patreon right now all about it. So we're not going to spoil anything here or get too deep into it. But I do want to hear Chris's thoughts, especially because he wasn't here last week to discuss it in a more public way. So take it away, Chris.
Yeah, so I finished it about, I think maybe 3 days ago, and I immediately barreled into the New Game Plus because I was just feeling it so much. It's awesome. I adored pretty much all of my time with it. There were parts of it that I felt. So Resident Evil 4 is weird because I really, really like it. I think it's amazing. I think what they've done with it, especially reintroducing some mechanics. I think the tweaks that they've made are amazing. I think the recontextualization of everything is amazing. I think little things, the little differences that they decided to do, the little things with the intro and how you're kind of searching for that cop in the beginning is really fun. I think it's really cool. Very, very different from the original. Mm-hmm. I think the tone is nearly perfect. It's it's not as campy as Resident Evil 4 was, but it doesn't feel substantially reduced. It feels just like there's a scene, and this isn't a spoiler, it's just a ridiculous moment, but there's a scene where two chainsaws burst through a wall and kind of like come towards Leon, and he could easily just walk back, but he backflips off it.
Flips off of it, right?
Yeah, and I love it. It's having so much fun with itself. I love even things that they've changed substantially, and I have a soft spot for, like things like the design of Salazar. I love new Salazar. I think he's like it's different, but it's still so cool. And what a ridiculous array of characters, and just such a fun. I had so much fun playing through it. My only gripe with it going through it, and I think it's mostly because Dead Space is so fresh in my mind, is as I was playing through it, I was like, oh yeah, this is an escort mission. Mm-hmm. And I hate escort missions. As much as I loved Resident Evil 4, it's like there's no doubt in my mind that like I like it less than Dead Space, purely because Dead Space is not an escort mission. And that alone kind of like, but I don't know, to me it's like it's the negligible difference between like a 9.5 and like a 9 and like a 9, you know what I mean, where it's like this is still like an amazing game. I had such a good time with it. I'm planning on going through New Game Plus just because I'm still in that mode, and I'm just like, oh man, just to feel powerful in the early stages is awesome. It's just to be completely unafraid. It's like a really fun experience when you're going through Resident Evil again. But it also reminded me of like why I liked Resident Evil 8 so much. And it's just like it's this weird array of characters, this kind of this tone that is so effortlessly balanced between like kind of action and horror and camp. I adored. I it's so good. It's so good. We're so blessed that to have Resident Evil 4 remake and Dead Space remake come out in the same year, and they're both awesome. Like that is so cool to me. I'm like over the moon. I said like I think right now I'm really into Resident Evil 4, but I think Dead Space takes it a little bit.
So, yeah.
Purely because there are certain design decisions that are inherent to Resident Evil 4 that I just don't prefer.
Right. Gotcha.
Like I don't like being separated from Ashley, and then she gets downed, and then I gotta go and frantically, like I get it, and it's engaging. It's not even like particularly annoying. It's just I would prefer not to be doing this.
So it's funny. Like I find Dead Space to be the superior game, but it's what you were saying, like the 9 to 9.5.
Yeah, it's like a
comparison. Like, but you got to play both of these games. I think we're like swimming in blessings of survival horror right now.
Oh, easily.
I'm so glad you liked it. You know, and I did the same thing. I got to right into New Game Plus as well right afterwards. It just felt right, and I wanted wanted to play on hardcore.
It does a really good job of kind of pushing you back into it. You know, because like it ends on such a fulfillingly like finite, like final note where it's like they're literally, you know, obviously I'm not going to spoil it, but like it ends in such a way that like when you're brought back to the beginning, you're like, yeah, I'm proficient at this. Like I know what guns to use. I know like what weak spots to hit. I've traversed this entire game. I fought every boss. Yeah, let me run into it again with like my whole kit. I'm going to decimate. and it's super fun, and like the recontextual, like I think the biggest problem that they could have had with this game was like recontextualizing the characters, because it's a very different time that the original Resident Evil 4 came out, and just certain, even just updating the merchant and stuff, like I can imagine being like a daunting task, because like I don't think there's a more iconic shopkeep in video games, period. Like,
no, I would agree.
That is the merchant.
Yeah, who would it be? Who would be the more iconic? I mean, could you even think of one?
The only ones that I can even think of are literally directly inspired by it. Like like when I think of like merchant, like creepy merchants or whatever, or like iconic merchants, I think of Xur from Destiny, who is literally the merchant. Like literally, like exactly, like it's unquestionably like an homage to it. Like he's in the hood. He's in the hood. It's ridiculous.
I think I can only think of like a few that I would think of as characters, like the librarian in Castlevania Symphony of the Night is a weird shopkeeper character. Maybe
it's
a Mega Man. I don't know.
The only thing that I can think of visually is the mask guy from Majora's Mask.
Majora's Mask,
but even that's like,
it's funny you said that because I was thinking of the old man in the original Zelda too, as being an iconic kind of shopkeeper.
Yeah, it's dangerous to go alone. But for me, it's but I loved how they played him and how he's got all this extra dialogue now. And he's like, if you go into there's like shooting galleries that he sets up. And if you go in and just leave, he goes like, you know how long it took me to set this? Like it has fun with itself. And they treated every character so lovingly that I'm so happy with how it turned out. Like I do think it's one of those, but what's fascinating about it too, and I don't know if you guys touched into this on the spoiler cast or whatever. It's like, what's fascinating about this is that it's so different that I don't think. Well, let me back it up. I think Dead Space Remake purely, in my opinion, nullifies your reasoning for playing the original. Like, I actually don't really. I don't think there's any real good reason to play the original Dead Space now that the remake is out, because it's essentially the same thing, just magnified to like 1,000, and like all of the worst parts of it are elevated to being like actually highlights. Whereas Resident Evil 4 Remake is so different. It's still amazing, but I could see a reason why someone would go back. And like I could see reasons why somebody would be like, you know what I mean? I want to play the original. It's like, yes, that's fair.
Yeah.
Because there's enough differences. Like even just there are major characters here that are like way, way different than the original incarnations. And I don't even think it's a bad thing. I think it's actually really cool that we have two different versions of the same experience that are both awesome. Like that's so rare, I feel like.
Well, in the original Resident Evil 4, there's like no real context for Luis or for the major character, like your officer. They don't even really contextualize other than in the original Resident Evil 4s. I remember you don't even know what the hell is that guy's name?
Krauser?
Krauser, right. They insinuate some things about Krauser, but they get really into the weeds here about who he actually is and why he is. Actually, should we take that?
Colin, how could you say something so horrible?
Oh my God, I just said the most racist. How could they? I never know what I said. I don't want to spoil the game for you.
But there's
anything you feel is a spoiler there. Get rid of that.
Yeah, but the biggest recontextualization I feel is like Salazar, because like he went from like this little Napoleon boy. I don't think this is really spoiling anything. He's in the trailers and whatever, but like he goes from like a little Napoleon boy to like someone who it's fascinating for me to watch it because they recontextualize him in such a specifically Spanish way. Like he reminds me of this guy who, if you're not Caribbean or Hispanic in any way, you probably have no reason to know who this guy is. But Walter Mercado was this like kind of televangelist, kind of horoscope guy. And he's the Spanish dude, and he went off. And, like,
I see him.
He would dress in these like ornate. He had like big white hair. He had like these like ornate robes, and he would just read people their horoscopes. Like he was like my grandmother watched him all the time. And I was playing through this, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing to see like a Resident Evil villain. Like,
dude, I love this guy. Who the fuck is this guy? Rules, dude. Yeah, he looks like he's got like a David Bowie thing going on too. Like,
he's very, very. I thought it was an old lady for the longest time, but it's a very androgynous person.
Oh yeah, definitely the androgynous.
But I found it so fascinating, like seeing this new interpretation of Salazar and like being able to link it back. And it's obviously like it's a Spanish. There's a Spanish tone to the entire game. Like obviously you're in Spain. Luis is there, and even just the guitar in the beginning, it was so nice to hear that again. But to see Salazar recontextualizing like this like tickled me to no end. Like I loved it, and I could see it being like a very controversial change because obviously that little hat is hilarious, and part of me does feel like it would have been cool to see that in the new art. But this whole like Mr. Kennedy, like
perfect.
It's so good, so good. I had such a good time with it. I don't want to gush about it anymore, but.
No, you can go on. I mean, we have no time limit.
It's very, very good.
I'm thrilled to hear that you like. I mean, I think this is what do we talk about with Death Stranding as being like the game we all universally love, and then we got Dead Space, which I think we universally loved, right? And then we got Resident Evil 4, which we universally loved. So now we're getting more of them.
Yeah.
in the AAA space, because we always looked at Death Stranding. We had to go all the way back to before Dustin was even on the show.
Well, Red Dead,
to
I
have
think
a game that all of us liked. So
Red Dead 2, I felt
Red Dead 2, which is
mm-hmm.
That's around the same time.
That was also a while ago, though. Yeah, you're right.
Red Dead 2, that was
2018.
So that's even before. That's even earlier then. So Death Stranding is actually a more recent example. So that's fun. That's great. I mean, I loved it too. I did say on the spoiler cast, I think the 10s that it's getting are a sign of just total audience capture, hype beast bullshit. Like people just giving numbers out.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think where you were going with it was like, yeah, I don't think it's like a 10 out of 10. I don't think Dead Space either is a 10 out of 10. I just think they're both amazing.
No, I'm right. I agree. It's I feel like the critical reception of games is like getting a little out of control, but I think we have to temper that stuff. But that being said, Dead Space and Resident Evil 4 Remake are bangers. I said it on the spoilercast. I'll say it here. Buy these games. Buy them at full price if you can afford it.
Yeah.
To show the support to EA and to Capcom for doing these great games. I mean, we are in a renaissance, especially with Capcom right now. And so shout out to them. And I just love the game. I haven't played it in a couple of days because I've been getting back into Octopath Traveler 2, which I totally forgot to talk about. And I'll talk about that, I guess, as we cap things off. But with Resident Evil 4 Remake, there's something scary about it and campy about it. And also it doesn't, and I guess I kind of forgot about this because it's been a while. It's not, and I noted this on the spoiler cast, and I wonder how people feel about it, but it's not really a core Resident Evil game. It reads almost like a spin-off in some way. And then all of the games after that also read like spin-offs. In other words, the first 3 games feel like they belong together. They always have, in my mind, feel like they belong together. You can even get Code Veronica and do a degree 0 into that original mold too. And then something changes. And I'll reiterate that I don't think I gave this game enough credit for what Resident Evil 5 would become. Because I was reminded as I was playing Resident Evil 4 for the first time in so long, I'm like, wow, this game has a lot of action in it. I don't remember that. Like I remember the village opening and all of that. I mean, that's iconic stuff, but I don't remember there just being persistent levels of combat. And that really is Resident Evil 5's hallmark, but the embryo of that is certainly here. And I don't think that I gave that enough genetic credit, let's say, in the taxonomy of where Resident Evil goes after Resident Evil 4. But it's awesome. I mean, I think we are talking with Dead Space and Resident Evil 4, however you cut it with the remakes, as the best and the second best survival horror games maybe ever in terms of their remakes. And I would put Resident Evil 2 remake in that mix, maybe as like the third game, maybe
easily, or
2A and 2B. But we're in a fucking hot spot right now. It's going to be very hard to do better than this. That's why I feel like Silent Hill 2 Silent Hill 2 is the third game, right, in that trifecta of original games that people love. You know, Resident Evil 4, Dead Space, Silent Hill 2. Those are the ones. And I feel like if anything, this game is coming out of order for it to shine. But I'd love to be wrong. I mean, imagine Silent Hill 2 also being great. Could be. I don't believe it though. I mean, it's hard for me to believe, but we'll see.
Let's get the hat trick, man. Let's do it. Let's. You can do it. You can do it, Bloober team. Maybe.
By the way, guys, exciting news! Severe thunderstorm watch. This is why I was on my phone. By the way, severity, severe, significant threat to life or property. Oh. Alert in effect 2:55. So that's 30 minutes ago until 10 p.m. tonight.
That's fun.
And then it's like it seems like it's like every county basically in Virginia. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. No, we'll fucking let it ride. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add about RE4?
I was trying to think if I had anything new to say from last week, other than I guess I can add this. I said this on the spoiler cast. And this isn't a spoiler, but I am slightly on the opposite of you guys, where I prefer Resident Evil 4 over Dead Space. I just think it's I don't know. I had more fun playing it. I was more intrigued and brought in. But like you guys are saying, it does either way. You are eating well, but I'm a bit on the other side where I just I don't know. I thought Dead Space was great, but by the end I was ready for it to be done. Whereas Resident Evil 4, I was very sad that it was over.
Yeah, that's interesting because I think Resident Evil 4 is longer than Dead Space.
That sounds about right. I think the Ishimura is great. Don't get me wrong, but I was it's the same type of environment with some variations. Don't get me wrong, but mostly the same type of environment the entire game. And this also I said on the spoiler cast is that Dead Space is a better looking game for sure. And particularly in how it's a PS5 exclusive, or we'll say current gen exclusive because it's on other consoles as well. But overall, my enjoyment was higher with Resident Evil 4.
Yeah,
I respect that.
That's fair. I think definitely it's more fun in some ways. Like I think Resident Evil 4 is like definitely like more of like a fun like experience. But like how I judge like how much I like a game is more about like how many times throughout the experience am I going like, I had this. And for me, it's like Dead Space. I had none of that. Like there was never a point in Dead Space where I'm like, whereas like this point, it's like, and again, this is the difference between like two masterclass experiences, but like it's just escort. I hate like to the core. Like I didn't like Eco either. I love Shadow of the Colossus. Hated Eco. Like I couldn't stand it. I just the nature of just having to guide somebody and like being penalized when it's not my fault, and then Ashley would get like dragged into like some random monster closet, and I'm like, where even were you? Like, why are you not following me? And there was that weird little mechanic that they added where like you could ask her to stay. There's like a mechanic where you click the stick in and she falls.
Yeah, you
can
either keep
back.
her like at bay or keep her like on you. I barely messed with that. I just kept her near me because it just seemed like it was the more.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I wasn't sure exactly like what purpose that served after a while, because like she would just get down really far away from me, and then I would be like over encumbered, and then she would die or whatever.
Chris, I should have saved the video because it always saves video of your gameplay. I was fucking dying laughing. Like she was just running around like an idiot, and I accidentally just lit her up with a shotgun because I thought she was but she doesn't even, as I recall, have like she doesn't even like fly back. She just like collapses. It was like it was like so violent and gross, and I was like, oh man, I hated that shit too. She's like worse than Ellie in The Last of Us in terms of that shit.
In certain areas, yeah. But like for me, there was one point, and this isn't a spoiler. There's like a certain level where there's like catapults kind of throwing fireballs at you or whatever. And she was just constantly getting downed, and then I would pick her up, and then I would walk away, and then she would get downed again. That happened like 8 times, and I was like, bitch. Like fucking move.
That part was annoying. I hated that part.
And that's what I mean, where it's like there are certain parts where I'm like,
it was much easier on New Game Plus. That was like,
oh yeah, I would imagine. But even so, like again, these were both so good. Awesome year for survival horror easily, and it might be an amazing one.
Right.
We'll see.
Yeah, but, with or without Silent Hill 2, it's one of the great years. I mean, putting Resident Evil 4, it's combining 2005 and 2008.
Yeah, into one year.
So yeah, very, very good stuff. And shout out to Resident Evil 4 remake. Shout out to Capcom. Congratulations on another great success. I'm all about them going and remaking Resident Evil 5. Although I would rather, I think, them kind of pump the brakes. Go take care of Code Veronica. Go take care of Zero. Those are both good games and should get that treatment too. Don't leave them behind. And then Resident Evil 5 was ported to PS4, so it's natively on PS4. In other words, it's kind of playable right now. We can get a little space. And I like the idea of them saying like, okay, now it's going to be 9, then maybe they do Code Veronica and or 0, then they do 10, and so on. So by the time they get to 5 and then 6, it's maybe a little more time has passed. The difference between the reason Dead Space reads better, I think, is because Dead Space is a PS3 game. So 100%, it's just a little more sophisticated. And I will say that, Dustin, you were saying about the Ishimura, the one thing that I think Resident Evil 4 lacks is setting as a character, which is something I go into on the spoiler cast, that I think Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, and Dead Space all get, which is like the space itself is the main character and where the horror lies. And it was touched on in what you were saying earlier, Chris, about playing a game for fun and how I think Resident Evil 4 is the more fun game. It's more arcadey.
Yeah.
Its campiness lends to that. That's what it's kinetic. But this gets into the whole weird thing about how I don't judge games just on how fun they are. I know that's weird, but Dead Space reads like a Christopher Nolan style, like that level of storytelling, that level of presentation.
Yeah,
like it's different, and so and that's not fun. When I watch Interstellar, I'm not having fun. I'm like wowed by it and horrified by it and impressed by it and all those kinds of things. So those are the differences I think between the two games.
Yeah, like I didn't laugh while playing Dead Space. I was still very, very engaged and I loved my time with it. But like I laughed a lot with Resident Evil 4. Like it was very
naturally
fun.
So. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah. I would just say for me, I mean, I'm not saying that you're saying that my only parameter was fun, but I think there's a lot of things that were annoying in Dead Space too.
Fair enough.
But dude, the number one thing about Dead Space for me is just that I think that I'm trying to be fair because I'm thinking about enemy variety. I just remember being so tuned to do the exact same thing over and over again in Dead Space, as far as shooting and chopping off limbs go, stomp, which the counter argument is in Resident Evil 4. It's like headshot, shoot a kneecap, whatever. It is also the same process, but for some reason it didn't feel
the gameplay in Resident Evil 4 is way more dynamic, I think, than
because it's an action game. It's it's like there's set pieces. There's there's sections of it that are just ridiculous, and that's fun.
And that's Chris. That's the key in like in the genome of Resident Evil. I don't know why I just saw it differently. I mean, I have deep history with Resident Evil 4 as I go into in the spoiler cast. I won't reiterate that here, but it's like I never really gave it its due for what it actually was and why I think it was so good. And so I have to kind of restructure that middle part of Resident Evil and how it got to where it is to today, which is it's such a strong franchise. It's just it's incredible. But I still have never played 6. That's the one I've played and beaten all of them except for 6.
Apparently parts of 6 are really good. Like 6 is divided up into like different characters' individual campaigns or something. Like
which was totally put me off.
Yeah, I don't like that either. But like apparently some of them were pretty good. But like Resident Evil 5, I'm all about seeing how that would be. Resident Evil 5 I was mixed on when it came out initially. I didn't love it as much. But now that I've seen what they can do with like 2 and 4, absolutely. I want to see Chris Redfield punch a boulder in 4K.
Oh hell yeah,
let's do it.
That's good shit. I was noting. I'm surprised that there wasn't more of I guess the games press and I guess kind of the outrage that games generate are somewhat predictable. So you kind of feel like you can see problems and head them off or like talk about them. And I was a little surprised that Resident Evil 4 wasn't grilled more because it's just massacring Spanish people, basically, Hispanic people. And I remember the furor around 5 when it came out. Yeah. And I wonder how they're going to deal with that. Because I don't think there's anything to deal with. I think it's just where it takes place. But I don't know, man. The idea of these guys like just mowing down. There's the iconic opening sequence, not unlike Resident Evil 4's really, where you're in like basically a marketplace and you're just mowing these dudes down. I don't know how that's going to look in fucking RE engine, PS5, 4K. I don't know how it's going to read to everyone, but it'll be great to see it again. And I got to open my mind to RE5 and RE6 again. Cause I wrote the strategy guide for RE5 at IGN. And then I saw it very deeply, but then I never played it again. And RE6, I was just I was like, I don't think so. And then 7 got me back. 8 was obviously awesome, and so on. And hopefully we'll see something about 9. That game hasn't actually been officially acknowledged, right? So
no,
I'm sure it's coming. But okay, a couple of things to touch on before we move because I thought these were interesting. First, Greg Dawson wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, what's with Leon and Ashley? How old is she? Do we need to check Leon's hard drive and put him in the wood chipper?" Greg, she's in college.
She's 20. I looked it up.
Yeah.
I looked it up too because I saw a video of some mod where she's in like lingerie, and I was like, "Is this okay to see?" And it is. Those mods are ridiculous, by the way. The people who are modding for Resident Evil are like the unmatched artists. Like the shit that I've seen, like especially from what was the Village? Jesus Christ!
So
that's
fun,
a lot of man hours going into making Heisenberg as erect as possible, and it's some of the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Did you see The Last of Us Part 1 mod where they replaced Sarah with Shrek in the death scene?
No.
Dude, I was dying. I'll find that for you. It was fucking awesome. And it's just dead up. It's so well done. People are fucking touched, dude. I don't know what's going on out there.
That's what PC is truly for. You know, you don't go there for a premiere experience anymore. You go there to be able to just massacre creative visions beyond recognition and just why not have Mr. Rogers hold a dying Shrek in his arms?
Why is it? I mean, it is I guess because there's really nothing you can do about it, but I love that it's an accepted part of PC gaming that every game will be bastardized. Like the cost of doing business here is that they are going to bastardize your game in some way. And so seeing Shrek in Joel's arms as he speaks his last breaths was interesting enough. But I did want to touch on this from Delta Bugles, who wrote in on Patreon and said, "Hey boys, quick write-in on RE4. From the perspective of someone whose first Resident Evil was 7 and has since not gone back and played any of the originals, I can say this is a really solid game overall. One thing that's bothering me is the end of the chapter screens that show a number of stats. Chapter starts often immediately precede the end of the prior, so these screens completely interrupt the flow and I find them to be a little too video gamey. I could be wrong, but I don't think 7 or Village had these chapter interstitials. Am I wrong on this one? What do you guys think of the interstitial between the game? It reminds you that you're in a video game. I feel like the game is gamey enough that it doesn't really take me out. I think it's also optional, right? Because it just says chapter cleared. You can just press X and go on. I don't think you have to look at anything.
Yeah, I'm somewhat in agreement with this. Like, I don't think it's too video gamey. I think the game itself is just ridiculous. But there is something about it that, I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence with it because I do like it because it has a clear line of like, okay, I can divvy up. It's almost like this is a good place to stop for today. You know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, I'm done, and then I'll go to bed and I'll play the other chapters tomorrow or whatever. It's nice to have that direct divider, but at the same time, I do feel like it lacked, again, what I think Dead Space had, which was this kind of free flowing. Like it didn't feel as if everything was happening in the same time. Like I don't know how to describe it. There was like the interruption of the flow was like noticeable to me, not in like a particularly detrimental way, but it's something I took notice of where it's like I kind of wish these weren't here. Like I don't need to see these stats really. Like do you care about your stats?
No, I think that they put them there because my assumption would be that they put them there because people that are running on these crazy like no item S plus whatever runs are trying to see maybe benchmark marks or something. But you could just make that a different sort of option or put that in a menu for looking at in real time. Because I guess you're right. If you think about Dead Space, and again, we're just comparing these two games because they're next to each other. They really have nothing to do with each other inherently.
Yeah, right.
They just came out near each other. But when you look at it, you kind of do go in and out, and it just kind of appears there, the chapter thing, which is cool. And I do dig that as a continuous experience. But I don't know if that I mind it in Resident Evil 4. It does feel like you're playing stages. It feels like an old 2D game.
It feels like a Capcom game.
Right. Exactly. All right. Anything you want to add, Dustin, before we move on?
No, I think we're good. Just go buy it. Play it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, play it. Absolutely.
No doubt.
So good.
No doubt. Oh, yeah. Just in parting, Octopath Traveler 2, I just wanted to speak on this again. I'm not even 10 hours into it. I just picked it up again after Resident Evil 4 remake, but it's fucking awesome. I mean, it's so good, dude. And I'm really digging it. There's something very, very high quality about it. Very sophisticated. good writing, good localization, beautiful sprite work, great voice acting. That really makes sense in a game like this. It's so strange how just the 2D, what do they call it? The 2D HD aesthetic is so differentiated from, say, Tactics Ogre, that when they put voice acting into Tactics Ogre Reborn, it didn't feel quite right. But here it does. I think it's just that extra little panache that the game has. Octopath Traveler 2 is dope. And what's interesting about it is that the game doesn't seem to be selling well on PlayStation at all, but it's selling well overall. And the reason we say this is because it didn't even chart on PlayStation Store or on the PlayStation charts in PlayStation Store the month it came out, which is February. But it was like 10th overall in the United States for software, if you include the Switch. So it's obviously killing and well deserved. I hope they get the original one out on PlayStation at some point. I think that stopped a lot of people, I think maybe even rightfully so, from buying it. Why would they? But what is this? You're giving us a sequel to a game we don't have any access to. I think that was a mistake on their part. We're going to talk more about Square Enix in a little while, though, with some exciting news. But we'll start here first. Let's get into the news. Number 1. According to a typically reliable source, Sony has a new PlayStation handheld in the works, but you should temper your expectations because it's not a third PSP or a second Vita per se. Word comes by way of the website Insider Gaming, which reports on a piece of PlayStation hardware purportedly known internally as Q-Lite. Importantly, the website notes that, quote, Q-Lite is not a cloud streaming device, but instead uses remote play with the PlayStation 5, ellipsis. Sporting adaptive streaming up to 1080p and 60 frames, the new device will require constant connectivity to the internet, end quote. The device supposedly totes an 8-inch LCD touchscreen flanked by what is in essence a modified DualSense controller, including a full haptic suite. Insider Gaming claims this mysterious handheld is being QA'd, though it's unclear if that means that the software that it will run on is being tweaked or the hardware is still being finalized. If it's the latter, Insider Gaming's timeline seems a little ambitious, so we presume it's the former. The order of operations, according to the website, is for Sony to first release the much-discussed diskless PlayStation 5, a new iteration of the base console designed to use an optional external disk drive, thus differentiating it from the original diskless PS5. This handheld will slot in sometime after that, with the other much-rumored Pro-style PlayStation 5 to follow thereafter. With rumors of some sort of PlayStation showcase having been swirling for months, it seems likely that we may know more about these projects in the months to come. While PlayStation does occasionally hold a so-called State of Play, a Nintendo Direct-style stream, the brand hasn't had a balls-to-the-wall showcase in about a year and a half, with the last one occurring in September of 2021. It was then that we first saw God of War Ragnarok gameplay, got a release date for Gran Turismo 7, received an announcement for Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection on PS5, and even saw the reveal of what may end up being a phantom remake of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. In other words, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Dustin, what are your thoughts? Q-Lite, a streaming device for or a remote play device for PlayStation 5?
Yeah. I'm unsure about this because it feels like we already have this with the Backbone.
Right.
But I think in some ways, maybe Sony looks at this and maybe sees the success or the interest of a device like a Backbone and sees something that they can capitalize on, which I think is kind of smart because for me, one of the things about the Backbone, which I don't have one, by the way, so maybe my experience is just hypothetical, is that it would annoy me if I was playing a game and someone was trying to text me or I got a notification or whatever. There's so many distractions. I almost wouldn't want to play games like that on my phone. So to have a device dedicated to streaming is interesting. And we've seen, I know that Logitech has a streaming device out for Xbox and maybe PC as well. I'm not sure. I know Maddie has done some content on that. So clearly there is some interest in this type of device. And honestly, I think this is one of the only ways a new PlayStation handheld can exist. I know a lot of people want a proper Vita 2, a new PSP, whatever you want to say. But I think that the era of games that are developed for a dedicated handheld exclusively are over. And that was part of the problem with the Vita. Not the only reason, but one of the main reasons it didn't succeed is that developers had to pour a similar amount of dev time and budget into a portable game when they could just develop a PS3 game instead. And so, which had a much larger install base, charge more for the game you were developing. So it made sense that those big AAA games fizzled out on the Vita. So the only ways that I would see something existing like this from Sony is a streaming device like this, or, and I think we've pitched this before in the past, a device that would play PS4 games, some kind of portable PS4 unit, which is an interesting idea for sure. So this doesn't really appeal to me, though, at all, in that I'm just such a sucker for playing on my nice TV, playing with surround sound. And I understand a lot of people like the ability to play in bed, use the TV for something else. It exists. I think there's definitely a market for something like this. It just doesn't appeal to me directly. My main question, and I guess this is where you guys can fill in some of the gaps, is that do you feel like the streaming quality on PS5 is good enough to support a device like this that you may potentially be spending? I mean, if we're talking about pricing, a 7-inch screen, which I mean, who knows what the quality is? That's the same size as a Switch OLED, just in terms of device size. I mean, you'd have to imagine this would be at $200.
Yeah, I mean, I'm and sorry to interrupt. I was emailing with Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, who is our tech analyst that we have on from time to time to go into tech, and he was saying that he could see this thing costing $100 if if the entire idea is for just to get a true remote play device in, that it would he says, I would argue this thing will sell terribly unless it's $100 or less. But in all honesty, the screen looks cheap and it lacks hardware. It might actually make it $50 to produce.
Isn't the backbone $100? I know that's not a Sony product, but the backbone is almost $100 alone.
Is it really? I thought it was 50 for some reason. But you're probably right.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, no, you're probably right.
Yeah. So I think Tom. Yeah. So what Tom's basically saying is like they would have to make something so artificially cheap to make it interesting, and that. I agree with you that it seems to be a distraction from high fidelity gaming, which is what PS5 is. I don't know. I don't really get it. What do you think, Chris?
I don't know, man. I feel like this does not appeal to me at all, because I am somebody who I like to play handheld stuff. I weirdly enough, I don't use the Switch at all, but that's more about them just not having the games that I want to play. I remember specifically playing Metal Gear Solid 2 on Vita, like religiously. Like I loved that experience, and it's great, but I'm sacrificing certain things for that. I'm sacrificing my big TV, I'm sacrificing like amazing like surround sound audio so that I can play this comfortably in my bed. I don't want to then sacrifice latency and dynamic resolution and stuttering based on Wi-Fi. In addition to that, I'm already making sacrifices to play this in my bed as is. And so for me, the idea of a streaming device, it works for the backbone because or even just streaming to your phone, because that's your phone. You already have that. It's not something that you have to go out and, it's not something that you have to go out and procure for yourself. The backbone is a controller apparatus that helps you do it easier, but you can do it without it. You don't need the backbone to engage in that kind of streaming ecosystem. So to me, if you're going to make a dedicated gaming apparatus, it needs to at least be able to do some things natively. That's just how I feel about it. I don't really understand the nature of putting out something purely for the purpose of streaming remote play from your PS5. And by the way, this thing's probably only going to be able to do that specifically. Why do that when you can just stream anything from any console onto your phone? You could go onto your phone right now and stream Xbox Game Pass stuff. You could go on your phone right now, and if you have a Steam account, you could stream your Steam account to your phone. Why even for $100, it just seems like you're buying a very specific screen to do something that you can only do sometimes, and that you have no control over the quality of that experience at all. So I it's interesting, but this does not appeal to me even slightly.
Yeah, sorry, I'm the ice cream man. Can you hear it? Probably not.
I can hear it. I heard it a little bit. Yeah, that made me hungry actually. Hearing that.
Now the dogs are barking. Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah, the interesting thing about it is that, and it's something that Dustin had brought up, which is like a portable PS4 would be pretty sick. But I don't think that there's a market for anything like this within Sony's ecosystem. The important thing we have to remember about Vita, and I was there. I mean, I fucking loved and evangelized for the Vita for a long time, and you all damn well know it. Like, I know that thing inside and out. I was all about it. Is that a lot of you guys weren't all about it, and that was the time to speak. And I'm not saying like told you so or something. It's just that's what the market said, and you didn't want Vita. So this clamoring for another dedicated handheld, I think, is kind of weird at this point. I loved Vita and I liked PSP a lot too, but I don't go to PlayStation for that anymore. And a lot of people don't, and a lot of people didn't even at that time. And a lot of people didn't want to even at that time. So that's not what they're talking about here, but I wanted to bring that up because I just think that's kind of like a fantasy. And I'll say right now, and I think I've said it on the show in the past, I know people that were messing around with like R&D third handhelds at PlayStation years ago. They literally like taping screens to controllers, trying to figure out the feel and the look and mocking things up, and they were messing around with that stuff. It just didn't come to fruition. And so I think that we have to understand that not only is that a dead end, a distraction for first and second party resources, a vector into the PlayStation network, which is dangerous for them. And one of the things they were really afraid of with the Vita when it got broken open in 2016, and why, as I've said before and reported before, that they were so eager to shut it down just out of nowhere, is because, and getting mad that it was even being brought up and just wouldn't die, is because they wanted it to die. So the idea that they're going to just go back down that road again, I think would be kind of weird. They obviously believe in VR, and they believe in having powerful, maybe pro style consoles and iterations like that. And so I can see a device like this existing in a suite of new hardware options that they're going to present as something that just, as long as they have expectations that this thing is going to sell, I don't know, a few 100,000 units maybe in its first year or something like that, or whatever, people are curious about it. I think that that's totally appropriate, because according to Insider Gaming, they have a new headset coming out and new earbuds, both for PlayStation. There's going to be a new PS5 diskless iteration. We already have one, but one that's specifically made for an external drive. We're going to get so that's basically the PlayStation 5 Slim. Then you're going to get the PlayStation 5 Pro. So they have all of these things going to be peppered out. I would imagine that this is real and obviously a choice that they're going to make, and maybe a direction that they think PlayStation is going to go. And maybe it's more has to do with streaming than just remote play. But for the time being, there, it seems pretty clear that it's made for local use, which is fine. But I don't see the point of it either. I mean, I agree with you, Dustin, that the Backbone, I think the Backbone's awesome. And I've used the Backbone extensively. And it works fine. You're right. It's distracting. You have to you want to be on your phone, and you can't really be on your phone. And so first of all, I'd buy this thing. I'm going to buy it and check it out for sure. And maybe I'll end up falling in love with it. But I also think that I fit the very specific criteria, and maybe you do a little bit, Dustin, too, of the person who this would work for the most, which is a person who plays more old school or turn-based games where you're not really, it doesn't really matter if it's 2 frames behind. It doesn't really matter if it doesn't read your X prompt on a menu instantaneously. Yeah. And I play a lot of that kind of stuff, which is why I really liked the Backbone during football season, especially as I was playing Slay the Spire or Trails of Steel, where it just didn't really matter. But I would never play Call of Duty or something on it. Or when I played Evil West, I would never play a real-time I don't want to say real time because that means something, like but an action game,
like an action game.
Yeah, right. I would never.
That's kind of the problem. Where for me, I'm like that's like the main stuff that I play, And so for me, like the ultimate fantasy is like being able to be like, just chill in my bed and play Destiny on like a handheld. That would be like so nice to just like almost fall asleep to it. And then it just like logs me out. And then naturally it's just like, all right, that's cool. I've ended my day doing my kind of almost Second Life video game, and I can do it in bed. That's great. But it's just not suited for that. You know, it's more suited for, you know, I loved playing like Nobody Saves the World and stuff on my Backbone, which is like a little bit action oriented, but not too crazy. It's not too complex. And so for me, I'm just like, this doesn't really do anything. It's good for like Yakuza and turn-based stuff for sure. But the main stuff that I'm going to the main stuff that I wish that I could play off the screen, I still can't do it. And it's always going to be stuff like that. It's always going to be high action stuff because we can't do that yet. And that's why I want it. That's why I want that, because we can't do it. And maybe we won't ever be able to do that. I don't know. Who knows? But
let's get into some of these inquiries from the audience. We can explore this further. Kai wrote in, said, hey guys. And a lot of you wrote in. So I'm sorry I can't use all of yours, but I pulled out a couple. Says, hey guys, so Sony seems to be working on a new handheld codenamed Q-Lite, but there seems to be a catch. From what I read, this will essentially be a remote play device as opposed to a console where you can play games locally. From this description, it sounds like you'll need a PS5 to use it, and it will work more like a Wii U controller or a first-party Backbone rather than a PSP or PS Vita. My question is this a terrible move from Sony? If not priced like an extremely high-end controller, do you think this will put people off? We've seen how rough PSVR sales have been, most likely due to the economy, and the over $1,000 investment you need to get in. Why not make a standalone console, something to bring new players into the ecosystem rather than spend this time making a luxury item for the customers they already have? I'm just not sure who this is actually for. Thanks, guys. Keep up the great work. Dustin, what do you think about the logic behind a dedicated handheld, this desire to kind of have a device for the on the go? I just feel like I would have agreed until the last couple of years. I'm not into it anymore. I think I think PS5 really killed the idea that you can have some sort of parity or some sort of experiential situation where you really want to be on one or the other. It's like you're always going to want to choose PS5. I can see if you're like traveling or commuting, but we're talking about this at a time when people are commuting less than ever. People are working in offices less than ever. It's like there's all these different ways to not play handhelds. And I have long thought that leaving the space uncontested in Nintendo was a mistake, but it's clear that that came at a cost, which is, no offense, the new Zelda game looks like a PS3 game. I mean, that's the cost of it, is that it doesn't operate on the level. And so I don't know if Sony wants to do that to themselves. What do you think?
Well, I think it's important to note, too, that Nintendo, while they still are in the handheld space, they kind of had to cannibalize themselves in order to create this hybrid nature. They're no longer a two-tier company with a handheld and a console. They are just one right now,
which is smart.
Yeah. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier about this whole development aspect, is that I just don't think developers want to create big budget games for handhelds anymore that are just handhelds. It has to be a hybrid type nature. And I think that maybe some of Sony's thinking behind this is they're seeing obviously the success of the Switch. They're seeing the success of the Steam Deck. And so they're trying to figure out what kind of products they can create that would appeal to the same type of consumers in the same type of way. And I don't know, maybe they are seeing that people just are gravitating towards these handhelds, even if they can't take them outside of their home. I wonder if there is data behind that, like X amount of handheld time is spent within the house, that it's shockingly more than you would think, is that people like the ability to play in bed, or they like the ability to play on their couch while their partner is using the TV or something like that. And so maybe they're just seeing that this is a potential option in order to kind of be in that space, but not fully. But yeah, the days of the Vita or a dedicated handheld are just over. It is I like that you guys kept calling it a fantasy. It's the beautiful, dark, twisted Vita fantasy that is just no longer.
It is, happen. And it kind of, I mean, not kind of, it really frustrates me because why would you want a handheld now and not have wanted it then? You want a handheld now when there are fewer reasons to have one than then, when you could have supported it and materialized an economic reality where we would have already had another handheld.
I think the devil's advocate
it's frustrating
is the Switch.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
I think the Switch changed people's perspective on what a handheld could be due to its hybrid nature. Is that the Vita came at a time when we were, I don't know, maybe correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like the Vita was really one of the first times we were getting console quality 3D games on the go.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. So, but it was a bit early. And I think that this goes, again, this is the third time I'm doubling back, but this idea of the development, and Nintendo cracked the code where they thought we can just have our developers make one game that works on both a portable console and you can dock it and it works as a console like experience in that way. And there obviously, as you mentioned, Colin, is a sacrifice to that. But that sacrifice has clearly been worth it for them. Absolutely. Because while there are people like us that care about frame rates, they care about resolution, they care about games look, it will not matter. And it hasn't mattered for the Switch. So I don't know. I've lost my own train of thought now.
It's wild to me that well, first of all, I think that you're right in the sense that Nintendo and Sony are two sides of the same coin, in that Nintendo embraced what made it special. And frankly, if I'm being candid, with the exception of the NES and the SNES, I mean, I was a huge GameCube nerd, especially, but a lot of people didn't like the N64 and GameCube for good reason, is that Nintendo has always been most special in handhelds since the original Game Boy and Pokemon in the late 90s and just all of that. And they just said, fuck it. We're going to embrace that. And that's what we're going to become. And we'll give you an option to play that on TV. And you're absolutely right, like you said. And so Sony should realize that they're on the other side of the coin and they're being beckoned in the exact opposite direction. And to go, Sony, go in that direction, to high definition, high budget, really sophisticated games. And it's not to me. I know I pick on Nintendo sometimes, and I don't mean to do it. I don't give a fuck what you like. It's fine. My fiance is a huge Nintendo nerd. She plays Switch all the time. So I'm quite exposed to it. But in seeing the new Zelda stuff, I was like, man, it's just interesting to me that it's different. When Breath of the Wild came out in 2017, it's not 2017 anymore. And I'm really eager to see what Nintendo does, because I think they are at the end of this thing. Like, I don't know what else you think you're going to be able to do on this thing, unless you think your audience is totally. Then maybe they are. 150 million plus is totally within range of Switch. I mean, I imagine it will become the best-selling console ever, or best-selling video game, whatever, ever. Yeah. But so they might be. It's like, who cares? But from a creative aspect, I wonder, don't you guys want to extract more and do different sorts of things? And I was talking to my brother Dagan, who people know from Constellation and Knockback, about this on text lately, where I was just like, I just think Nintendo is under the expectations of a toy company. And I don't mean that as an insult. What I mean by that is that they can do the same thing basically over and over again. And that's totally fine, because they always have new audiences coming in and experiencing whatever they're doing right now for the first time, and then falling back on this nostalgia as a business. It's a very strong thing that they've built. Nintendo is a powerful brand with real identity around it. But in my opinion, you graduate from there to PlayStation, you graduate to Xbox, you graduate to PC, whatever. And some people don't graduate, or they choose to keep one foot in one camper and one foot in the other, which is what my brother does. And I just think Nintendo has embraced one side of it, so Sony should just go ahead and embrace the other. They've already left Switch uncontested. It would be hard to they've let that go for too long. So my assumption is that this is what it's going to be, which is going to be a device, a remote play device, like has been reported. All right. Joe John Quinn wrote in and said, "Hey, Chisel chaps, this light rumor has me all hot and bothered. Here's why. When I think of what I want out of the next PlayStation handheld, all I'm looking for is a couch companion. When my wife is watching Grey's Anatomy, which I saw was renewed for a 20th season, by the way.
Jesus Christ.
And I saw a headline that, and you'll appreciate this, Dustin, calling it anime for middle-aged white women.
Yeah, it's the One Piece for just keeps going.
Just let me hop into Destiny 2, he says, and complete some bounties or maybe see how many floors of a tower I can ascend in Returnal. People are asking for this to be second coming of the Steam Deck, and I get that, but plugging in that much hardware and that much cost into a handheld, that'll probably cost $500 or $600, puts a tremendous amount of pressure on this device to be immediately successful. Remember, the economy is currently blasting PSVR 2 back from whence it came, and you have to allocate resources and maybe even develop games specifically for the platform. Come on, son. It doesn't need to be that serious. Couch companion, mild power, $199 or $249 price point, expandable storage to download smaller indie games that'll work seamlessly without too much effort. See, you're already wishing for too much. You're not going to, you're already ahead of your skis, Joe John. Sell 1 billion of these things and Sony is back in the handheld space and we can build up from here. Destiny 2 won't play itself when my wife is watching bad TV. Thanks for everything you do, Space Geek. See, but you're almost being too ambitious. Like, that's not going to be the thing.
Just put some games on there. It's like, don't you even think about they'll need QA'd. You'll need a whole nother storefront. That's not something you just easily just put some power in it to play some basic indie games.
And I'll just
remind you, it's a whole different vertical.
I'll remind you guys that we had this, and you killed it. All of you. You all killed it. If you guys were buying Vita games like at the rate I was buying Vita games, we'd be sitting pretty right now. I'll tell you that much. That's like, like they say, like it's like the futuristic meme, the city, and it's like civilization, society. If that's where we would be right now, instead, we got a war in Ukraine. The dollar is depreciating in value. It's all back to this. The pushing of the domino is Vita failing.
That's the reason. Yeah. The Vita didn't sell, and then COVID happened.
Right,
and those are inextricably linked.
Right,
one another.
That's exactly right. The domino theory, the new domino theory. All right. I do think that, and I guess we'll end with this and we'll go on to the next topic. And Chris, I want to hear from you is, could you imagine playing Destiny on a thing like this? I mean, this is what I'm talking about.
Not right now, no.
Yeah. I'm not a Destiny guy, but I just think about the games that require that more Twitch style gameplay. I can't imagine.
It's Destiny is so fast now, especially like the game. If you compare like Destiny 2 vanilla to how it runs now, it's a completely different game. People are flying all over the place, grappling around, like fucking exploding into stardust. It's ridiculous. It's fast paced. It's very, very, it's very noisy. And to stream something like that, I can't. No. That needs to be, if it's ever going to run, if Destiny 2 is ever going to run in a handheld capacity, it would have to be on a dedicated piece of hardware, and that's not going to happen. So, like, no, I'm not going to stream a Twitch action shooter. Can't do it.
Fair enough. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll hear about this imminently. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Number 2. There are some key pieces of Final Fantasy related news to discuss, all having to do with PlayStation releases. For starters, Final Fantasy 16, the upcoming timed PS5 exclusive mainline entry in the long-running series, has gone gold. This, of course, means that core development is finished and the game is being prepared for certification, manufacturing, and more, with a day one patch no doubt incoming as well. Final Fantasy 16 comes to PS5 on June 22nd, so it's gone gold well ahead of launch, a great sign. It will, of course, be the first entry in the core Final Fantasy franchise since Final Fantasy 15 finally came to PlayStation 4 in 2016. The original Final Fantasy launched in 1987. And speaking of the original Final Fantasy, that game, as well as the 5 successive games in the series, finally have a release date on PlayStation 4. The so-called pixel remasters of Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all come to PS4 on April 19th, less than 2 weeks from when we publish this podcast. An imminent release seemed likely, not only to coincide with 16's launch, but also because people started getting charged in recent days for the physical version of the pixel remasters, bundling all 6 games onto a disc. I'm sorry, I lost my space. While these 6 games are relatively true to their respective originals, there are some key changes people will dig, especially in comparison to these ports on mobile and PC. For starters, you can switch between the original soundtrack and the remastered score, change between the remastered font and a more traditional font, although they're not the original fonts, which is disappointing, and even completely break the gameplay, including turning off random encounters and increasing the amount of experience you receive for battles. All 6 games can be purchased a la carte or as a bundle. The first 2 games cost $11.99 each, while the second 4 cost $17.99 each. Bundling them all together costs $74.99, saving you a cool $20. Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 were all on the original Famicom, and the first came to the Western NES as well. In the early to mid-90s, we received Final Fantasy 4 and 6 on SNES, which we knew in the West as 2 and 3. The original 2 and 3 never came out in the West until the 21st century, 2 on PS1 and 3 on DS. 5 first came to PS1 in the 90s, and some or all of these games are playable on platforms like Game Boy Advance, PSP, and more. I'll reiterate that I feel the best place to play virtually all these games is on Game Boy Advance, or you would need to go to DS for 3 though. But that's still the best place to play them. But I'm super excited for this, and we got to give it a lot of love here. But first, Dustin, I'm curious. I'm really eager to know what you think of this. Are you going to check these games out? What is your history with any of these games? And as a weeb and a neckbeard in your own right, I wonder what you might, if you might be partaking.
Yeah, I will definitely be partaking at the very least in 6 because I've never finished 6. And so now's my time. I love now, Colin, I know we've had some disagreement about this in the past, but it's got the basic bitch modes, the grind skip, which I appreciate. I don't want to turn off all random encounters. I'm not going to blitz through it like I did Final Fantasy VII, but it's nice that there's an option that if you can't beat something or beat a boss, you can turn on the extra XP, go grind a little bit, but less, level up your characters, and then move on. I think that's a nice quality of life thing there for people who want it. If you don't want that, you don't have to use it. So I think that's the ideal experience. And I hope these come out and are of high quality, mainly just because these didn't do so well, or there was some complaints about the PC and phone versions of these. It seems like they got it sorted out. I know that font was a big thing for a lot of people.
The font was so bad. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Was it really? What was it?
It was just like it just didn't look right. It just looked like Arial or something.
So I'm excited about this. I think it's cool that they're all going to be available, hopefully with platinum trophies. Of course, we talked about that in the past, but unconfirmed.
It is unconfirmed. It's presumed because the Steam achievements, they have like a full list of Steam achievements for each game. So it would presumably be the same, and then you would just pop a platinum on that. Who knows? That would be an outrage. I'm still going to play them, but that would be fucking outrageous if they did that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hate if they put them all on one platinum trophy list, because that would be so hardcore, but as long as there's a platinum involved. But you're right, and I'm looking at, because they've kind of been trickling out a little bit more information, is that if you go into the game's configuration, each game's configuration, you'll get to a boost screen, which is special to this version. And then there's just sliders. So it's like encounters on and off, experience 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, like gil, which is the currency, 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, ABP, which is active battle points, I believe, or no, ability. Those are ability points in Final Fantasy V, I want to say. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. I guess those would be in 3 as well. So ABP, action something points. They must be to improve your characters or whatever when you're going from between the classes. I like that. What I would dig is if that broke trophies. If you got a thing where it said like trophies will be disabled if you do this. That's not going to be the case. But that would be pretty cool. Although whatever. I mean, do what you want. Who gives a shit? I must say, I mean, if I get to a point in a game where I have to level up to 99 and my guys are at level 70 and I've done everything else, then I'll fucking pop it up.
So hold on. I just want to be clear. You said you wanted to disable trophies.
Yeah.
Okay. Earlier in the show, not trying to call you out, but I guess I am. You were happy about turning down the difficulty in God of War to get a trophy.
No, I was happy to do that. But I'm going to tell you the honest to God's truth, which is that Japanese role-playing games in a turn-based menu are not skill-based. You can grind out your levels. There's no way you're going to get stuck. There is a skill problem with me in God of War, for instance. Like, I don't know that I'm going to get any better at it. So I understand what you're saying, and I do embrace that kind of stuff in different games, but there being a penalty, if Sony Santa Monica was like, doing this will eliminate your ability to get a trophy, I wouldn't have done it.
Right.
I don't know what I would have done, but I would have done it. Maybe I would have killed myself. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Chris, What do you think? Anything to say? Are you going to play these Final Fantasy pixel remasters? Are you interested?
Not
in
all of them. I do want to try 6 because that's like the one that I have some experience with. 6 is the one that because that's Kefka, right?
Yep. Ryan Harvey wrote in about that. Said Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster finally has a release date as well as text options. What say you, Colin? Chris has had some appreciation for turn-based Yakuza after Like a Dragon. Would he consider checking out the GOAT Final Fantasy VI? Final Fantasy VI is indeed the one with Kefka. Yes.
That's the one that I remember having some brief experience with, and in all likelihood, I'll probably just jump into there's no order to those, right? It's just kind of whatever.
No, it's whatever.
You want to. Yeah. So I think if I'm going to check them out at all, it's definitely going to be 6 before any of them. Probably won't be until like when is this supposed to come out?
April 19th. That's next Wednesday.
It's next Wednesday. That'll be after my fight.
That really is.
Maybe I'll relax with some Final Fantasy VI, because I do have memories of it that I remember liking, but I also when I was playing them, there's no way I knew what the fuck I was doing. Like there's just no way that I was playing those games correctly. It's like when you're young and you play chess, and then you grow up and then you watch actual chess masters play chess, and they're doing these like they're swapping their like units.
Oh, castling and stuff.
Yeah. And I'm just like I didn't even know that was like a rule. I didn't even know that was like a thing you could do. And I guarantee you that was my experience with Final Fantasy VI, where I just did not digest it at all. But I remember Kefka, and I remember liking the soundscape of it.
Oh my god, it's awesome.
And so I'm probably, if any of them, it's definitely going to be 6.
Cool.
But it's I imagine it's going to be rough for me though, because it's been a long time since I played a game like this. There's something about it. I didn't really grow up with many of them outside. Like the only 2D games that I really grew up with were like platformers, and so those are like easy or like fighting games and stuff. But the second it got into like kind of 2D open world kind of, RPG stuff, I was immediately like, my brain can't pay attention to like their stats and numbers, and like I don't know what I'm doing. So my brain shut off. So I imagine it's going to be a little rough. I'll probably put on some of those switches, to be honest. But 6, if any of them.
Yeah, it's well, I'll go into each of them just so people know a little bit about them, because you can buy them individually. I think buying them together is a really smart move, and again shows a great sign or a great signal to Square Enix to keep going, because they have so many games that they could release, man. I mean, Squaresoft and Enix's respective catalogs going back to Famicom. I mean, let's send them as positive signals as we possibly can. But Final Fantasy 1 is a very traditional role-playing game that introduces the whole class structure. So very accessible, but very shallow game, ultimately. 2 is kind of like the random weird one, because it doesn't... The big fundamental difference is that you are basically leveling up your moves instead of leveling up your characters and stuff like that. So it's a little strange. And it actually was never released here. That was the second to last one that got released here. So we skipped that one. And the third one, it goes back to the class-based thing where you can kind of mess around with character classes. And then when you get to 4, so 4 and 6 are considered the great ones. And 4 is excellent. I highly recommend you play 4, Dustin. Like, I think you would absolutely, just trust me. Like, I think you would fucking love it. It's so good. And 6 is another one of those. 5 is a similar game to 4 and 6 in structure and kind of in its storytelling, but it brings back the class structure. Because what 4 and 6 do is lock your characters to classes. So Locke is a thief in Final Fantasy VI, and he's always going to be a thief, and there's nothing you can do about that. And Rydia is always a summoner in Final Fantasy IV. You can never do anything about that. So they just learn their spells, they learn their skills. So those games give you less room for maneuverability, although 6 opens that up because there are optional characters in 6, which is the first Final Fantasy game to have true optional characters that you don't have to find at all. And then they all have their kind of optional skills. For instance, Gao can jump into enemy parties and steal their skills, and he learns them that way. Strago learns enemy skills by getting damaged by them. So there's like all sorts of really cool stuff, man. I'm really excited to see what you guys think if you play them. And Dagan and I, my brother, again, we're planning on doing an episode for each game. And we'd like to spread it out maybe over a year. But we want to do them in order, culminating like earning 4 and earning 6, And that's going to be really tough for me to do because those games are so superior. And I know that a lot of people don't have a lot of time and money is limited and all of that. So take it from me. You want to play Final Fantasy VI. Like, that's $17.99 well spent. Very well spent indeed. And $17.99 on Final Fantasy IV, again, very well spent. I'm telling you guys, you're going to like them. If you like role-playing games, if you like turn-based games, if you like that sort of thing and you've never played those games, you really owe it to yourself to play them. I would be shocked if you don't like them. I'd be shocked if you don't love them, to be perfectly honest with you, and understand how powerful they are and how good the storytelling is. 4 and 6 are sad, powerful games, especially for their time and how quickly they were made. Unbelievable stuff. So shout out to them. And then, of course, Final Fantasy 16. So, Dustin, let's go back to you on this one. What are you thinking here? Are you excited? June 22nd.
Yeah, I'm so amped. And I know there's new preview stuff out. There's that PAX East.
Oh, yeah, I'm not watching
demonstration. Not seen any of it. I'm trying to keep it that way. I'm totally media blackout for this game. And what's just so cool about this, and we covered it, but as a reminder, last summer they basically said this game was playable start to finish, and so they have been spending an entire year polishing up this game. So there's not only that, but it's how early it went gold, and I would imagine that they're not going to stop now. Like you said in the write-up, probably a day one patch even. Not that it'll necessarily need it,
right?
But it just goes to show they have so much. I feel the confidence behind this game.
Me too.
I wonder if this will be a Resident Evil 4 situation where you get reviews a week early out of confidence. It's so exciting. I love that this game there's so much excitement behind it, and everything we've seen so far looks so good. It's good to feel good about a new Final Fantasy game. And I even liked 15, but I think that it's a very flawed game in a lot of ways too. But this, I just feel like I have the utmost confidence in, and that feels great. And it seems Square does too.
Yeah, I agree. I read that confidence. It reads like take the time, spend the extra little bit of money to earn that extra bit of credibility right out the gate. I think it's going to pay off in dividends for them. Really excited about it as well. Chris, are you going to play Final Fantasy 16?
I don't know. It's a little fascinating because I feel like Final Fantasy to me, and this is a very, very modern thing that I've kind of gone through. And it might largely be because of Like a Dragon and kind of experiencing some other turn-based stuff. But like, I feel like the thing that was drawing me into Final Fantasy the most was the fact that it was kind of part of this turn-based style of game that I didn't really have a lot of experience with. So now that they're kind of going into action-oriented stuff, I almost kind of feel a little bit less interested somehow. Because I feel like if I'm going to play an action-oriented game, I feel like there's so many other ones that I would rather play because I've played those games already. And so for me, it's like, I don't know. It's hard for me to get into the new Final Fantasy stuff because I felt so disconnected for it for so long. Jumping into Final Fantasy like 16 feels insane. I understand that they're like separated and there's no like chronology, but it's similar to the way that you probably feel a little bit about Yakuza, where like, I don't know, man. I feel like I at least got to get through, at least if I can get through one of the older ones. And 7 is, by the way, I consider separate. 7 is on like a different echelon, I feel, where it almost, it's like a quintessential kind of experience for Final Fantasy, but it also doesn't count to me. And that might just be because like I've played it. And so like, oh, well, if I've played it, it doesn't count. But if I can get through 6, and that's something that I gravitate towards and can finish in a way that I feel confident or comfortable about, then I'll think about it. But I don't know. I feel like it's such a different experience.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because Final Fantasy 15 for me was a miss. That was just a total miss. I was like, nope, just can't do it. I tried several times and I just can't do it. I just don't like it. And it's nothing against the game. A lot of people do like the game. I'm just not into it. And I really haven't been into Final Fantasy. I liked 12 actually, but 10 was a miss for me. 13 was a miss. 11 and 14 are just not my kind of game. Although I know 14 is obviously renowned at this point. I think what attracts me to 16 is the aesthetic, because it seems like it's getting back to a real Renaissance medieval style aesthetic, which is base fantasy for me and really core Final Fantasy. I like that games like 6 really play around with Final Fantasy's fantasy setting and make it more steampunk. And I like that games set like 7 are modern, have guns in them and all sorts of, that's cool. But I want that essence back. And I think that that's what's attractive about it. It's just that it's medieval. And that alone gets me interested in it, because I know you know what, here's what I know is not going to happen, is that some fucking weird car is not going to come up and I'm not going to have to drive around with my bros in this ancient setting. And that's very attractive to me, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Because I wasn't feeling it. I just didn't get it. And that's just, maybe that's a Colin problem. There are a lot of Colin problems, you know, believe you me.
I don't know. That was I gotta say, as somebody who didn't really follow Final Fantasy at all, that was a jarring thing to see from the outside looking in. Just like a bunch of random anime boys in some flying car.
It was a bad dream, dude. It really, like, the Final Fantasy versus 13 into Final Fantasy 15. This is what we end up getting. It's like, oh, and then Luminous Productions, I think, found its natural conclusion. Unfortunately, I hope everyone's okay in Square Enix. I don't want anyone to lose their job, but there's nothing truly special about that studio. Although maybe I'll play Forspoken later this year and think differently. Maybe I'm speaking out of school. I did want to speak to this though. Greg E wrote in and said, "Morning or afternoon, gents. First time, long time. With Final Fantasy 16 going gold almost 3 months early, it has me super excited for a possible smooth launch. As a longtime Final Fantasy fan, it does have me thinking, will Square keep it going with 17, 18, etc., or will they just start over the count? I know they are all different with a few direct sequels, but when does it start to become too much? People already ask, do I need to play the others? Final Fantasy 20 sounds silly. Do they restart with Final Fantasy, insert year, or some other title to try to grab a larger audience? Cut this down or edit it as you seem fit. No. It's perfect the way it is. Thank you for writing in, Greg. They got to keep going, right? I mean, I think you can go back and remake the games if you want, and you've done that, but I think you got to keep going. And I think people do get it. And I actually think there's something interesting about a 40-year-old, forget about that. A 10-year-old in 2060 playing Final Fantasy 31. I mean, that's weird, and it could be, you know, and why not? Why couldn't it be like some sort of anthology like that? I think it's interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Like, at this point, they've already gone past the crazy numbers. They're in the crazy numbers. Just stick to it. I love the history and the lineage. The thought of a Final Fantasy 2024 sounds gross. It makes it sound like a sports game.
Yeah,
and I have no problem. I'm not trying to shit on sports games, but these are things that I wouldn't want to. I just don't want it to sound like that. Just keep going with the numbering. It's fine. There's no problem.
All right. I can get through these next two somewhat quickly. I thought they were interesting, so I wanted to share them. Number 3, in some interesting data quietly published in recent days on a website gamesindustry.biz, a research firm called Amphere Analysis released data showing major publishers' respective monthly active users, or MAUs, tracked over a 6-month period, beginning in September of 2022 and ending in February of 2023. And the information therein is very, very interesting indeed, if not outright unexpected. For starters, the data released only shows 7 publishers, 2 of them first parties, Sony and Microsoft, plus Activision, EA, Epic, Take-Two, and Ubisoft. These 7 entities account for 2/3 of all engagement on PlayStation and Xbox consoles, meaning 1/3 of MAUs are missing from the data. At the top of the MAU engagement chart is Electronic Arts, with between 15.9% and 16.8% of monthly MAUs over the span of time covered. So just to stop here, this is insane. That means 1 in 5 people playing at any given time on Xbox or PlayStation are playing an EA game. That's crazy. This is no doubt due to the exceptional, consistent, and always active user bases of games like FIFA and Madden, plus smaller sports titles like EA, from EA like NHL, shooters like Apex Legends and Battlefield, and more. Second up is Epic, fluctuating between 10.7% and 12.9% of MAUs across Microsoft's and Sony's ecosystems, dipping slightly when Call of Duty launched, eating into what's driving those numbers for the most part, Fortnite. Other Epic games constituting this MAU count range from Rocket League to Fall Guys. Third up is Activision Blizzard, ranging from 9.6% to 14.9% during this time and spiking heavily during Call of Duty's November launch. These numbers are only set to rise substantially with the imminent launch of Diablo 4 in June. Fourth up is Take-Two, with between 7.5% and 9% of all MAUs in this 6-month period across PlayStation and Xbox, mostly driven, no doubt, by the mega hit Grand Theft Auto Online, although games like NBA 2K certainly don't hurt. So stop again, that's 1 in 10 players across the platform at any given time. It's Microsoft that comes in fifth, perhaps a surprise until you consider that they publish Minecraft, which undoubtedly constitutes much of their 6.8% to 7.7% MAU market share. Sony slots sixth behind Microsoft, with 5.4 to 7.5% of cumulative MAUs spiking in November during God of War Ragnarok's launch. And finally, Ubisoft brings up the rear when it comes to these 7 entities, with monthly numbers as low as 5% and as high as 5.9%. I thought this was interesting to point out that the power in these publishers is quite spread out, and the Activision deal, which we haven't gotten into on the show and we won't go into in any major deal, is going to give Microsoft major power in the MAU market, as it were. Let's not say the MAU market, but in that sphere of data, that's going to be able to drive them towards Game Pass. So that's going to be a really powerful position for them to be in. So I just wanted to read those out. Nothing else to really say about that. And then finally, number 4, according to a distressing report from publication Bloomberg, the Saudi government, already heavily investing in video games as we speak, is set to invest much, much more. Indeed, if the reporting is accurate, the Saudi Public Investment Fund, its highly successful sovereign wealth fund, is slated to invest $38 billion more into the games industry in the years to come, including in domestic investments that would potentially bring game development opportunities to a country that has virtually no history of game development. So let's unpack the story. One must first understand that the Saudis' wealth fund has a working subsidiary called Savvy Games Group, and it's through this entity that these investments will be made. Savvy's CEO told Bloomberg in part, quote, "We are now more of an esports company than a games company. What we're doing this year is focusing more on game publishing and development," end quote. You may recall earlier discussions on this very show where Savvy had been laying the groundwork for these future investments. Through market acquisitions, they already own single percentage holdings in companies like Nintendo, Tencent, Bandai Namco, and even Activision, though they'd be cashed out of the latter investment if and when the time came that Microsoft when the deal went through. The person that will help legitimize Saudi Arabia's efforts is a man named Brian Ward, a longtime games industry executive at companies like Microsoft and Activision, who sold out to such an extent that he literally moved to Riyadh to run the company. In the same story, an analyst observed to Bloomberg that, quote, "It makes total sense for a forward-thinking government to focus at least a certain part of their investment scope on the gaming sector. Saudi Arabia acts with a sense of urgency here and wants to be in as many meaningful deals as possible ahead of other countries that might jump on the bandwagon later," end quote. $13 billion of the $38 billion earmarked for the games industry from the Saudi government is specifically for the acquisition of publishers. But with Activision Blizzard going for more than 5 times that amount to Microsoft, that won't be enough to play with any of the big boys without parsing their investments, which they've done and likely will continue to do. Wisely, the Bloomberg article ends with a note on the so-called sports washing, the idea of a backwards totalitarian country like Saudi Arabia taking its, in their case, petrodollars, and investing them in more legitimate and acceptable global enterprises. Comically, Brian Ward told Bloomberg that Savvy, quote, would absolutely hire an LGBTQ or Jewish person to lead a game studio in Saudi Arabia, end quote, noting that there are already people in these groups on staff. However, what he's saying would be impossible, since it's illegal in Saudi Arabia to not only believe in the Islamic God, it's also illegal to be gay or transgender. Indeed, a man or a woman cannot live together unmarried in Saudi Arabia. It's illegal to become pregnant outside of marriage, to watch porn or consume alcohol, and doing drugs can lead to your execution, of which there are hundreds a year, done in public, be a beheading by sword. Women are second-class citizens in Saudi Arabia with virtually no rights. So again, nothing to really add there. Just want to continue to nail home what's happening. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you guys what's happening. I mean, it's happening quietly and beneath the surface, and a lot of people aren't reporting on this, but I'm happy to continue to talk about it. We don't want their money.
Yeah.
But we're going to get a lot of their money, and people are going to sell out, like this Brian Ward guy who moved to Riyadh. The man moved to Saudi Arabia from the United States to run their game, to normalize their game development. Fuck you, dude.
It's all in the, where's it's the money?
This is what I was saying about different executives going around, and like Sean Layden. No, I like Sean Layden. He's always been nice to me. No personal problems with him. But dude, he's working with a Chinese entity that he's helping show them the ropes. He's using his expertise to help them along, to show them what to do. And this guy, now this other character who has this long history at these various corporations, literally goes to Saudi Arabia to show them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's selling out.
Yeah.
And I don't respect that. I'm sorry. It's not like you're selling out to some neutral entity. Saudi Arabia is, when we have Saudi listeners, and I'm sorry, but it's not a free society at all.
Yeah.
And not a place where good things are happening at all. And I'm not saying the United States is tip top. But we're not beheading people in the streets. And it's legal to be gay in the United States. And women don't have to live with men and things of this nature here. I just think it's so obvious. I just feel like we got to point those things out. I know this is a video game podcast, but it's real life.
Mm-hmm.
It's what we were saying at the very top of the show, right? About showing people individual respect when things happen and they can't be on the show or whatever.
Yeah.
This is like a big example of that. It doesn't mean you can't interact with it. It doesn't mean you can't buy things from them or look forward to games, but just acknowledging that these things are happening, I think, is the first step to ameliorating the problem. You are as far away from solving the problem if you won't even acknowledge it exists. It doesn't mean you can't be a hypocrite, but that's actually better than you just pretending you're not a hypocrite.
Yeah.
I don't know why more people don't point that out. It's the same thing that's going on with Tencent and NetEase and all these different companies and ByteDance. These companies that the Chinese Communist government has golden shares in, and we pretend that that's not relevant, but of course it is. So, and again, it doesn't mean you can't play your fucking Chinese games or someone's going to come and arrest you for playing Genshin Impact. They should come arrest you for playing Genshin Impact for a whole host of different reasons than it being Chinese.
Yeah.
All right.
If there was justice.
But there isn't. Justice is not real. So those two final notes. You guys have anything you want to say on this before we move on? No, we're good.
Right. No, I mean,
okay.
I agree. I think that it's important to note too that I saw some people saying that they were happy that this is esports or mobile, so it doesn't affect them. Yeah, that may be true for listeners of this podcast and in our community. That won't always be the case.
I also think that's a chronic misunderstanding from those people of what is happening. They are saying that they don't want to be an esports company. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're literally telling you. I don't know how anyone can interpret it any other way. They don't want that. They want to publish video games.
Right.
The money is not in esports. The esports money trickles to the publishers anyway. You want to make the game that's an esport.
Right.
You know,
I think I'm trying to remember. There was the company that they bought. The first purchase was a
Major League Gaming, I think, right? Or something like that. Or, like one of those.
Or I think it was recent. I think it was in the past week. A company they bought was either mobile or esports focused. And so there was a bit of a sigh of relief. And it's like, no. Not yet.
Yeah, let me see. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, Scopely.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's a mobile game maker for $4.9 billion. That's one thing.
Yeah.
You're going to interface with this problem. I'm telling you that just like Level Infinite. Just remember when you're going to be hearing that with Jeff Keighley stuff beginning this summer, remember that that's Tencent trying to erase Tencent from the fact that it's Tencent. And it might not matter, and we might dig the games, and who gives a shit? I mean, I don't know. You could be anywhere on that spectrum. And I fluctuate on that spectrum too. But we must acknowledge that these things are coming at a cost, and that people from our companies and from Japanese companies and from companies that operate on the level are now selling out to these entities to normalize and help their pipelines, to give them advice, to sit on their boards, to do whatever. And I think that's... I said it at the time, and I'll say it again. I think, and it's not to just take Sean Lane. It's like he's just taking shots for no reason. I don't mean it like that. It's just, I remember saying at the time when he announced that he was working with, what is he working with? Tencent or NetEase, one of those companies. I think it's Tencent. That, it's like you couldn't go work for EA or something, or Take-Two, or some other company like that. That's the strange part to me. I don't know.
It's money, man. It's money. It's good money, I bet. I bet it's fucking stupid money, actually. I bet it's hilarious money. Even by the metrics of like what we consider to be rich here, you know, like they've got an insane amount of money to push into this because they know that they're trying to infiltrate a very specific market.
Totally.
And so, yeah, they're going to pay top dollar. It's the same. What was the thing? I can't remember what the hell. I'm not knowledgeable on this, but like you were talking about it.
Golf?
Where, yeah, exactly. The golf situation.
Yeah, where they just drastically overpaid everyone.
Yeah. Materialistically, like as an individual, what are you, an idiot? Not to take, like, if someone's offering you to pay, let's say you get like, I don't know, like $1 million a year versus, hey, here's $500 million a year for doing the same exact thing. It's like, the hell?
Yeah,
obviously.
I get that, but I don't think I truly don't think that they could dangle enough money in front of me where I would do something like that because, and I really mean it, because it's like, well, I can make good money doing something else. I don't need to make 2 times that amount. I guess that's great, but at what cost? And I guess that's the big question, is that when you have a guy like a Sean Layden who could do whatever he wants and make, as an advisor or sitting on a board, at least 6 figures, if not 7 figures at any major publisher, no doubt. But I'm sure they went to him and were like, well, here's some gratuitous amount of money. And he was like, yes, but to me, it's similar to what the PGA guys did when they're like, well, we all got offers and some of us turned them down because we could have sold out, but I already make millions of dollars. So I don't need to make tens of millions of dollars and then be part of the Saudi fucking sports washing operation at the same time. That's the big thing. It's not your only option. If someone was like, you work at a Walmart, right? Or something like that, or some menial job you hate. And then someone's like, oh, do you want to come work at 10 Cent? I get that. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't get a Brian Ward who worked at Activision, worked at Microsoft, and moving to Riyadh. How embarrassing.
It's pretty crazy.
And pretty blatant, I think, too, that they're not. I actually looked at their whole executive team and it's just foreigners, including women. Just sellouts. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So let's keep an eye on this as we move forward. That's all.
All right.
My friends, let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. We end each and every episode of Sacred Symbols. I need to take a breath with those. I garner them. They're random. You know, you guys write in. I do the best I can. I hope you enjoy them. Travis Terry wrote in and said, hey, CDC. Any news on the Division Heartland? As a Division fan, I was excited for something new and refreshing for the franchise. With nothing announced at the Ubisoft Forward back in 2022, it seems like we won't be getting the game anytime soon. Thank you guys for all that you do and keep up the great content. I don't know what's going on with this game. I wanted to say, like, I don't know. Yeah. They've not really said very much about it.
Chris, when was the last time? Well, I was about to say, like, when was the last time? I haven't heard about this. I only hear about this game when you're talking about it.
Yeah.
Because I know you're excited about it. But also, like, I can't remember the last time I even tangentially heard any news about it.
I think it was announced in September of last year after being like teased and I think leaked a little bit beforehand. And then I think it just kind of, no, I'm sorry. It was announced in 2020. Last year's not 2021. It was announced in 2021 and then was kind of just forgot. I think it was mentioned again at a Ubisoft Forward event and then it was kind of forgotten about, but never explicitly canceled or anything like that. So I don't know. I really don't know.
Dude, it's just Ubisoft right now feels like a total state of disarray. This is just another example of that.
They did do I think they were soliciting beta signups, but I don't think it ever happened. Which was, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they are a prime candidate for acquisition, I would think. But
Ubisoft? Oh yeah, easily.
But I think that comes at a great cost to Ubisoft and its employees. I don't think that someone comes in and looks around and says, yeah, we definitely need 20,000 of you. I mean, I can't believe how many people Ubisoft are. Like, it's nuts how many people they employ.
It's nuts, especially when you consider like how their operation has been running over the, like, as of late, you know, like it is honestly, Ubisoft feels like it's like a really nice building, but then you go in and there's no floors in it. You know, it's like a hollow shell. Because like, what the hell's going on? Is that Splinter Cell remaster even happening, or was that put on the cutting room floor again?
No, I think it's real. I just don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, what's going to end up happening? Well, I don't want to say what's going to end up happening. Who the fuck knows what's going to end up happening? But you can imagine a situation where they're either gobbled up by another publisher, which is interesting. And I think that the Microsoft acquisition of Activision basically gives a green light for any acquisition to happen now. So that would be possible, assuming that it happens, by the way, that would be possible. But you could also see some venture capitalist firm coming in and just gutting it. I mean, there's a lot of value there, and they're publicly traded, so you could really just hostily take the company over. And I say just like it would be easy, but they're not in a position of strength like they were when they fought Vivendi off from doing that. And so you can imagine Ubisoft getting acquired, 75% employees cut, most of their studios shut down, and you just focus on some of the fundamentals, the key fundamentals. But I don't know for sure. All right. Spencer F. wrote in and said, hey, CDC, adults have to take responsibility for their thoughts and actions. But how much blame is there to place on large game companies for fanboyism and console war culture? People who grow into lifelong gamers are often marketed to at an early age, encouraged to stick with a brand for one reason or another, and then carry forward those positive memories of playing with friends or family on a specific console into adulthood, where they're again targeted with marketing playing on nostalgia. It's no wonder some attach their personal identity to these ecosystems and fight for them passionately online. And I feel somewhat bad for them. What do the 3 or 2 of you say? It's 3 this week. Thank you, Spencer, for writing in. What do you think about this, Dustin?
I am all about personal responsibility across the board in many situations. And so, yes, of course, in the particularly Sega Nintendo days, there's a lot of marketing that's much more aggressive that maybe did train some people into thinking certain ways, but you gotta grow up at some point. And I think that for a lot of people, the whole console war, particularly now, my observation of console war culture is rooted in online clout. Particularly, I think that a lot of these people that play these games and market themselves around a console like this are doing it. I mean, not only for clout, but it is the easiest way into making content about games. I think is that, and maybe that just says something too about the audience, is that there is clearly people that are hungry for that kind of tribalistic content. And I don't know, it's sad. I think it's sad too that some of these people lump us into that type of content, and it's there's no arguing. This is a PlayStation show. It's gonna have a PlayStation slant to it. Of course, that makes sense. But I would hope that people can see that we give credit where credit's due and try to view things from an analytical perspective, and don't just have, label our shows like this will be PlayStation's best year ever. Is 2023 the year? You know what I mean? Or Xbox really screwed up this one. Stuff like that. It's just stupid. And it's on the person. I don't, dude, trying to blame Microsoft or Sony for this stuff. I don't know. Take some personal responsibility. Act like an adult. And I don't know, if you want to be involved and consume that kind of content, I guess do whatever makes you feel good. But I don't know, it seems a bit lowbrow to me.
Chris, what are your thoughts?
I feel a number of ways, but I feel, first of all, I agree generally with Dustin, where it's like at a certain point you just got to grow up. Like, I understand if you're a kid and you've got to justify the machine that you got because it's like one of the main reasons why you connect with people, and you don't have the money or the privilege to have options, really. And I get that. I remember that. I remember being like, well, I have this console, and so I'm gonna arbitrarily argue in favor of it because it's the only one that I could get, and why not? It gives you a sense of community, and you're young and you're stupid. I get it. But like, once you're in high school, like, you should not leave high school with that mentality. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be in college and actually having like heated arguments on behalf of multi-billion-dollar corporations. And I do feel like the general partaking in that culture is annoying, specifically because especially like through a modern era or through a modern lens, it's all pandering is what it is. And it's a shame that we get lumped into that, because I feel like we definitely don't do that. But it's a problem of adjacency. You know what I mean? It's and I experienced this very, very much when I was making my own political videos a while back, where I would have my own very specific perspective, or I would kind of make fun of like very, very specific things and be like, isn't this funny? And then like I would be lumped in with like weirdos who were making they're just confusing video, and because we had the same targets. Oh, you're making fun of this person that this other person made fun of, and this other person is a literal neo-Nazi, therefore this is what you are. Like, I remember this. I remember this very, very vividly, and it still is annoying. And I feel that same thing kind of happening in this space, where like you have people who are just ride or die for these companies. And here we are, where, you know, we have a bias towards covering PlayStation, I suppose. But I wouldn't even say that we're particularly that biased. It's just where Colin mainly plays, where we all mainly play. But I'm pretty agnostic. I'm here. Dustin plays on everything. You know, this is a pretty agnostic show.
No one shits on Sony more than us.
No,
I think that's clear.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that people kind of miss sometimes that was the idea, was especially when people bust Chris's balls, being like, he doesn't even play on PlayStation and he plays this and that. I'm like, the idea was to have someone who wasn't me, so we could have a more balanced conversation with each other. And it's what I always say about the always, most of the time, sometimes, right? That the three of us fit those as far as playing PlayStation. And that's the spectrum that I think is important to have a balanced conversation. I don't take this fanboy accusations very seriously, because they only come from an inflammatory point of view, because you can't possibly listen to this show and think that. So that to me, I that's why just removing myself from all of that, it feels a lot better, because a lot of it is clout chasing by a lot of people that don't really seem to play games or know very much about them, and just kind of have I guess honed in on this way to generate some level of feedback that reinforces that mode, because a lot of people consider it almost rooting for a sports team, but I think it's so different. And I also think that's such a vast mischaracterization of sports fandom by a lot of people that don't understand sports, because when a sports team is bad, people don't go to the games. They are ridiculed endlessly on sports radio and in newspapers, and journalists are getting under the skin of the general manager and the fucking coach. And it's like, it's constant needling and prodding. People say literally straight up, some players are simply not built to even be in some markets because it is so negative. When people come to New York, people are interested if Aaron Rodgers comes to the Jets, which we hope still happens, that it's like, is he made for it? He's been in Green Bay, where there's no scrutiny, where people don't fucking bust balls about everything. And so I think that level of fandom in my mind, I'm a Jets fan like I'm a PlayStation fan. I want PlayStation to do well. I like PlayStation a lot. And I like the Jets a lot too, and I'm rooting for them. But when they're bad, I'm not going to pretend that I didn't just watch a shit show, or that they're making good decisions or whatever.
Right.
That's the level of show that I want to do, by fans who understand who aren't just totally agnostic or divorced from PlayStation, because that's not what we are at all, but rather what they do is up to them, and our analysis has to be really divorced from our feelings about PlayStation. You have to call it the way you see it. And it's why I always say, I don't care if I get things wrong. I get things wrong all the time. When you make a bunch of guess things and you talk all the time, you're going to get things wrong. What's important to me is that people understand how I drew that conclusion. And I think that's one of the major reasons why we've been able to build such a big audience, is because I think they do understand it. It's like, oh, Colin got X wrong, but he justified it by saying, well, he thought Y and Z, which is, we can see that. If I'm just coming out of fucking left field with QAnon theorems, I could understand that, that people would be like, well, what are you talking about?
I was going to say it's not dissimilar to, it's all about engagement at the end of the day. And you're right, like the clout chasing aspect of it, where it's like the best way to get engagement is to get people upset. Unfortunately, that's a secret that a lot of people have learned. And it's why I can't stomach really any political content anymore. Because like pretty much like 90% of the political content that I see is all people pandering to their base and just refusing to like admit like obvious shit shows. And I can't sympathize with it. And it's frustrating to watch. And I think I think you're right. I think it's why we have something here is because we specifically don't do any of that. And I think that's important because a lot of people do.
Right. It reminds me of, again, the AM radio style beating the shit out of the target you love content. It's like the really sad Jets fans I listen to on radio in Long Island that are just along for the ride and just doing their best to analyze things and are mad and upset because they care, but they're not going to like blow smoke up your ass. That stuff is so disingenuous and so obvious. And especially in the age, oh God, and I say this all the time, of trophies and achievements, I would just go look at what these people play.
Yeah.
Just go look. Because that's like where it all, I think, stems from, is a lot of people having too much time not playing, too much time arguing online, too much time making hot YouTube clips.
And by the way, I would add on to it that I would argue the fact that we have such a big audience on the show is impressive because I think it's way harder. It's way harder to build an audience not pandering. Like way hard. It's so easy to grift, man. It's astounding. Mm-hmm. It's hysterical, actually. Like you'd be stupid almost not to in some ways because it's so easy. But I mean, some people I'm not built for it. I can't do it.
No,
I'm
not really built for it either.
I can't enthusiastically say something that I don't think.
Well, it's the difference between like a relationship and a one night stand in some way. You have to put in a little bit of effort to get something out of Sacred Symbols. You got to kind of sit with it. Probably have to let it wash over you. I'm sure the length of it turns a lot of people off.
No.
And I'm sure that the not getting right into the subject matter, that would drive me crazy in some of the shows that I listen to. I totally get it. But if you give it time, if you spend time with Sacred Symbols, you develop a relationship with it and you start to get it and understand it. And it becomes, I think, in my mind, something deeper to you. And I only say that not because I'm toting Sacred Symbols as being this great thing. It's because I have that relationship with podcasts that I love. And that you have to kind of just get them. And then once you do and you know how to navigate around them to get whatever you're looking for, and that could be the entire show, which it is for a lot of the things I listen to, then you're totally in tune, as opposed to just the very transactional one night stand, fucking Twitter thread, easy dunk. That means nothing. That's what if you have to keep doing that if that's what you do. That's how you've created. We didn't create our personas here by doing that. So we don't have to do it. It's that simple. Mm-hmm. But when you have to keep dunking on people, not only do you alienate people, but people become sick of it. That's why what's so interesting about AM radio and Skip and Shannon and all this random shit in sports in the sports world that gets circulated where they're arguing with each other is that there's actually really substantive stuff often underneath a lot of it. And that a lot of it is built up over animosity and these things that they feel about each other and these topics for years. And I wish we were in that kind of space where gaming had a conversation anywhere near that level. Are you fucking kidding me? So I just think we have a long way to go. And I think Sacred Symbols is one of the shows that's no doubt doing it right. But I don't feel like, I want to reiterate what Dustin said, I guess I should say, is that people have to take responsibility for themselves. And it comes in with the, it's funny that this is coming up now because with Resident Evil 4 Remake, the Ada Wong voice actress was getting a lot of shit. And that sucks. I mean, that's fucking degenerate. I don't understand people, man. Like, why can't you just keep your comments to yourself and understand people are human beings? But I saw a lot of reporting saying Resident Evil fans or the Resident Evil fandom. And it's like, why don't you just take some responsibility and also understand that individuals act on their own agency too? It's not some fandom. And I'm very defensive about that because people kind of lump our fans sometimes in like, as they're all one and they're all this or all that. It's bullshit. Everyone has their own agency. They do their own thing. They're not programmed fucking automatons that act in a specific way based on dog whistles or whatever kind of imaginary shit you think exists. So I just wanted to say that too. I think it goes both ways. Just respect your own agency and make your own decisions, and stop being degenerates. If you're fucking busting balls of a voice actress on Instagram, even if she was bad, and she was bad, I mean, that's Sacred Symbols differentiators. And we could talk about that if we wanted to. Like, it's not great at all.
In RE4?
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I think the Ada's voice acting is bad. You know, her performance
I shouldn't see a problem with it.
Oh, well, that's your opinion. I totally respect that.
It actually confused me. Like what people were talking. I was like, I don't know if I get it.
I think we had a comment at the same line last week of like a similar thing where we were talking about how some people don't get it. Well, first of all, I don't ever get treating someone with disrespect over a voice performance. I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that seems insane.
Right? But that's where we're at, I guess is what it's a lamentation at this point, but we're at this point where we can't even talk about the voice acting because it's degenerated into this thing about this woman, which rightfully so, if she's getting abuse for it. But what about the voice acting? And that's why you got, if you're acting like a degenerate, it's because you're a degenerate. And you got to take some ownership over that. Some people just need to like control themselves.
Yeah.
Or at least get upset about something that matters. Speaking of that meme about the fucking sci-fi image, like imagine if anyone cared. Imagine if these guys cared about that as much as they cared about Ada Wong's voice acting in Resident Evil 4 Remake. We fucking traveled to Mars already.
Yeah.
You have something to say, my friend.
I was going to say, I like what you said earlier about Sacred Symbols, letting it sit with you, let Sacred Symbols sit with you, come inside you, live with you. These are all important things.
Right.
Let us wash over you, your whole body, every part,
in every
head
hole,
to toe.
in every hole.
Yeah. Let Sacred Symbols get a joint bank account with you.
Yeah. Let Sacred Symbols take out a line of credit in your name.
Yeah.
Just send that social security number right on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We'll take care of you.
Share your ATM code with Sacred Symbols.
Co-sign for Sacred Symbols apartment.
Bosco.
All right. There it is. Took a while. All right. Ilya Starvarov wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. Insomniac claimed in their original blog post that Spider-Man 2 will be a single-player experience. This makes sense with the rampant use of slow-mo being a problem for online games. That being said, do any of you envision a separate mode akin to Ghost of Tsushima Legends? With Sony's live service push, it would seem weird to leave money on the table for one of their most popular franchises. Thanks, and please make sure the chicken comes first." Well, I can't control when the chicken comes. All right. Ilya, thank you for writing in. You would think we would know about this by now. It's April, and the game's coming out in September, presumably. But Chris, I'm wondering what you think here about Spider-Man 2 getting multiplayer. I actually don't recall them saying it was a single-player experience. I'll take your word for it. I would imagine there has to be some sort of multiplayer component to that. It would just seem weird. And what I recall is that when Nix's ported Spider-Man 1 to PC, there were files that were uncovered that were kind of just these throwaway files that they didn't delete from an early build
co-op
that had co-op in it. Yeah, so you would think that would be a slam dunk. I would think that they would have that figured out.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be pretty easy to figure out, especially because, I mean, the slow motion thing I understand, like when you're cycling through equipment, but plenty of games have figured that out before. I mean, Max Payne 3 had a literal multiplayer mode, and that game is based around slow motion. So like I don't necessarily sympathize with the idea that like, that the slow motion that happens when you're cycling through gadgets is a big enough problem for them to throw away a co-op mode if it's fun and if it's good. Also, just that first teaser, man, like screams co-op to me. Like, I don't know, maybe it's not. It's very possible that maybe we're reading into things too deeply. But if that is the case and it's not co-op, then that's like a really weird way to showcase. It's a really weird introduction to your next game if that is the case, because it really does feel like a co-op game, like when they're like that trailer that they showed, or that teaser trailer that they showed. As far as like a Ghost of Tsushima Legends type deal, no, I don't foresee that happening. Like a full-on team based multiplayer thing. I don't know if that works for Spider-Man, although I could see like a lot of potential maybe synergy with like Spider-Verse, and that being like a good kind of reason why there would be a lot of Spider-Man on screen at once. I just struggle to imagine how that would manifest itself in any real competitive aspect. Because you can't, Spider-Man fighting other Spider-Man doesn't feel right.
No.
So that wouldn't be, and then maybe like a team horde thing,
yeah,
but
like,
even
an
that
asymmetric sort of thing. I don't know. Yeah,
maybe I don't know. I would like that to be the case because like I remember playing. This is a very specific memory, but I remember playing the multiplayer for 2009's Bionic Commando and having a blast with it. It was honestly a lot of fun to play like a PvP game where you're Spider-Manning around and like doing capture the flag and stuff. I just don't think it works for literal Spider-Man. So we'll see what it is, but I would imagine that the only real multiplayer experience that Spider-Man 2 has, if at all, would be some kind of co-op mode. And even so, I'm not even necessarily sure how that's going to manifest. But we'll see. I'm excited to check it. I'm excited for whenever it is we're going to be hearing more about it.
Dustin, do you have any thoughts you want to share?
I think that if they do it, it'll be a separate thing from the main campaign. I think that's the way you get that compromise between you design the main game with being able to slow down combat or whatever. And maybe I'm sure that there's missions. Maybe they already confirmed this where you're switching between these Spider-Men to say, but a separate mode for co-op, kind of like Ghost of Tsushima, I think would be very cool. I don't know if they really need it necessarily. I think, and not that they only make things as far as what they need, but I don't know. Ghost of Tsushima, I also thought was kind of weird because while it was a really cool mode, it seemed extremely generous and not unnecessary in that I didn't like it. It's just, it seemed unnecessary for a company like Sony that does everything for profit, that you already have this really successful game and then you add on this free multiplayer mode and keep adding to it. It's like this is awesome, but it's like a guy that you know that's a jerk that does a really nice thing. This doesn't seem like you.
Yeah, I think they were trying to get people to try it. You know, they want to know more about because the inevitable Ghost of Tsushima 2 is going to have this probably right from the go. You would assume, because it's become a pretty integral part to its continued success.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
And I would expect it to be monetized.
Yeah, 100%.
Skins or armor, swords, whatever.
Right. That's why I think I'm like, nothing's for free, that it was an investment in the future of Ghost of Tsushima, I think.
They're testing you.
Right. They probably had something really cool. I mean, those guys are known for really great gameplay. And Infamous itself really probably could have done multiplayer if they wanted to. They just didn't. So they might have had this itch for a while and finally got it out. I think Sucker Punch is going to be ready with Ghost of Tsushima 2 quicker than people think. I think that this game is I don't know, going to be a big one for them. We'll see. They haven't announced it yet. All right. Genesis Point writes in, says, "Hi, boys. I wanted to ask what is up with gatekeeping genres of games. I've been playing Wild Hearts for a while, and I find it a great addition to the monster hunting genre, but people are quick to dismiss it as a copy. We have wonderful games come out in inspiration from the desired mechanics. Examples like Neo and Ghost of Tsushima come to mind. Are they new? No, but they do it in a way that sets them apart. We should applaud trying to evolve instead of stagnation. What say you?" Dustin, I was curious about this as someone who's you guys both kind of fuck around with Monster Hunter, I guess, in your own way, but have you heard anything about this with Wild Hearts rather? What's going on with this game?
Yeah, I know that the people that have played it, that there are a lot of people that enjoy it, but I know that for the most hardcore of Monster Hunter fans, it's not quite there in some ways. Not that you can't find any enjoyment, but the hardcore Monster Hunter fans don't think it's quite in depth enough to my understanding.
That's interesting.
And so the problem, of course, is the gatekeeping people that'll be like, oh, well, Monster Hunter's better. Cool. That may be true, but just this comes back to earlier with PSVR. Just let people enjoy things. If someone's enjoying it, great. Maybe if they came to you and said, hey, I'm interested in these types of games. Should I play Monster Hunter or Wild Hearts? Then fine. Tell them what you think. But if someone's just enjoying something, it's not hurting anybody. And I don't know, maybe there is a way to recommend Monster Hunter without being a douche about it and saying something along the lines of, oh, well, you're just playing a copy. It's like, cool. I liked Digimon when I was a kid, and I knew full well that it was a copy of Pokemon. That was fine with me because it was different in its own way, like Genesis Point says. So,
yeah,
this isn't a uniquely gaming problem either. There's just gatekeeping everywhere.
I also think it's just this happens a lot with the inception of certain genres. Like Monster Hunter is kind of, it's been its own thing for a very, very long time, and there's really not been a lot of games like it, if really at all. Like honestly, Wild Hearts is the only game that even looks adjacent to Monster Hunter that I've seen. I can't even count how many. Like I don't know if you guys know of any other ones, but any ones that emulate that experience as much as Wild Hearts is. Like I have not seen many. Like the only thing that I can even think of remotely is like Lost Planet 2, and that's certainly not a Monster Hunter game. You know what I mean? It's just got vague kind of aesthetic similarities based on very specific moments. But I mean, I feel like this is just something that happens when you get the first kind of inkling that something is inspiring something else. It happened with Doom clones. Like Doom inspired a bunch of other FPSs, and that was originally Doom clones, and then until there were so many of them doing so many different things that eventually it was like, okay, well, these are no longer Doom clones, these are first person shooters. And I feel like that's kind of what's going on with Monster Hunter right now, is like you're seeing people taking inspiration from Monster Hunter for the first time, really, like actually really in the sense that they're trying to actually compete on some level playing field. And right now it's a Monster Hunter clone. And it might be. And that's totally fine. Because it was fine when Marathon came out, and Marathon was some weird version of Doom. And it was fine when, all these other games were coming out. And I feel like we're just going to have to see a few more of these before we accept it as its own kind of genre. Because right now, the only game that's been dominating the Monster Hunter genre is Monster Hunter. There's been no real even attempt as far as I've seen. So I think that's what's really happening.
All right, let's move on. Ethan Barcelos wrote in and said, hey, boys. Colin, this one is mainly directed at you, but the other boys can jump in too. How do you use walkthroughs or strategy guides? I want to play the original Final Fantasy VII and see everything it has to offer. I want to use a 100% guide so I don't have to worry about missing anything, but I also don't want to take away from the experience by potentially spoiling what comes next or take away from the fun of finding the game's secrets. What are the guides that you use to preserve the experience as best as possible, and how do you use them? Do I have to accept giving up an element of surprise in order to guarantee I see everything, or is there a technique that I'm not getting? Keep up the great work, and thanks for all that you do. You really can't use a strategy guide in an effective way and not be willing to spoil the game in some small respect. I don't think that you have to ruin the game or what comes next for you. But as someone who really loves strategy guides, first of all, I want to say, and I said this on the Resident Evil 4 spoiler cast, but I'll say it here in a more public setting, is that I was really impressed with the walkthrough for Resident Evil 4 remake on IGN. And I thought it was really, I'm using it. I didn't use it the first time through, but I'm using it now in New Game Plus to get all the treasures. And it's really cogent and well written. And it's pretty rare in an era when we have like all these video walkthroughs and video guides. Like, who wants to use this shit? I don't understand that at all. But I think that trophy guides are actually are really a useful way to even just play games completely, because those games show you if anything is, or those guides have roadmaps rather that show you if anything is missable and all of that. And you can get a kind of general spoiler-free feel of what is expected. But if you want to go in blind, then you truly have to go in blind. Final Fantasy VII has stuff you can miss, but I don't think you're going to. I mean, it would be hard for me to imagine. I don't want to spoil it any further than that. So that's, I don't know. What's your protocol with this, Dustin? Do you even ever look at strategy guides? You don't seem like the kind of guy.
Not anymore. Only when I have to. I get to the point now, I try not to, and it's not a thing where I'm against using them at all. If you want to play a game that way, that's fine. But eventually, if I do get stuck, I will just, especially as I get older, I'm not going to, beat my head against the wall trying to figure out where to go in a game. Not anymore. It's just there's other stuff. I'd rather progress through the game further and not be frustrated. So I'll just look up individual things as needed. Oftentimes, I guess it depends on the type of game, but sometimes a YouTube walkthrough or just a YouTube long play and then just find that spot, figure out what to do is is helpful, but overall, not a big guide man overall.
It's so funny because I don't use them, but I look at guides for almost every game I play. At some point, like just even when I'm done, I like to look and see what the game was all, if I missed anything or if I should go back. But I do highly recommend achievement and trophy guides. Just the so-called roadmaps will give you a nice feel, because if there's, for instance, nothing missable in the trophies, then you're not going to be able to miss anything in the game. And just going into the game unencumbered with that freedom to know that you can't miss anything and that you will see everything, that there is a point of no return, for instance, that's huge. And a lot of games are made with that and taking that into account much more now than they used to be. So it's so funny to me though, because I like become intimately knowledgeable of these strategy guides online as I play these games. If I'm not using them in real time, I'm going back and consulting them later. What about you, Chris? What's your interface these days with strategy guides?
Very rarely do I used to use them actually quite a bit when I was younger. But I find that I'm kind of with you in the sense that I don't want to watch people do video walkthroughs.
Right. No.
But I also don't like the way most people write guides. So like, or like it's almost like it's overwrought a lot of the time. It's not as clever as it thinks it is. It's really kind of vague in some of the ways that it describes very, very specific things in ways that I think it shouldn't be. So like I've just kind of fallen off of guides entirely. There are points in certain games where I like to be challenged by like a decent puzzle or like a decent like a decent roadblock, right? Where I'll try and hammer at it a couple times, right? But if I'm stuck in a puzzle for like 15 minutes, at a certain point, I'm just like, nah, I'm gonna look up the video on like what this guide is, because I don't trust anybody to write this well enough, and I'm just too. At a certain point, my enjoyment of the game is being diminished by how frustrating. And by the way, oftentimes when I look for these answers, the answers are incredibly irritating. Like I've never stuck on like a puzzle where it's like, oh, duh. I've never like, oh, I should have thought of that. It's always like some nonsensical thing, like those in God of War Ragnarok, the bell things. Not the bell thing? What do you call the ones that you have to shatter?
Oh,
3 in a row. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. And then they open the chest, like the legendary chests or whatever.
Yeah. Some of those are hidden in such bullshit ways where I'm like, man, I don't even feel bad about cheating.
Agreed. Yeah.
But I will say I did get to a point in Resident Evil 4. There were 2 points specifically where there's this like kind of connect the breaker.
Oh yeah, fuck like that
Tetris mini thing. And I remember like having a really good time, and then I got to it and I tried it for a good like 5 minutes, and I was like, I just straight up don't understand what this is. Like I'm just completely stuck, and I just looked up the answers to those straight up. I'm just like, I'm not having fun with this weird like sub thing of this game. It only happens like twice. It's not really that big of a deal, but like for me, I did not gel with that, and I'm just gonna skip through this because it's jeopardizing the pacing of my good time at a certain point, and I just want to get back to it. But very rarely do I got to be pretty stuck on something to use a guide.
It's funny with something like Resident Evil 4. I have a guide at the ready, even though I'm not following it beat to beat, because I know those puzzles are coming. Those where I'm like, no, I'm not even bothering. Just tell me what the fucking solution is, because I'm not even sitting here at all doing this. It's not why I play games. I don't want to sit here and solve puzzles. It's not fun.
But that's what's good about Resident Evil 4, though, to be honest, because the puzzles in Resident Evil 4 don't feel like generally like that's the only puzzle that I thought of or that I came across in the entire game that I felt like I needed to consult something. Like the rest of them are pretty. I feel pretty straightforward. Resident Evil 2 actually is filled to the brim with ones that I just had to constantly consult. Otherwise, I just was not getting past.
If you're playing in hardcore mode, the puzzles change in Resident Evil 4 and become harder.
Oh, really?
And there's that one puzzle where you have to place like the 6 different pieces of the picture, like the mosaic, and then move the tiles around. But in hardcore mode, you can only move them 3 at a time. And I got stuck there where I was like, fuck this. Where I thought it was going to be easy, and then I had to go back to a previous save to get it unchanged, so that it's like this.
Yeah, unfucked.
Right, unfuck it. So, all right. Thank you for writing in, Ethan. And finally, Daniel Buckley wrote in. and said, hey, all, if Sony does end up buying Square Enix, do you think Sony will give them the same deal as they did with Bungie? So what he means by this is be free and clear to do whatever you'd like. And my answer to that is no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But I also don't think that it's going to require much change. What I would assume, if Square Enix was purchased, I would imagine that Square Enix would continue to publish on Nintendo and then would publish PlayStation, PC, and just not on Xbox. And not to be a conspiracy theorist, because I don't think the deal is done, and I don't think a deal is done or might even ever happen. I just think it's an obvious acquisition for Sony. But you can imagine that Square Enix has been tempering down their Xbox output specifically so that when the acquisition happened, they could say, we have no Xbox versions of these games planned anyway, so it doesn't matter. What we didn't announce them when we were independent. That's probably a conspiracy, though, because I think this is becoming very contentious with a lot of people on Xbox, especially with the Pixel remasters. For some reason, everyone forgot that the Pixel remasters were announced for PS4 and Switch for console and not for Xbox at the time. So this bubble, when the release dates were announced, everyone, I guess, was reminded that they're not coming to Xbox, which is strange, but they're not. And I think people are underestimating the effect of having a platform where people don't buy games as much as other platforms doesn't court support. The support's not free. It's not a zero-sum game. Square Enix doesn't just snap their fingers and put Final Fantasy games on Xbox. Their work has to go into that. So they have to figure out if they're going to get some sort of return on that. But nonetheless, I think that Square Enix, if they were purchased by Sony, would retain basically the holding pattern that they have right now, which is PlayStation, PC, and or Switch with Xbox options. I mean, they could optionally bring all sorts of stuff to Xbox if they wanted to, but I think that would be the expectation. I think that would be pound for pound Bethesda. And so I think that would be the corollary. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, trying to think if I have anything else to say that you didn't, other than I think Nintendo would still make sense, and they're already kind of doing this, but I don't know. This made me think of, I see a lot of comments from talking about potential acquisition of a Japanese company and people saying like, oh, Sony only has 5 billion left. How are they going to do that?
It's not how acquisitions work.
Well, I looked it up because I was curious, because apparently in 2021 they said they have a certain amount of money for strategic investment, and now they are 5 billion from that point in 2021. It's like, oh yeah, because they have it chiseled in stone that they can only spend a certain amount. It's like the dumbest argument. But I don't know. We'll still see. I know that people are upset about the Pixel remasters not coming to Xbox, but it's like you said, I don't think they're considering the side of it of they're looking at potentially the return on investment of these products coming to Xbox and thinking, why would we do that if they're not buying those games there?
Right. We just
makes sense to me. It seems so obvious, but no one seems to understand that. I'm
sure a lot of it too. I'm not going to say a lot of it. I'm sure there's some Nintendo, Sony, Square Enix all being like, we all kind of are okay with each other and we want it. But I also think a lot of it is, if there was a sale to be made there that they thought they could, then they would do it. I don't get it either. I know. I'm not saying that for Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm not saying that for Final Fantasy 16. I'm saying that for fucking Tactics Ogre Reborn or whatever random game. That there is a cost to bringing that, and they just don't, I guess, think it's worth it. And that's interesting. But the conspiracy theorist in me says, could it be in preparation? But I don't think so. But I do think it's a Bethesda-like acquisition if it happens, where you probably wouldn't take anything away, and you would probably maybe even release big games in some series eventually on Xbox. But I think new things would go from, there would just be no chance of those coming to Xbox anymore, or no expectation, I should say. And I think Nintendo is too important to Square Enix's success to take the games away from them. I think that would actually be totally necessary, and maybe could be the bridge necessary to get Sony and Nintendo together, who could very much help each other and buttress each other in the future if they wanted to actually break down those 30-plus-year-old walls of stone and iron and ice between them. I don't know. Fortnite, that was kind of a little bridge for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
But seeing Kratos running around on your Switch, beating the shit out of Aloy, shooting her. I don't know what you do in Fortnite.
I don't know, man. I just saw something on Twitter of just Chun-Li in Fortnite, just bare ass, and I don't even. Wow. I don't know what Fortnite is anymore.
Yeah, it's strange. It's a very strange place. I gotta like maybe one day I'll sit down and just try to play it. Get fucking creamed. Probably get absolutely obliterated. Not in a good way. I'm not gonna get creamed in a good way, Dustin. I heard that.
Well, just something to think about.
Yeah, or in a bad way, depending on, I guess, your persuasion. On that note, let's get the hell out of here. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
I don't know, man. Well, it's 4 hours and 18 minutes. The show so far. If you died, let us know.
Let us know.
Let us know. Right, and if you died, no, man. I don't know. I'm still on my Resident Evil momentum. Like, it's very rare that I feel like I'm like I have an aptitude or like that I'm in the zone with a game like this. And I want to keep it going for as long. I don't know if I'll finish a secondary New Game Plus playthrough, but I'm going to try and get as far as I can before I swap over to it. I'm not going to have a lot of time in the coming week because it's gearing up for Creator Clash. Yeah, but
did they reveal who you're fighting, or do we know?
I know who it is. I don't know if I'm not going to say anything because I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what. But they have something lined up.
It's Shoe Nice.
Yes, it's Shoe Nice.
That's who we originally threw out.
One of my favorite ones. One of my favorite ones was like I saw somebody because Chris Chan got bailed out of jail. Or something.
Yeah, that's why he got bailed out for the fight.
Yeah. He's the new.
iDubbbz bailed him out.
Yeah, that would be so funny. But no, that's not happening.
All right, fair.
I don't know what the hell's going on with that guy. God help.
I have those documentaries on the ready. I'm gonna.
You've not seen any of them yet?
I watched the first one, but none of the other ones. No.
I exposed you last week, Chris, and you didn't hear it.
I'm working on it.
I told everybody that you are a competent Christorian, and I heard it firsthand in Houston.
Yeah. We talked. We talked about it.
You assaulted everybody in that hotel lobby with information.
I did. Well, they were all asking.
That's true.
You know, so I was contagious. Like, well, I'm not one to disappoint.
Right.
And but I'm working on it. Like, I love it.
You uploaded it. You unload it.
Exactly.
Dustin, closing comments.
I mean, a closing comment outside of that. I've seen a lot of people tweet to me that they've started the documentary because of our conversations. And
I've seen those
some of them don't know whether to thank me. They don't know whether they should, they're upset about it. There's a lot of mixed feelings. I went and looked at the first episode, saw a comment that said Dustin Furman brought me here. So people are going and letting people know.
Good.
So that's wonderful. Just check it out or don't. I don't know. Live your life the way you want to.
Do whatever you want. I don't care. All right. Well, that's it. That's it for this episode. This lengthy episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support here on patreon.com/laststandmedia, free feeds as well. By the way, we'll talk about it more in the coming weeks, but Patreon turning on Spotify, like RSS style feeds soon, right? Or are those already active?
Not active yet, to my understanding, but it is coming.
That's so huge, dude, because I use Spotify, and the only reason I use the Apple Podcast app is because you cannot use RSS in Spotify. So that's going to be a
RSS.
Right. It's its own. Yeah. It's a thing where you can connect the apps. We'll explain them. So you can have an RSS style feed of the shows going to your Spotify, which would be huge. So for a lot of people,
that's great.
We'll have more to say about that. But until then, we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.